Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that if you're not satisfied with the decision made by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission's decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. Prior to today, the director circulated draft minutes from our prior meeting, which I believe was last week. Has the commission had an opportunity to review those minutes? Is there a motion regarding approval?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, we've got a public comment period. Several people have been asked to speak. I will call on Councilman Jacob Coupin.
Well, thank you for recognizing me, and thank you to all that you do, as always. Don't have a lot to share today, just appreciate your hard work. I know this is a big meeting, looking at the bus permits and booting and all sorts of different things. I think that I'm encouraged by some of the progress that this commission's made with these issues. I know I've heard from a lot of my constituents, again, about noise, about traffic, and I look forward to, once we kind of move through this permitting process, working together to work on those regulations and ways to ensure that these vehicles aren't disrupting the kind of general enjoyment of the city and the issues that I hear about. I'm not sure where we've landed on increasing. I think that I know we talked about decreasing, and then the state legislation said we can't decrease without cause. I'm not sure we have space to increase. I don't feel like at this point adding more is the answer. I think that where we are, we probably should stay there. So if there's an option to add more, I'd probably encourage us to keep it where we are for now and then work on those regulations and then explore that further. But again, really appreciate all of your efforts here, and I know it's not easy decisions and discussions, and just thank you all for your time and contribution, and just again reiterating my commitment to working with y'all and working with the residents to kind of make this a improved experience for everyone involved. So again, thank you.
Kefi? Yeah, the button on the right.
Okay, you good. So I came to speak about the vintage cars. We're supposed to have it long ago. It takes already 1 year right now. First of all, I appreciate that you didn't approve it. Thanks so much, because the idea is not ready to be established in the streets, because we don't have a parking contract with SP Plus anymore. There is no trained drivers. There is no storage for the cars. There is no spare parts from China. The business needs local people who knows the area more than us. So even if I will do this, continue in the business for the next year, I already have to have partners which are locals, who knows the area, who knows Nashville well, who can communicate very well with the tourists. We cannot do it ourselves because we are not from here. The website is not completed. It needs more works because I built the website by myself. To operate the business, you need there is a language barriers or with my previous partners because we speak Arabic, so English is not our first language. There is no intention, to be honest, with my partners to operate the business. The intention was to target to get the permit and put it for sale, which was not my idea from the beginning. I came here to create some competition with the gentleman. I'm sorry. So to create a competition, not to just to sell the business for a big company, to make it like
Mr.
more.
Keffi, where is vintage cars on the agenda? Are you on the agenda today?
Yes, Mr. Rockery.
Slow-moving vehicles?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So even my previous partner, I can see he sent a lawyer today. He didn't show by himself because he cannot even communicate with you guys. He cannot even explain the idea because it's my idea. I have over here the contract which we signed together. My biggest mistake that I didn't apply for this permit under my name. I applied under his name. I trusted him. He just gave me a good lesson. I really appreciate you didn't give me the permit in the first meeting because I would be out of the business and my idea will go to some people who I don't know how to even control it or like deal with this idea. So thanks to you that you didn't approve it, and I appreciate. And I wish if today also you take on consideration that this business are not ready to be established in Nashville for this year. It's still a great idea, but it's not completed.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So are you speaking on behalf of the company and you're withdrawing your request?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not on the application. He does not speak to the business.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was following.
Whenever the agenda comes up, I'd like to have the opportunity to address this concern.
My name is not in the application. I applied with my ex-partner under his name. As I told you, he sent a lawyer. He just want to fight me to steal my idea from me. I feel like it's not fair. He blackmailed me. He told me to take 20% or you don't have anything on this business. I accepted whatever percentage just to have a piece of document that shows written on these documents that's my idea. I own the idea, and he's just an investor. He just want to invest money because it's gonna cost a lot of money. So I need another partner to invest money with me. As I told you, I preferred if my ex-partner will be here, like present, rather than a lawyer. At least you can ask him a question. He can reply you. If he's ready to take over the business, I'll be more than happy. But to just send,
I'm going to cut you off. Like, you will definitely have an opportunity to speak again when we have a consideration of the.
I'm sorry, I'm nervous because it's like I feel like betrayed.
I understand, but you are on the agenda as an item, or I should say Vintage Nashville Tours is, with a request for 20 permits. And there was a decision made at our annual meeting in September 2023 to defer any decision for new permits until 2 months after the Connect Downtown study was completed.
Yes,
and
sir.
so now we are here today,
Yes,
so we're
sir.
going to be considering that. And so I would just recommend you stick around and
Thank you so
you'll
much.
have an opportunity to speak then.
Thank you.
Patrick Colt. It got crossed through, so I'm sorry. What was your last name?
Kludak.
Kludak.
Yeah, it's mispronounced. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out. Thank you, Council, for being here today. Guys, you guys gave me 2 permits originally. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for allowing me to feed my family with the thing that I truly enjoy doing and achieving my dream. Of course, any business does want to go ahead and grow. I think every single business owner in this whole entire room would agree that that's the case. We're all looking to grow. One of the things that I was told when submitting my application, however, was that if we wanted to grow, we had to have vehicles in hand, basically ready to get switched over to what we call ATVs, essentially. After reading the agenda, I noticed that was not really the case. I mean, people are asking for permits that basically they don't have the vehicles for. So I am just making it public that I would like to add vehicles. I tried calling into the MTLC office to go ahead and grow my company and actually, do that. But the point is, for me to put a bus out there, I have to pay we want to live by the same principles that we're doing. It's a $250,000 bus to buy. That being said, I wasn't going to put $250,000 down to buy a bus and not get the permit to go ahead and use it. So if I am allowed to, I do have the funds available to purchase those buses. So I would like to add to my application if possible that I'm actually requesting additional vehicles.
I understand. Thank you.
Would I give you a number? Would that be accepted? Because when I called NDOT, they said that I cannot add any additional things. When I called to switch my insurance, I'm able to do that on the application.
I'm not following the question you're asking.
My question is,
right
could I
now.
change my application? How many vehicles I'm requesting on my application?
Yes.
Terrific. I would like to, I could afford 11 more.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Michael Winters.
Thank you for your time. I'll keep this pretty short and sweet, which for me is an accomplishment. Permit swaps. I see it on the agenda where people are requesting to transfer sightseeing to ETVs. Obviously, the reasoning is ETVs are more profitable than sightseeing in most cases. That's why the request is there. If that's going to be a conversation, I would be interested in that as well, even though we didn't request that. But we would be interested in a swap if that conversation comes to fruition as you get to the agenda item. Secondarily, as we're talking about permits and people asking for more, one thing I would throw out there is as we continue to go down this 4 to 6 route, I can tell you we've developed multiple routes so that we can present those for approval. My guess is you're going to end up with 20 or 30 different routes on the table to approve. So that's coming your direction if I had to guess. I would also, as you look at maybe adding more permits, maybe look at weekend-only permits, because that's really what most of us are looking for anyway. So while I think you probably don't want more vehicles on the road on Monday, most of us don't want to operate vehicles on Monday. But as you're looking at permits and consider the idea of adding a permit to someone for sightseeing and or ETV, maybe look at what they really want, which is a weekend permit, which could be a unique sticker in some way if we get to that point. And lastly, and this is probably going to be on the agenda in the forthcoming, but it's kind of serving today's topic, is I have been filming Broadway every day from 4 to 6, from 4 to 5:30 every day, so that in about 30 days I'll be able to come to you with actual video footage of what Broadway looks like from 4 to 6. And right now I can tell you Patrick's comment at the last meeting was correct. It's a ghost town. There's no traffic on Broadway from 4 to 6. So as we explore permits, we might want to consider, instead of pushing traffic to the interstates where people are trying to leave, we might want to push traffic to where there's no traffic, which is Broadway. Because so far what I've seen is that statement is true. And I'll bring video footage in about 30 days of a whole month worth of 4 to 6 for you guys to look at.
Are you capturing with that also Broadway, like from 13th down, or just 1st to 4th?
Well, I'm using the cam that's mounted on one of the buildings that shoots down probably 2nd to about 7th, if I had to guess.
2nd up to 7th.
So it's a cam that's anybody can log into. But so far from what I've seen, I'm doing it every day from 4 to 6. Patrick's comment he made at the last meeting is very true. There's no cars on the Broadway as a whole, unless it's raining or something weird. But
Yeah, no, I would agree. It's getting on the interstate. It jams from Roselle Parks to.
yeah, so I guess in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is I think what we're doing with the 4 to 6 might be a mistake. I think we're pushing traffic toward the interstate, and that's not on the agenda, so I'll leave it alone. But I think in 30 days, once you see the video footage, you're going to agree that what the video is showing and what Patrick said is right. We need to be pushing stuff to Broadway and not away from Broadway.
Have you reached out to NDOT at all to, let them know what you're doing and for them to possibly tune in as well?
I have not, only because I want to bring you footage and say, here's the facts that I've gathered from a little live footage that anybody here can watch. And at that point, NDOT, I'm sure, has a million studies and data and all kinds of stuff they can review. But just from visually looking at it, the statement's true. There's nothing on Broadway from 4 to 6. Other than that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeanette Barker.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Thank you, commissioners. I'm Jeanette Barker. I am with the Nashville Downtown Partnership. I'm speaking to reiterate our sentiment that we expressed in a letter sent earlier this morning regarding the annual hearing for consideration of entertainment transportation certificates. We hope the Commission will deny all of today's applications that are for additional vehicle certificates on the grounds of seeing no public convenience or necessity, which is the threshold that you're required to meet, in any number greater than what exists today. As you prepare to shape what is a third year of slow-moving vehicle regulation looks like, please remember the many instances of data and testimony that we've heard over the past 2 years. In particular, remember we heard that each slow-moving vehicle in the downtown core above and beyond a tipping point of 45 exponentially increases congestion. The Connect Downtown study is now complete with a recommended action plan to alleviate congestion in and around the core. This commission has a responsibility to assist within this body's scope, or at the very least, to not act antagonistically to these goals. Protecting Music City's reputation will require our collective commitment. We ask that this commission activate its role in this commitment by illustrating a zero tolerance policy, namely, number one, denying permits when the convenience and necessity threshold standard cannot be met, and number two, properly sanctioning operators that have been proven to violate the existing regulations to date. I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. We have one other person who signed to speak, but then wrote in the margin that they could not arrive until 2:30. Jesse? So we'll close the comment period. So Jesse has missed the window to speak on general agenda items, but we'll see if Jesse arrives later. All right. We've got a very long agenda today. A number of consent items, though, are in the front. The first have to do with other passenger vehicle for hire, new company applications. Mr. Rooker?
Yes, sir. All these companies' applications are in order. Blue Line Executive Transportation, Urban Ride, Nashville Limo Black Service 1, Barak Transportation LLC, Uptown Limo Services, Fly 13 Black Limo Services, Hall Service, Yad Luxury Rides, Preferred Ride LLC, Nashville Car Service LLC, Good Ride Transportation, Limited Limo LLC, Miguel, is it Gallaretta Black LLC, and Blue Moon Nashville Rides LLC. All applications are filed. All applications are in order.
Just for correction, that's Brighton.
Brighton, thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We also have a reapplication of other passenger vehicle for hire existing companies after failure to timely renew. Mr. Rooker?
Yes, sir. Companies, the applications are in order. They just missed the deadline to file, to renew their deadline. So they have filed, and all their applications are in order. Victory Ground LLC, Zacho, JAZ, Clean Whips of Nashville, Music City LLC, Nash Over LLC, Revans Private Ride LLC, High Point LLC, MTLS3 Investment LLC, and Elite Experience LLC. All applications are in order. Staff recommends approval.
Do any of these companies have any hub violations?
No, sir.
I make a motion to approve.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, we've got a number of substantive issues on the agenda. We've got the obvious, very lengthy one over entertainment transportation, which we're going to have an annual public hearing to consider the ET certificates of public convenience and necessity. But there are also a number of other items, and I'm trying to anticipate a better order for our agenda today, because I think this is going to take several hours, or at least much of the afternoon. Mr. Rooker, are the other passenger vehicle for hire and the shared urban mobility devices, well, the shared urban mobility device is a public hearing. Is the OPVH also a public hearing? Is that just an application for us to consider?
It's just an application for you to consider.
Okay.
Vintage, it's the vintage classic. It's Humvee. Humvee.
The
Yes,
Humvee.
sir. Sorry, yeah, Humvee,
Okay.
Nashville Humvee.
Okay.
And that was deferred from March 2024.
All right. We will take that up as our next item.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Joseph Savage.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry. I have built and I maintain an M1152A1, which is pictured here. And I'd like to have the opportunity to take people around Nashville on tours. I will not be the operator, as I have 4 drivers, 2 of which drive ambulances for Metro, and the other 2 are retired Army captains. I have the appropriate insurance, and I have gone through the application process to the best of my knowledge.
And this is one vehicle?
Just one.
Ms. Costonis, I'm a little curious as to why, if it's just one vehicle that any one of us could buy and drive around town, why are we dealing with it?
In terms of whether it meets the definition of an other passenger vehicle for hire. I mean, the biggest issue, I think, is based on the section of the code that Mr. Schlafer's kindly put up on the screen, which explains that a vehicle that is used as another passenger vehicle for hire, special purpose vehicle, cannot be more than 15 years old unless it is classic, vintage, or unique. And so I think that's probably the greatest obstacle that these applicants are facing.
Humvee isn't unique. Here are the pictures, if you want to see.
I'm an auction broker. It's not unique at all.
And Ms. Haber can expand on that as well.
Commissioner Carr, the section 674010 of the Metro Code, which is the definition section of the other passenger vehicles for hire, defines a special purpose passenger vehicle for hire as any vehicle for hire that is not a limousine, passenger van, sedan, shuttle, SUV, taxi cab, TNC vehicle, or horse-drawn carriage. So I think the issue is that it's for hire, but it's not one of those of the vehicles that I just listed. So that makes it a special purpose vehicle.
Definitely a special purpose. And I think the problem for me is that Humvees are not unique. Since Desert Storm, they've been all over the streets. This is an original, probably used in military purposes. It's not an H2, an H3, but it is a Humvee, and I don't see, for me, I don't see how it meets the SPV category as far as it being special or unique. Is there something it does
if I may, I think that there's an inner 6-year-old in a lot of people who really want to go for a ride in one of these, and they would. It is very difficult to go through the on-road titling process with a demilitarized vehicle. So I would argue that it is unique in that sense that it takes many months and in some cases years in order to go through that process to make those road legal. So this is not an H1 Alpha. This is an M1152 that was in the Marine Corps and lived in Germany before it was brought back.
I hear you, and just a little bit of my background. I've been an auction broker for a long time as well, with Mannheim and Odessa and some other auction houses, and they are common.
Okay. I don't want to be argumentative, but to my knowledge, I'm not sure that there's another one that operates in Nashville as a vehicle for hire. So it would be unique in that sense that it's the only one available.
For hire, yeah, sure.
So let's talk about the purpose of the rule, Ms. Costonis. The title of the section's vehicle age and mileage limit, and it says that it can't be more than 15 years old. Do you have any? I can make some assumptions as to why the policy. We have policy reasons why we have a rule that it can't be older than 15. But could you expound on that?
I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure if that particular 15-year period, I'm not sure how old that is. We definitely have had those year limitations in this chapter of the code for decades. I think the idea is aesthetic, but I wasn't actually around when that was adopted, I don't think. I know we have changed the year numbers from time to time in maybe this chapter or some other context, I'm not sure. But I assume that the underlying policy was based on the idea that we'd prefer to see newer, nicer looking vehicles driving around town unless they really do meet the criteria as classic or vintage.
Yes.
If they intend to give tours using the vehicle, that is a purpose beyond a special purpose vehicle for hire. Special purpose vehicle for hire is for nothing but transportation. If they are going to have some kind of tour or entertainment feature in what they offer to the customer, that would more properly be applied for as an ET.
I've listened to Commissioner Carr pretty closely, and I'm with him, so I move we deny the application.
Would anyone like to have any further discussion about it? I know we don't have a second yet, but I think Ms. Costonis is right that if Mr. Savage, if you're planning to operate the vehicle as a touring vehicle, as opposed to truly delivering passengers from one point to another, you might be disqualifying yourself as an other passenger vehicle for hire.
So our plan is to pre-book point to point. That was on the application, and I followed the instructions of NDOT as to what classification it should be. And if I may, Commissioner Carr, I think that your perspective is probably that of is probably different than somebody in the general public because, as you said, these do come up at auctions on Iron Planet all the time. But I think for most people, this is a pretty unusual vehicle that they're not going to see day to day unless they live, close to a military base. So I would please like you to reconsider. There's been an awful lot of effort, frame off restoration, making sure that this is safe, highly reliable, and an awful lot of work on my behalf.
Oh, I'm sure, and I understand to get a military grade vehicle on the road for you to drive day to day is a process, but as it fits into this category, I don't think it fits there.
You know better than I do, but just as sort of a uninformed field person, I can see it being unique. And if it really is just providing transportation point to point, it has safety. I was looking for seat belts, etc. I'm not troubled by it. I would support the license.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also think it's unique. I'm more concerned about whether it's truly another passenger vehicle for hire. Because if you are performing tours, that is not an other passenger vehicle for hire. That is an entertainment transportation vehicle.
So I came into this just wanting to put this on the road. I will abide by whatever conditions are set, point to point. If I walk out of here and that's the instruction, then that's what'll be done. And we can do, if it has to be booked in advance through a website, we've already got that capacity for point-to-point transportation.
Yes.
At the time that this application came into the office, if the word tours had been used, we would have redirected the applicant in another direction. So point to point is the way OPVH is always described to any applicant.
All right. So we have Mr. Rogers' motion. Is there a second? Otherwise, we'll just keep discussing, I guess, the motion.
I'll second to enable discussion.
All right. Thank you.
Just one quick question before we maybe discuss with ourselves, but can the vehicle maintain the speed of traffic?
The vehicle can operate at a top speed of 72 miles per hour.
How about acceleration?
0 to 60 is about 14 seconds.
Okay. How wide's the vehicle?
7 feet 4 inches.
And how long? Roughly 24 feet?
Oh, no. More like 16 or 16 and a half feet long.
You can get into a parking space.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Yes.
What would for point to point, it would operate like an Uber. There wouldn't be necessarily there'd be some restrictions on where it can pick up and drop off.
It would essentially be a limo.
Yeah.
And if I can provide additional comment, as we were thinking about what is the use of this vehicle, we're thinking, rides to prom, date night for parents, maybe a trip to the gun range for those enthusiasts. That's kind of what space we want to live in. And those would be pre-booked. I don't plan on operating this, throughout the full week. This would be, maybe a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if a pre-booking existed for point to point. So said differently, there's no intention of trolling up and down Broadway to pick up passengers. That is not what this is.
So are you rescinding tours? Because that's what takes you out of this category, is that you said tours.
I'm not using this for tours. We're using this for point to point. And I'm sorry, the nomenclature, you know, I just misspoke and I wasn't being careful.
Well, if you're operating as an actual OPVH, I think it is unique. I think that if I were able to vote, I would vote in favor. I'm the chair, so I don't get to vote unless there's a tie. But it seems unique to me. And the reason why you need to be unique is because of the 15-year-old vehicle requirement. In my opinion, just in interpreting the rule, I mean, unique is rather subjective. I agree. Mr. Carr doesn't agree with me. I don't agree with Mr. Carr. So,
I'd also like to mention, because both of two of the drivers work for Nashville Fire Department, if this is approved, you know, we've always known that we would 10% of proceeds would go to Box 55 because that's an organization that we care about, and then future drivers would be ambulance drivers or firefighter truck operators.
yes.
One more thing, if I may, Chair. My recollection, when the applicant came into the office, there was very low mileage on this vehicle as well.
That's correct. There's about 3,700 miles.
What other special vehicle do we have?
At this point, we don't have any. We did have the Bronco that did not get a permit last time, and now it's operating as an ETV. So we do not have any at this point.
Okay. We used to have one with a hot tub in the back and all that. So. Yeah, no more.
All right, so there's a second, so we'll go ahead and any more discussion? All right.
The motion was to approve.
The motion was to deny, with the second by Mr. Hayes. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
So motion fails, 3-2.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
All right. As I had mentioned earlier, I think we're going to take some matters out of order. Let's take up horse-drawn carriages.
You can buy them, man. You can buy them anyway.
Can I? Chairman, why are we going down to order?
To try
Get the little ones
to
out of the way.
move the shorter matters out of the way ahead of the ET matter.
Don't we have SUMD though?
We have the
first?
SUMDs.
Yeah, but that's a public hearing.
Oh, got it. We're deferring the public.
These are not, the issues I'm taking up now are not public hearings.
Okay.
Thank
Excuse
you.
me.
Sorry, Chair.
So we have Mr. Rooker, if you introduce this item for us, please.
Yes, sir. The Sugar Creek Carriages are requesting two. Your agenda says 7, but they're only requesting 2. And their representative, Mr. Blackburn, is here today.
Mr. Blackburn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. It's been a long time, relatively speaking, since we were here last, and we have some new commissioners, but for those who were members at the time, you recall that this came up, and the issue at that point was, would the study that was underway address any issues involving horse-drawn carriages? I have a copy of that. It's lengthy. I've tried to search it as a PDF, and I don't believe, I stand ready to be corrected, but I don't believe it mentioned horse-drawn carriages at all. They did come and interview my client and me, but I didn't see anything in the report. If you will recall, if you were on the commission at that time, the salient facts were, first of all, we at one time had 18 permits that were in operation. This caused a lot of conflict. Some of you may recall, we used to refer to it as the Carriage Wars. We reached an armistice to that, which ironically was announced on November the 11th of that year, and that ceased. Now we're only down to one company, and it didn't have to do particularly with competition. There were two of the operators who became ill. There were a couple of others who just didn't feel like they cared to remain in the business. There's one other company that has been in operation, but it is, in the last 2 or 3 years, operated exclusively at Opryland. We played a video at that time of customers being interviewed. And here is the essential distinction of this particular enterprise. There's really nothing else for children. There really isn't any other family-oriented business. If you look down through the names of some of these companies, it's obvious that their market has to do with people who drink alcohol and bridesmaids and all those things that we're very familiar with. If you brought your 10-year-old to Nashville and you wanted to have some sort of experience of this type, what else is there? These vehicles, of course, do not serve alcohol. You have a rule that you adopted some time ago that permitted people to bring alcohol on. That was really designed for weddings more than anything else. But we played a video showing that people were waiting 40 minutes, an hour, because the other carriage companies were no longer operating, and Sugar Creek did not have enough in operation to satisfy the demand. Now, this was postponed, as I indicated, for this study, but there have been some other things that have changed somewhat. If you recall the Carriage Wars, there was always a big fight over the stands where people, the customers would choose their carriage. That doesn't exist anymore, and the only place Sugar Creek picks up passengers now is because it's designated. He didn't choose it, but it's in front of the Hard Rock Cafe. Other than that, Sugar Creek does not use Lower Broad except to cross it. It's also broadened its space where it's giving these tours, goes to the Capitol. It'll go to the Bicentennial Mall. That's a regular thing. That's done and supervised through the state of Tennessee and those who are in charge of that operation. So this does not present any great traffic impediment anywhere that has on Lower Broad, which is, of course, where the focus of all of this is. So I would point out that Sugar Creek has been around since 2000. It's never had an accident. It's never had an injury to an animal or to a customer. So it's operated safely and well. The horses and mules are well cared for. The carriage is in first-rate condition. And I would respectfully ask that you consider allowing only two more permits, which is still less than half of what we had 10 years ago, so that this audience can be satisfied that wants to have things for children. And believe it or not, there are still people who come here and aren't fascinated with the alcohol part. Not many, but there are some of them who still remain. Thank you.
Question? Yes. How many carriages do you currently operate?
5.
And your request is for only 2 additional?
Yes, sir.
7's on the agenda.
Mr. Blackburn told me when he came in that they were only wanted 2, so that's a correction.
That goes back several years And the custom had been for all those who requested more to request more than they thought they would get. That's the truth of that. But 2 is all that he's requesting now.
Does Sugar Creek still operate some carriages out toward Opryland? Some of the
No, Sugar Creek has been offered that at times, but they've never agreed to it.
Okay.
They're contractors through whoever operates Opryland now. Used to be Gaylord.
Thank you.
His operation, where he stores the carriages and the animals when they're not in use, is down in Hickman County.
Mr. Rowe, when is the last time we inspected the carriages?
That would be long before my time here. I don't recall. Mr. Schlafer may be able to help us with that, but
in 2022, I did go out with Billy to Opryland and we looked at some carriages. There's also a tape measure where you can tell the weight of the horses, and then there's a chart of horse teeth. I remember looking at him with. It's something me and Mr. Rook are going to have to go out and do this year.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Smith has called the commission and asked them to come out and inspect, and is glad to cooperate with that. He's never failed an inspection in 20 years. Well, 24 years now.
But we haven't inspected the carriages in the last 2.
no, we have not since 22, I believe.
I would observe that that's not within the power of Mr. Smith to command. He's certainly willing to cooperate.
Right. I'm just wondering, is it a requirement that we go out and inspect the carriages before we issue any new permits?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a requirement. It's something that we should do. And I think this year that after we get through what we're dealing with today, that TD and I will go out and make the contact and make these inspections happen.
If I could just add one thing, I would say in this specific industry, Mr. Smith is going to have a lot more subject matter knowledge than me or Mr. Rooker or prior Mr. Fields would have had. Our inspections just, we were fascinated, but we don't know much about carriages ourselves. But would be something we'd be happy to come out and inspect.
Mr. Fields had a good bit of knowledge about mules. I've been compared to one, but I don't know that I have any expertise.
So I don't remember offhand how far we got in the public hearing. But did we make a determination that there was a public need and necessity, and then we deferred, or did we not even make that determination?
I don't remember. I will look to Mr. Schlafer. Hopefully he has minutes. I don't.
And while he's looking, I remember the carriages very well. I'm a native of the city, have ridden in the carriages several times. And I want to say, in the past, they have been very well kept, the Cinderella carriage and all the other carriages that were down there. I am glad that the carriage wars were over. They were very tedious, to say the least. And I'm sure they're in good condition, but just putting public safety in hand, wondering when the last time we actually saw the carriages.
Well, Mr. Carr, I can't answer that, but I will suggest that if you want to make the inspection a condition of the grant of the 2 new permits, we're certainly willing to accept that. It's not unreasonable. the Cinderella carriages are very popular with the little girls. When?
I think the highlighting made it worse to read.
Mr. Smith recalls that the carriages were inspected a year ago in March.
Yes, sir. There was 7 different inspectors there. It was back when they was getting trained, the new bunch of them, and we went through every single thing with them, and I showed them what to look for and everything.
Did you show them what not to look for?
Safety's number one, sir.
Yeah, whiskey.
So it looks like from our minutes, we did not make a determination on the initial question of, do we find there's a public need and necessity for additional permits? So we do need to make that determination first before we consider if we're going to award Sugar Creek the 2 additional.
Well, I will say that I always struggle a little bit with public need and necessity relative to tourism versus residents versus whatever. But that said, I'm willing to make a motion that there's an additional public need for horse-drawn carriages. I remember the video.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion?
Just, I guess one quick bit of discussion. I guess our traffic study and Connect Downtown, and specifically the study from a traffic engineer looked at, and I think struggled. You referenced that it didn't, mention horse-drawn carriages by nature. I don't think that the software could properly model a horse-drawn carriage, so it lumped in, I think, horse-drawn carriages with buses and party buses and pedal taverns, and really the software module looks at any vehicle that goes less than 15 miles an hour, which when I've seen the horse-drawn carriages, they're particularly slow, like slower than all of them. No? Pedal taverns. I mean, I've seen some pedal taverns go down a hill past the horse-drawn carriage.
Down. And much more loudly.
Pardon me?
And much more loudly.
Oh yeah, no, they're certainly quiet.
Mr. Smith tells me that a horse at a walk travels approximately 6 miles an hour.
About 5.5 miles per hour.
5.5. But not on Lower Broad.
And I guess we would, these would not be prohibited to operate 4 to 6, or what are the time regulations on the horse-drawn carriages?
In the past, that's up to you, of course, but in the past, all the carriages have been bound by the same time constraints.
They are.
Are the existing permits to the other companies, have they been relinquished? I know Mr. Blackburn was saying that in prior years there were more than...
They probably have timed out because they failed to renew. So and then they've gone away. Also, NDOT engineering recommendation would be not to approve these. That's the word I got from them before the meeting today.
Not to approve the additional.
Not to, just we're capacity. I mean, everything is at capacity downtown. I failed to mention that earlier.
Well, it's unfortunate to have to respond to a hearsay report from an agency that has expressed no disagreement to me or to my client. I would, for something useful to so many people who are unserved right now, were adhered to, I would have liked to have the opportunity to question those folks. We're talking about a carriage that goes by down Church Street, goes by the state capitol, goes all the way to the Bicentennial Mall, and if a vehicle is a danger, the police would know it. I don't believe you received any reports from the police. And if there were an actual reason, a factual reason, not to approve these two, I would think it should have been mentioned in the report. And to my knowledge, it was not. Now, I looked through it. I had somebody else look through it. It's quite lengthy, and you try to find a way to search it. I started practicing law with a rotary dial phone, so I asked somebody else to try to help me with that. I've not seen any mention in the report for which this vote was deferred that says anything about difficulties involving carriages.
And I think my point was the difficulty is every vehicle, everything that moves slowly is what the report really looked at. And yours or your clients are among the slowest at 6 miles an hour.
It may be among the slowest. It's also among the safest. And those two things may be directly related. And I'm looking at some of these pictures here. There was a time when all of us would have arrived at the courthouse on the back of a horse or in a horse-drawn carriage. I wish everything were slower, but I'm old.
Well, I agree with Ms. Westlake that there does seem to be a public need and necessity for additional permits.
And of course, I seconded it. I agree too, just given the volume of the amount of horse-drawn carriages that used to be down there. I believe the permits were between 15 and 18 when we had 3 companies. And they are slow moving, but taking in consideration the decrease in volume of how many there are, I would say that's a public necessity just because of the decrease. Ms. Costones?
Yes.
It just occurred to me that, like, when we say the phrase public convenience and necessity, the code is pretty bare bones about what that means. It says, in determining whether or not a certificate of public convenience and necessity should be issued, the commission shall give weight and due regard, among other things, to the number of horse-drawn carriages already in operation, whether existing service is adequate to meet the public need, the character, experience, financial condition, and responsibility of the applicant, and such other criteria as may be adopted by the commission and its rules. In terms of the need, I think you all could reasonably rely on the video testimony that was offered at the November meeting when this was deferred, that they have shown a need. But when I think about the concept of public convenience, I think that goes beyond just the convenience of the customers. I think that includes the convenience of the whole public. And it may be that some years ago when there were 18 carriages or whatever number, traffic downtown was less congested than it is now. But
At that point in time, I mean, I lived downtown in 2003. There were 600 of us. 600. I would walk around in the middle of the night and there would be nobody. There were 17,000 workers downtown. There's now 19 to 20,000 residents and close to 70,000 office employees in and out of the downtown core. There weren't ETVs. There weren't pedal taverns. This was it. And that was great. It was a slower time. It was a different time. The caliber of the tourist was very different than it is today. But to Ms. Costones' point, the public is impacted, in my opinion, the worst by these. When it goes on Church Street, a 2-lane street where you can't drive around it, that is a big problem for the public. Not necessarily for your customers, but for the public, for Davidson County residents. They can't get around your vehicle on a 2-lane street.
Well, Mr. Hayes, I live downtown as well. My wife and I live in the 505 building. I've never seen a significant road or street blockage caused by a carriage. I have seen plenty of difficulties, though, involving pedal taverns and involving other slow-moving vehicles, and in particular, the scooters. I spoke a few years ago at the public hearing about scooters when they were originally. Tell everybody where I live, when they use the word scooters, it's preceded by the 2 words, those damn. because those do cause problems. People are operating on the sidewalks when they're not supposed to. That's not consistent with your rules. And then downtown, the biggest problem are Ubers. Directly across the street from where we live, there's a sign that says no stopping, no standing at any time. And the Ubers pull up there and stop, and I've seen traffic backed up all the way through the intersection at 5th and Church. I've never seen that with a Carriage. How many applications do you have here? How many other vehicles are being operated? 2 more Carriages is a spit in the ocean, what we're dealing with down there. And the place where they pick up is a place designated for the pickup. There's certainly no issue with traffic at the Bicentennial Mall or on the approaches to it. You know, I've been here a long time. I remember when Church Street was built to be serpentine. Remember that during the Fulton administration? I assume that was either aesthetic or a traffic control operation. Or both. We don't have that. We don't have that anymore. So these carriages largely operate in the less busy places. When Church Street is really busy, is in this time when you're not permitted to operate, like between 4 and 6. I tried to come to an event downtown when I lived out, you know, where Bricktops is, back up behind there. When I got to 40 minutes trying to get from there to downtown, I gave up and went home. None of that involves horse-drawn carriages. So when you compare that to the number of people who have children and don't want to expose them to all the yelling and the partying and the carrying on, and those people can do whatever they want. I'm not being judgmental, but it's a very, very different thing if you're trying to entertain a child. I don't think downtown should be restricted to adult entertainment. Most of us remember when Lower Broad had a different kind of adult entertainment.
Mr. Hayes, I want to, I train every one of my drivers, even if they come from, you know, Charleston, South Carolina, and they've been driving carriages for 20, 30 years, they have to be trained here the way we do our horse-drawn carriages and all the stuff we do here. Part of my training is do not impede traffic. We work very closely with the police down there. We've got cameras on our carriages that video front and rear the whole time we're out there. They will requisition us footage from them because it goes into a cloud. So part of my training is to do not impede traffic, whether it's public, whether especially emergency vehicles. If you got an emergency vehicle, you better get out of the way because we don't want to impair that. Plus, too, since the last 4 or 5 years, since Broadway turned into what it is or was, and it's got better. But anyway, we was getting off Broadway. I went down there and spent 3 months myself going over different routes that would take the pressure off of Broadway and not impede public traffic. And that's what I did, and that's how they're all trained now. And they go these set routes that I get off of Broadway, and I keep a close eye on that because I can check. These cameras have Wi-Fi units in the carriage with them, and I watch what's going on at nighttime. So we're taking drastic steps to eliminate that, and it's working. Just like the new parking lady that come up from Florida. I've seen a big difference myself over what's happened down there over the last, since she's been here. And that's all, sir.
Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion on the table that there is a public convenience and necessity for additional permits, and a second by Mr. Carr. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers, are you abstaining?
I'll abstain.
All right. Motion passes.
Sorry, I was thinking. It takes me a while to
So now we have a consideration up for consideration whether to grant Sugar Creek's request for 2 additional permits.
I would not be comfortable with 7, but I am comfortable with 2. I'll make a motion to grant 2 additional permits to Sugar Creek Carriages.
I'll second that motion.
Any additional discussion?
My issue is the Church Street. I agree with Commissioner Hayes, is that is a 2-lane road, and it gets impacted by not just maybe a horse-drawn carriage that interrupts that flow of traffic, but just about anything. So, I mean, without church being part of your route, I would be for.
Could I ask a question, Mr. Rooker? I don't remember. I think they have to operate within a certain zone, is that?
The horse-drawn carriages, they don't have a zone. They cannot operate between 4 and 6. Okay. But there's not a specific zone that they operate in.
Are hours, except the 4 to 6 prohibition?
That's it. Yes, sir. They can't, not before 9 in the morning.
Oh, sure. Okay. Ms. Constantis, assume we have authority to regulate them in a way?
We are just now checking the rules and the code chapter to see if there's a provision about routes and zones like there is in many of the other ones.
Well, I guess my question would be, is it in the code or is it in our rules?
Yeah, we're looking at both. I'm looking at the code, and Ms. Haber is looking at the rules.
Okay. And my point was going to be, of course, if we approve 2, can the staff look at impacts such as Church Street and come back and tell us if we should keep them off of Church Street?
So there is a approved routes and zones provision in Chapter 1254, which is the horse-drawn carriage chapter. It's Chapter 1254, 310, approved routes and zones. A certificate holder shall operate horse-drawn carriages only upon streets within zones or upon routes developed through consultation with the Metropolitan Traffic and Parking Commission staff. There are some other specific things that I don't think are relevant. The authorized zones, routes, and tether locations shall be subject to amendment as needed through consultation with the Metro Traffic and Parking Commission staff to ensure safe and efficient movement of traffic. Upon the approval of Traffic and Parking Commission staff, advanced charter tours may deviate from the route or zone, providing the company operates on streets approved for routes or zones. So basically, a lot of discretion is given not to this commission, but to the Traffic and Parking Commission to determine what those routes and zones would be in terms of their impact on traffic.
And I wonder when the last time they looked at that was.
And I apologize. I was talking about your rules.
Right, sure. The fact that it's in ordinance obviously makes it tougher.
Correct.
Okay. Can we, traffic and parking staff is NDOT, right?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be the same people talking to each other. Well, could we ask, whoever the traffic and parking staff is to look at that issue, whether we approve or deny, and see maybe if their routes could be designed better or hours regulated or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Is that possible? Can I append that to the motion?
What's the motion?
There hasn't been a motion. I thought there was.
I don't have a motion.
There's a motion to approve.
To approve. And I don't want to make it subject to that, but can we just direct staff to talk to the traffic and parking people? It's sort of unusual that they have the authority, isn't it? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I think it's just, it is a little bit unusual, but in general, when this commission sets routes and zones in other contexts, I think it would be with NDOT's consultation and advice,
right.
And certainly the staff to the Traffic and Parking Commission is housed in NDOT as well.
Right.
So while Mr. Rooker and Mr. Schlafer may not be staff to the Traffic and Parking Commission,
you are.
I am, actually, that's true. I'm assigned to that board and commission as well. But I do not claim to know anything about traffic patterns, so I will defer to the traffic engineers at NDOT on that one. But I guess what you would be asking for them to do would be to make a recommendation. And I believe the horse-drawn carriages have actually come before the Traffic and Parking Commission to have stand locations and other changes approved previously.
Okay, but has that been recently?
Not recently.
Not after our beloved study. Okay. Could I just ask, it doesn't have to be a motion, that the staff talk to the traffic and parking folks, especially about the concerns that have been raised
Yes,
here
sir.
today?
We will talk to the NDOT engineers. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any additional discussion? We have a motion by Ms. Westlake for the 2 additional permits to be granted. And were you the second, Mr. Carr?
Yes.
Yes. With the second by Mr. Carr. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Mr. Rogers, did you
Oh,
vote?
I'm sorry. Yes, I voted yes. Sorry.
All right, so we've motion passes 3-2.
Appreciate you all.
We're going to go back and take up shared urban mobility devices. We have a public hearing to review proposed changes to TLC SUMD rules, which was deferred from April 2024. Mr. Rooker?
Yes, Mr. Schlafer is going to take this as he is the SUMD manager.
Do we want to take these in order of the rule as we did in the special called meeting and do a public hearing for each rule? Is that how you'd like to handle it?
That probably makes the most sense, especially if there are some that are rather non-controversial.
As you can see, come to the front, we have representatives from Bird, Lime, and Spin. I'll let them introduce themselves, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go through each of these rules one by one.
I'm Lily Krause. Thank you. I'm Lily Krause. I'm the Senior Manager of Government Relations for Lime.
Adam Davis, Principal Manager of Government Partnerships for Bird. Jimmy Gilman, Head of Government Partnerships for Spin Central Region.
And we'll go in order. SUMD Rule 902, this is mainly housekeeping. The old rule referred to the original RFP, just cleaning up some language here that will allow future RFPs. There was a limitation to 3 applicants to be chosen through the original RFP process. We've changed that language to say future applicants. NDOT is currently working on a docked bike share RFP 2 years from now. The SUMD contract these folks currently operate under will not be renewable, so a new RFP will be required at that time. This rule is really just housekeeping, cleaning up old language and allowing for future RFPs.
Could I ask your thoughts on this? I mean, does anybody in the industry have a problem with this particular part? It's really about a certain other company that runs a dock system, which, well, it's not relevant. I make a motion we approve this part of the changes.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, SUMD 904D. Currently in the rules, there's reference to the Department of Transportation undertaking an ongoing project to identify locations where free-floating parking would not be allowed, where corrals would be entered. This rule contains reference to a link that is no longer in existence. I'm believing this goes back to 2020, an original attempt by the city to put corralled parking out near Broadway. A lot of those corrals have been eaten up through time by construction and expansion down in that area. So NDOT is endeavoring to take on this project again. I'm going to put up a map. This is something we've put together with these operators, Bird, Lime, and Spin, in a world where we had mandatory corralled parking in all of downtown Nashville, from 13 to the river, from JRP to KVB, this is the number of corrals we'd be looking at needing. And obviously that's a lot of space, procurement, engineering, cost. We need to look at all these things. So really with this rule change, all we're asking is when we get a link, when we're ready to move forward, to be able to include the new link where the old link was in that rule, as NDOT looks through the feasibility and whether the corrals would be incentivized or mandatory in a future corral system.
How many total corrals were recommended by the company? It's hard to count.
A lot.
Yeah.
Looks like throwing rice on the map.
To show what a nerd I am, I watched a video about a month ago of some research that was done in Washington, D.C., where they do, I think, mandate corrals. They're y'all in D.C. And with that, they required their Department of Transportation to install 1,000 bike racks every year for, I believe, 3 years. We probably don't have 1,000 in the whole damn city. So I think we should be real careful. I mean, of course, we would like them all in a corral, but we need to be real careful moving ahead with what we require. And again, I guess traffic and parking is coming up. Are they involved in this, I assume? I mean, it's their curb space, right?
In this particular case, the existing rule does refer to the MTLC. However, you can certainly consult them to any degree you see reasonable.
So they don't have anything to do with where they might go? So it's basically an NDOT decision then?
If you all endorse the rule as Mr. Schlafer has presented, then it would be, yes.
If the corrals became, if the corrals were metered parking spaces, so we could require them to be metered parking spaces as an example. We don't want them on the sidewalk when the sidewalk's 4 or 5 feet wide. Who would have, because that would be traffic and parking.
So yes, if you were to have anything that kind of takes up existing metered or able to be metered parking spaces in like the context of loading and unloading and the context of valet parking, the Traffic and Parking Commission has looked at kind of trying to figure out amounts that would compensate for the loss of the meter revenue by the obstructions of the metered spaces. So it could be possible for them to adopt something like that in this area as well, but I don't think that has come up in this context yet. But since both commissions are staffed by NDOT, I think they can kind of look at it holistically. So.
Yeah, that's a big issue, obviously. Not just this, but what is the curb space downtown? It's probably might be better left to them. I don't know, but I think putting it off. Obviously, something that we need to look at and they need to look at, but we don't need to make any decisions today, I don't think, especially about that map.
Could you zoom in to maybe like a 4-block area anywhere? And right, so that's a scooter corral. What's the difference with the blue and green? Those are different providers.
Yeah, they all, if I understand it right, they all made individual recommendations. So obviously, they'd be consolidated. There wouldn't be that many. But it is based on hard data, I assume, right? It's where people put them. And the point, the webcast I watched was based on research done by the University of Oregon. And you can guess what they found. They found that the more corrals there are, the more likely there is, that people will abide by the rule. So obviously you won't have that many, but there would have to be a lot of them if you're going to, reasonably enforce any kind of mandate. I'm not convinced, and I think you may agree with me. I'm not sure a mandate can even be enforceable.
looking at it from a perspective of mandatory versus incentivized. Mandatory, you don't park in it, we're going to fine you. Incentivized, you do park in it, you're getting an incentive to participate in it. Maybe money off the ride, maybe other fun things we'll come up with.
I'd make a motion we approve this part of the changes with the idea that obviously this is something a lot of people are going to have to look at in the future. That's not part of the rule, but.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I would be in favor of mandatory, as you're thinking about it.
I know.
$1 off the ride versus a $75 fine or a $25 fine.
What's nerdy is people do research on that kind of stuff.
All right, we are moving along to Rule 904J. That black section of the rule is currently in place by this commission. No one may operate SUMD who is under the age of 18. We've had reports from MMPD. Mr. Rook and I meet with them weekly with the EDU Entertainment District. Have been some reports of what appears to be individuals younger than the age of 18 finding access to scooters. And so from a policy perspective, we're looking at things that we can do to help curb that behavior. So to summarize here, we would like to add a facial recognition technology requirement to this rule. And the industry has requested that we change this language a little bit to not reference Amazon's AWS recognition technology, suggesting just saying including facial recognition technology. The idea behind this would be as you go to unlock a ride, it's going to scan your face. If you appear potentially to be under the age of 18, then it's going to ask you to scan your ID.
I'll ask you folks, is that possible?
Yeah, it's very possible, and it works really well, and it's the kind of most frictionless option for.
So you're doing it in other cities, such as, just out of curiosity.
I'd have to come back to you with
That's
actual
okay.
cities. Yeah, but we are. I don't know.
So it's working somewhere else. Okay.
Yeah, it works, and also it's used by many government agencies already for an equitable component for those who may not have a driver's license. It's very accurate, and if it deems, I believe the technology is actually 21. If it believes you're less than 21, it requires it for that 3-year buffer. But it's used by government agencies already, so it's just kind of repurposing what works and trying to come up with a new tech.
And same tech at Spin. Nothing more to add.
So is it your software, or are you buying somebody else's? Not that it matters really, but.
So at Bird, we use Amazon Web Service facial recognition, and so it's a tool, third-party tool that we use, but it's one of the strongest out there. And I know Lime has a similar third party that we use for that.
That's sort of scary.
And it's built into the scooter itself or into the phone?
Into the phone. And so
I have a phone. I'm 16. I'm 16. Try to unlock it, and it won't unlock. Is that right?
It'll say, you look like you're not old enough. Show me your driver's license.
Okay. And then if I'm 50, I could unlock it and give it to a child, and the child could ride it.
That's later on in the rules.
Oh, it is? That's the very next.
That would prohibit. Right. We're prohibiting that from occurring, but it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, for the sake of full transparency, we're never going to be able to stop all behavior. We're an industry that has been trying to innovate at speeds faster than any other transportation. From the regulations that are in place, the geofencing and technologies. These are all things that, as communities, are trying to evolve and make accessibility to transportation a better option. Then all of these regulations at times, and just want this body to know too, we as a unified front are here, that we, Lime, Birch, Spin, have worked hard on these proposals along with the director Alarcon and TD and Ricky. And so we're really trying to come solutions oriented. And so a lot of it is that we're we are bringing every best case scenario. These aren't subsidized by governments. They're not. It's technologies that cost us a lot of money, but we want to do the right thing. And so we're taking every step possible to curb that. But it's just a 16-year-old gets beer when we don't want them to, too. So, they're resilient.
Yeah. They're motivated.
And then if possible, just to kind of touch on that one and the second one, just because they tie in together, the group ride feature was something that kind of came up later in the conversations between operators. And just for context, what that is it allows one user. I'm out with my wife. She actually got to travel with me one time, so looking forward to tonight. But it allows a user that's out to be able to access multiple vehicles. And I understand the concern at times is that that's an easy way then for the 15-year-old to be able to. And so before we were able to really talk about all the tech through this, it was already on the agenda. But we can do all the same facial recognition ID scans. And so what it allows is I'm out with my wife, her phone's dead. She doesn't have to double ride back with me to the hotel because I can get her a vehicle. Or, there's various instances where it makes sense, or somebody doesn't have a cell phone and their friend can still scan their face. So there are positives to this, and the behavior you don't want we don't want either, because it leads to a lot of this and regulations and that, and we want to be solutions oriented, as I mentioned before. And so there is benefit. The concern is very valid on the next point, but there are tools in place that can just the exact same authentication, the same tutorials, everything is the same, and it's going to be the most advanced tech probably any transportation's using to verify anything.
I'll make a motion we pass 904, the change to 904J, and then we can talk about the next thing, which I also don't understand.
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
This rule is completely new in its proposal. And I will say I understand both sides of this argument here as well. From NDOT's perspective, we are recommending passage of this rule. Group ride, as Adam explained, allows an individual to unlock rides for others. This rule would seek to remove that ability. So basically, one rider, one account, one credit card, one phone. The reason for this ride is, again, working with MMPD to try to discourage or find ways, in a policy perspective, not to let those who don't possess a driver's license, who aren't 18 years of age, from accessing the scooters. There are equitable concerns here as well. If an individual doesn't have a smartphone, this kind of makes it more difficult for them to access these vehicles. So we're definitely understanding of the ramifications and the ripples of this rule.
Could I ask your opinion on this? Because that's pretty restrictive.
Our opinion, we, as Adam indicated, we do have the technology to essentially make the same experience for a group ride. So we would propose that we enable that technology, that same selfie and ID scan technology, for every participant in a group ride. That's what many peer cities have done. Just because it's a feature, quite honestly, that's really widely used by our user base, especially in places when there's a group in town, or when there's just a family, someone's phone dies, they've been out all day, unable to rent a vehicle using two separate phones. Also, what we've really noticed is that it prevents tandem riding, which we know is a concern amongst many municipalities that we operate in. So we do see people getting frustrated when there's no group ride availability, and they say, "We'll just pile two of us on a vehicle together," which is a lot more dangerous, in our opinion, than the alternative, which would be to verify each and every user using their ID.
So you're asking us not to approve this particular part?
From Lime's perspective, we are asking to not approve, but
Go
ahead.
I'm not saying that we're not saying that we can't approve, but the ask, I think, would be, could we continue the conversation on this? Because I don't think the technology was known that all of the same processes could go through place. So I don't know if it's something that could be deferred, but as written, it would be something that, yeah, I mean, it would have a great impact on ridership. And as we try to make it an easier access, we just keep putting steps in place that make more friction and more rider move away.
When the MNPD complains about it, are they complaining about behavior or the fact they just saw somebody they thought was 14 riding one? I mean, is somebody ran into the river and drowned? I mean, what I'm asking is, maybe it's a problem. The question is, how serious is it?
Certainly the concerns from the entertainment district that we hear from MNTD have to do with everything that goes and moves and goes on down in that area. But exacerbating the issue is when you do see someone who would appear not to be 18 years old, perhaps riding dangerously, perhaps riding on sidewalks. And in addition to that, the clutter and the space issues down there on Broadway. So just from a policy perspective, looking to respond and give them some tools in their tool belt.
Would you rather have a sober 16-year-old or a drunk 40-year-old? I mean,
do I have any
other options? Can you scan that? Well, I'm trying to make a point. I'm not sure what my point is. Would y'all be willing to continue working with the department on something like this? I mean, surely there's a compromise somewhere. I'm not sure what it is. You know, I was in a European city, late last year, and saw people riding in groups. It didn't appear they were doing much. Maybe they were going somewhere to do something, but you can't tell that. If you all agree to work with the staff, I'm going to move that we disapprove of that particular paragraph for now.
Can we defer it?
Well, I guess, can we? That's fine. Okay, I'll move that we defer the paragraph for section 904R for the time being, and has the staff to report back to us, talk to you folks, and see if we can work out a compromise.
Yeah, that's the question I had for Ms. Costonis. Is there an ability to have new proposed language for 904R?
Oh, God, no.
You guys want to come up with it on the spot, you mean?
Well, no. Mr. Rogers is proposing as a motion to defer any decision on implementing a new 904R rule. And what I'm suggesting sounds like what we're really asking is that that Mr. Rooker and his staff work with the industry to come up with a new language that addresses their concern and balances probably better the policy issues that we were weighing that Mr. Schlaffer detailed for the rule in the first place.
I mean, I think it probably works either way. If you defer, I think staff could then work with the industry and come up with something else, kind of withdraw their prior recommendation and present you with a new recommendation. If you deny, basically the same thing would happen. It would just be slightly more necessary, I guess.
All right, is there a second to Mr. Rogers' motion?
I'll second the motion to defer.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Rule 905M refers to slow zones. Currently, we have two slow zones in the rules, being Lower Broadway and 2nd Avenue. 2nd Avenue is currently closed, so really we're just referencing Broadway. This proposed rule comes from 8 miles an hour being perhaps a little bit slow to balance, and we're proposing 10.
How'd you reach 10, just out of curiosity? I always thought 8 was too slow.
It was a round figure.
Okay. What do other cities do? Do other cities have slow zones? I assume they do, probably. Yeah. Is there any particular consistency to the speed? Is everybody different, or is it 10, 12?
I would say 10 is most common.
Is it? Mm-hmm. Okay. Because I compare everything to riding a bicycle, and 10's, fast enough to keep up with traffic downtown, I think. I mean,
So it's a little more than double the speed of a horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah, I personally, when I ride scooters, don't like the slow zone.
Right, yeah.
It's jarring, right? If I'm trying to go from north to south of Broadway and I'm going down Second, and all of a sudden it just slows.
Yeah. Theoretically, I'm against them, period.
Yes.
You know. More bikes. Would you second the motion if
I would second that motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like the slow zone. I don't
Okay,
think it's safe. And I am curious relative to safety why NDOT thinks that a slow zone is safe if we do have cars that are going faster and they're supposed to be kind of keeping up with traffic.
I think I can answer that because I was here when it all happened. The slow zones were put in place because there were more congested areas, and you are on something that has no protection. You fall, you hit your head, you run. We had people that were running into other people in congested areas. I think we had one fatality during that time. So I think it was. Well, yeah, it wasn't to speed, but the slow zones were.
Wear a helmet.
Yeah, and I think we were giving away helmets at one time.
Let's don't get into helmets.
I can tell you what, I don't think I've seen two people on a scooter with a helmet on, but.
You would. Thank you.
Well, let's don't get into that. You'll hear my speech.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we delete that entire paragraph. And I think there's somebody back there who could help me. If I remember right, this came up in council. Maybe, there were 4 different bills passed about this stuff. And so there were things in that went out, and I think it came up in council, and I'm not sure it was made with a whole lot of due thought and care. In fact, what I remember is it was one council person. I'd like to defer that whole, to delete that entire paragraph and add that to the staff's recommendation to look into the whole slow zone thing. I mean, it's probably appropriate in certain places, but do any of us know really where it's appropriate?
I mean, wasn't the rule also a consideration at the time the SUMDs were operating on sidewalks? And so we were heavily concerned about pedestrians.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm concerned about, more than the scooter rider. I think that's why the governor was put in place for certain areas, because we couldn't rely solely on the geofencing, at least at that time.
Right. But have we ever document? I mean, yes, I understand there's anecdotal data about that, but I mean, I like that.
Have you ever documented that they can go on sidewalks? Is that the question?
Well, no. It's just a question of, yes, it's a problem. 2, how big a problem? Same thing I would say. I mean, yes, I see, we can get anecdotal data about lots of problems. The question is, there are over 1 million rides a year. And so how many of those rides are on a sidewalk? I don't know. Somebody at one time, I think it was a company that went out of business, was trying to develop software where you could geofence it off of sidewalks. Has that kind of idea progressed in any way? Must be no.
Yeah. No. I mean, again, the technology is ever evolving. I mean, nothing is perfect. It's hard. I mean, it's one of those where, do you put a camera on it? But when you have Nashville and you have various type of street surfaces, it's hard for it to determine if it's cobblestone to concrete to that. There's a VPS chip that we have in ours, and again, every operator on this technology is going to be a little different, so I don't want to speak for Lyman Spin, but the technology is ever evolving. But again, it goes back to focusing on the areas that might have the most issues. So like a Broadway, does it make sense to explore? Sure, we absolutely, can look at that. But it is a very big and expensive lift for a company to come in and map out and, map out all the sidewalks. And, it's important to keep them up to date with construction and all that. So I'm not saying it's not there. It's still newer.
Right.
But I don't want to say that like a year from now it wouldn't be something that we're rolling out.
Somebody was probably overpromising, would be my guess. Okay.
Did I get a
Yes, Ms.
second?
Pistonis?
In the code, section 1262.020D has the language, wait, I just lost it. Notwithstanding the above or any conflicting provision in the Metropolitan Code, the MTLC shall not amend the regulations without providing a draft of each proposed regulation to all operators and the public 2 weeks prior to the MTLC's consideration of the amendment. So the complete deletion of the section was not provided that 2 weeks prior. So I think you would have to defer and consider it next time.
I'll amend my motion that we defer it, along with the other part we deferred. And that's probably something that traffic and parking should be involved in. Does that sound, not just the companies, but somebody familiar with the downtown streets?
I mean, TD is kind of the expert on the scooters, but
We'll work with whoever we need to work with. Truly, our only slow zone is Broadway, as Second Avenue is closed. Second Avenue is included in the rule, and I believe the rule was promulgated post bombing down there. And so with the reconstruction of Second Avenue, that was a necessity. Willing to go in any direction. With this rule, I'll say that all SUMDs, the scooters, are capped at 15 miles an hour. So if we have no slow zones, we're going from 8 to 15 on Broadway. That's really what we're talking about here.
And if you don't mind, motion. I was just going to say, from the Birch standpoint, like this isn't one of the, a big issue for us. Like we want to balance the public safety, the high pedestrian area. So this isn't one of them that we have much feeling on. Like we're happy to slow vehicles down if that helps our friends at MNPD, it helps with safety, it helps with the downtown stakeholders. We're happy to work on that one. So that's not a holdup for our side.
Okay. I'll withdraw my original motion and move that we approve the suggested change in that part.
Second.
And maybe staff could still get with traffic and parking. They're probably in favor of it, I would guess.
And I just want to say, my only problem with that is how, if you remove that, how fast can they go? Like you said, they go 15 miles an hour. And so if we just remove it altogether, there's nothing. They're going to voluntarily take the governors off.
But I withdrew.
It would be 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the motion
But I
is
withdrew
to...
that motion.
Oh, okay.
So I'm approving,
10.
asking to approve 10. Right?
10. Okay.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to increase from 8 to 10 for the slow zone?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Moving on to Rule 909B, the current rule references the responses to the RFPs that these companies gave. And in that response, in addition to the 500 scooters that they would be receiving contractually, they all proposed a number of e-bikes that they would provide. Those numbers specifically, Lime said 125, Spin said 50 initially, with 250 being their upper limit based upon demand, and Bird made it real tough. They said 8.5 to 1, which I've come up with 59. This proposed rule would be to, I suppose, make the ratio 1 to 4 off that initial fleet of 500 scooters. So it would be to provide 125 e-bikes each.
You know, it would require 1 to 4 depending on the total number of scooters. But 3 years ago, when we approved this contract to begin with, Lime proposed, tell me if I'm wrong, proposed 125 bikes and the 1 to 4 proportion then. So actually it's in their contract currently. How many bikes do you have on the streets right now?
We recently increased our fleet from 25 to 50.
So you promised us 125 and we only have 50. And that is because?
Because of the, TD can expand
because
upon it.
the NDOT told you that's all you could do.
correct?
In conjunction with the ongoing Connect Downtown study, I believe there was a motion at the request of NDOT of this commission to slow the rollout and to delay the contractual requirement of e-bikes.
No, it was to suspend an e-bike program that didn't exist until the study was completed, and it's completed. And the contract for them says they will bring 125 e-bikes. So my question is, can anyone, specifically the department, abrogate that requirement in their contract?
Are you asking me?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
If I may. I think I've read the minutes from that meeting, and I think TD actually characterized them correctly.
Well, and I made the motion, is we voted to allow each company up to 125.
Yes.
Because I was naive enough to believe that they would actually bring more bikes and et cetera, et cetera. So if we pass this particular rule, it's requiring them to bring 125 each, which is what Lime contracted for 3 years ago. So my question is, if we pass this rule today, should they have 125 bikes? Not tomorrow, but within a reasonable amount of time.
I mean, I think that's a policy decision for you all to make.
Okay. But can anyone, you know what I'm asking, can anyone tell them not to bring 125 bikes?
No, they're entitled to.
No, they're required to. We're requiring them to do it.
All three companies are entitled to 125 bikes right now. They have that option available to them, as you said.
Currently.
Except that there was this motion to defer that was contingent upon the pilot program, and I think they've been doing the pilot program, and so like the deferral would still be in place until you all remove it.
No, it was in place until the study was done. I specifically remember that.
That may be correct.
Yeah,
the study is referenced.
Done. Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Just on the operator side of things, like we want to have e-bikes here. We do. I mean, it's part of our offering of a variety of different accessible vehicles, and we've worked really closely with NDOT and the team as they've navigated the Downtown Connect study and trying to limit the amount of stuff. So the operator shipped a bunch of bikes here, then we paused, and there was a lot of warehouse space that was gotten, and they sat for a while, then we shipped them out, and then they were told to come back. And so just as a business, when there's not certainty in it, there's a significant cost that comes with building up a big, you got to hire people to be able to manage the fleet, and then you sit, and, it's nothing against like NDOT or anything, but it's just from a business standpoint, when there's not the certainty, it's hard to grow. And so with the e-bikes, we would be very supportive of this. It's a big loss generator, just transparently. I mean, if you look at bike shares across the country, there's very few. They average about one ride for every 5-6 scooter rides. And so the way we're able to offer e-bikes is by subsidizing them through scooter rides. And I'm not saying like a financial contribution from the city to subsidize the cost, but there are ways through expanding hours of operation. Right now, e-bikes can operate 24/7, scooters cannot. And so just trying to find the same regulations for the variety of transportations. Additional scooters, to Commissioner Rogers' point, you raise a scooter or fleet of scooters, we're going to have more bikes here. And so those scooters allow us, though, to add those bikes because we're in the red on the bikes, but we make up the additional cost. And so it's not that we don't want to have bikes. It's just a very different economic environment. And there's just, other operators got a lot of sponsorships a while back from the Anthems and others of the world, and they're not anymore. So that's why you see a lot of bike shares like in Louisville and others that are empty now just because it's hard to make a profit in this industry. And it's not that we don't desire to help out, but it's just trying to figure out ways to subsidize it.
The Lime promised this 3 years ago, so I'm going to hold them up as an example, even though I don't think they want to be.
No, again, we're totally, to echo what Adam said, ready and willing and
Okay.
excited to bring more bikes to Nashville.
Because you want certainty. That's what
correct.
I hear.
Yeah,
Okay.
we
And
look
so-
forward to a time when the bike service area would mimic the scooter service area additionally, so that downtown isn't excluded. That would help us financially make the bikes, make more sense. Additionally,
I put the question to our legal department about whether the department even has the authority to do that. Because if you look at the law, it doesn't talk about bicycles or scooters. It talks about, shared urban mobility devices. And I didn't find anywhere where it gave the department authority to discriminate against me on a bicycle versus somebody on a scooter. And we don't have to deal with that today, but I could not find that in the law, Ms. Constantis. Maybe you can. At any rate, if y'all are okay with this, I am. And as I said, we approved 125 each 3 years ago. And we still haven't reached the number that are in their current contracts. But I'll quit complaining. And so since we approved it 3 years ago, you're all on the hook for 125, correct? You understand that? Does the department understand that?
Forward that information along.
Okay. Well, here's the deal. I was talking to a mayor's staff today, and the mayor supports micro-mobility, and that's one reason I voted for him. And I'm not going to say he's in favor of scooters, but he likes e-bikes because I was in an event about a month ago where he rode up on a B-cycle. And he didn't park it properly, so I don't know what his bill was. But we're going to have a big vote in the fall, and I hope it wins. And it's about multimodality in transportation, and this is part of it, a small part. So at any rate, I make a motion we approve Section 90B, the changes in 909B. God, I can't talk.
I second the motion.
I have a question.
All right, go ahead.
Is it us proposing the one bike for every 4 scooters, or is that just a carryover from what you mentioned 3 years ago?
Well, they've talked with the director, I know. Like I say, Lime suggested it 4 years ago, or 3 years ago. And if I'd known then what I know now, I would have tried to make it apply to the other 3. Other cities, and they know more about this than I do. If you go to Denver, I think they require 1 to 4. Does that sound right? I think they used to, at any rate. If you go to Seattle, they have 3,000 bikes and 6,000 scooters. If you go to Austin, I think recently reduced the number of scooters they have there. They only have 7,000 now. They reduced it from 9,000 to 7,000. Those people like their scooters. So the numbers we're talking about, quite frankly, are not very many compared to other peer cities.
All right, we have Mr. Rogers' motion with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
And to finish up in section 910, we are adding line number 6 under equitable access, encouraging the operators to provide in-app instructions in multiple languages. This is something I believe they are committed to doing.
This is something that Lime already does.
Same across all operators.
Yep, nothing further from
Could you
been supportive.
explain to us what you do? Because I've heard complaints that you're not doing. And I don't know if that's accurate or not. What do you do in terms of reaching out to underserved communities? I guess that's my question.
I was just talking about just the
I know, I understand, but that's the whole sort of the issue there is, the program you do, and I'm not sure if we paid much attention to that. Maybe you have, because that's been brought up to me. Your rates, some people think are too high, and they are pretty high. But so what are you doing right now to reach out to low-income folks or people of color, that kind of thing?
Yeah, we have, at Lime, we have a program called Lime Access, where anyone who qualifies for, federal benefits is eligible for steeply, 50% off all rides. We advertise that kind of through social media. We also do it at every one of our in-person events that we go to. Tomorrow we'll be at the Open Streets event, sponsoring that. Saturday, sorry, my wishful thinking.
Yeah, the weather's going to be bad.
But yeah, then we provide documentation, information. We hand out brochures about that. We work with local advocacy organizations in many of the municipalities we work in. Admittedly, I could form more partnerships in Nashville to disseminate that information, but it is something, it's on our website. You know, we frequently email. We've emailed I don't know how many times. I can't tell you
How
that.
does the bike determine that? I'm curious. How determine to issue the discount?
So someone just applies through our website. They go and they enter their information. They submit the proof of benefits that they receive, and then they receive a confirmation, and then it's applied to their account retroactively.
Does that apply to? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Does that apply to people on Medicare? It should. Let's put that in the rules.
Does it?
It does for spin. Yeah,
does.
and I think that is industry standard.
I would assume.
Yeah.
Medicare is covered. I mean, if someone on Medicare is eligible for a 50% discount. Be careful what you say, but
You mean
you can answer that later.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to.
Correct for us.
I know.
You mean Medicaid?
No, I mean Medicare. I'm not on that. I'm on Medicare. I mean me.
Yeah, and just to be transparent as well, we've gone through so many different iterations of what equitable approach is. Just because you put a device in a neighborhood doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get a ride, but that individual might take another form, a bus to downtown, and still need access. And so there are a variety of ways that we reach out, whether it's identifying the equitable neighborhoods, and they automatically, if you take a ride in that neighborhood, you automatically are applied that discount. The other is you sign up for it, but you can offer all these programs, but the struggle is getting people to, you tell them they can get free rides or discounted rides, and people just don't. And so the more help we can get in spreading the word of our equitable programs is very beneficial when it's a partnership and advocating it, but it is a strong push from all three operators is how do we get more people.
Last term of council, our now mayor sponsored a bill creating a bicycle and pedestrian advisory commission. So that might be, and it's a pretty diverse group that he's nominated, so that might be a good group to work with. I'll suggest that. Do we have a motion? I'll make a motion we approve the changes to section 910.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
That's it, right? Oh, okay. So I just, we have to renew the contract, correct? I want to ask a question of legal. There are 2 years remaining in the 5-year period that we can renew the contract, correct?
Yes, I believe the final extension would expire in June 2026.
Okay. Can we approve, instead of a 1-year extension, go ahead and approve 2 so we don't have to do this again?
I don't believe the term provision of the contract allows for that.
That's what I figured. Okay, I make a motion that we approve the extension of the contract for only 1 year.
Well, hang on a second. Ms. Costonis, this is on the agenda as an annual hearing, so do we need to have a public hearing? And
you do? Did we have one last time we did?
We had a public hearing on the rules. All we're doing is kind of enacting the contractual language that allows us to extend the contract by 1 year for 4 times, basically. If there are people here in the audience who want to speak on the scooter topic and you want to entertain them, I think you could allow that. I'm not sure in and of itself it's a required public hearing.
I don't think we did it last time.
Well, I only asked, it's on the agenda as a annual hearing for the consideration of whether to approve 1-year contract renewal and certificates of public convenience and necessity for Bird, Lime, and Spin arising from the 2021 SUMD RFP. So Is there anyone here in the public who wishes to speak on this issue? Because this is your opportunity. All right, we're going to close the hearing then, so we can say we had an actual hearing to hear from the public on whether to approve the one-year contract. Mr. Rogers, do you want to make your motion?
I'll make it again? Okay, yeah, I move we extend the contract for all three operators for one more year.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, we've got, thank you so much.
Thank you. They were telling me there's more people riding the bikes than they thought there would be.
And sorry, one last thing. We'll definitely follow up with everything that we shared in technology-wise to make sure that you have that available to see. And just thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate the partnership.
Thank you. Mr. Rooker, I know there's still a few items after the entertainment transportation, but I'm wondering if it makes sense to go ahead and begin the entertainment transportation portion of the agenda?
I believe it does. Yes, sir.
Right. So at this time, we're at the entertainment transportation portion of our agenda. We're going to start our annual hearing for the consideration of entertainment certificates of public convenience and necessity. There have been a number of companies seeking applications for additional permits and also requesting to trade their subcategory of permit from sightseeing to entertainment transportation. The applications are on the agenda in alphabetical order. We're going to take them up in that order, but do not feel that because you get to go first that somehow gives you an advantage, or because you're at the end that you're at a disadvantage. So please do not consider that. Big drag bus.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask for a favor?
Yes.
Could Ms. Constantis advise us again of what the state law that passed says about what we can and cannot do?
Certainly.
Is that okay? Although I already know.
I just have to remember where I saved that. Okay.
There it is. I've got it on here somewhere.
I just saved that earlier this meeting, so I would have it accessible when you ask me. And now, of course, I can't.
There it is.
Okay, thank you so much, TD. What TD just handed me is actually the codified public law. So that is, the final version of it that will go before the, or it is enacted and will go into the code. And so it basically what it says is, notwithstanding this part to the contrary, and it's amending TCA Title 7, Chapter 51, Part 10, which generally governs the regulation of passenger for hire vehicles. And it says, notwithstanding this part to the contrary, a governmental entity that regulates entertainment transportation pursuant to this part shall not refuse to renew a permit to the business that provides entertainment transportation if the governmental entity issued the permit to the business to provide entertainment transportation prior to the effective date of this act, which would be May 1st, 2024. Revoke a permit issued to a business that provides entertainment transportation except for good cause shown in an administrative hearing. As used in this section, this is subsection B, as used in this section, good cause 1 means a material violation of a state law or a municipal ordinance, rule, or regulation governing the permit, which may be demonstrated by a knowing failure or refusal to comply with such law, ordinance, rule, or regulation. And 2, includes the disuse or dormancy of a permit for a period of 6 months or longer prior to the governmental entity taking action to revoke the permit, provided that the start date for calculating the 6-month period of disuse or dormancy begins on or after the effective date of this act, which again was May 1st, 2024.
Which I point out is unusual because those start dates are July 1st. on almost all the legislation, and I read thousands of bills when I worked up there, and almost all of them said July 1st. Not that that matters.
This one says this act takes effect upon becoming a law, the public welfare requiring it. So I don't think that's that uncommon.
Okay. My point is there are 91 existing permits, correct, staff? And unless, what is a material violation?
Yes, sir, 91.
91. A material violation. What, I mean, that's a thing for the lawyers, I guess. Is that murder? I assume murder is material.
I mean, so it says good cause means a material violation of a state law or municipal ordinance, rule, or regulation governing the permit, which may be demonstrated by a knowing failure or refusal to comply with such law, ordinance, rule, or regulation.
So my question is that sounds like a very strict standard. I'm sure that's what they meant. They paid a lot of money for a lobbyist. But so my question is, we interpret whatever that is, correct? I mean, we're judge and jury.
I mean, I guess I don't really know if there are any state agencies that have any interest in this whatsoever.
Right.
If there were, I suppose they would maybe TDOT have some ability to weigh in. But in the absence of that, the kind of next layer of law would kind of be, Metropolitan Council ordinance and code, and then ultimately regulations adopted by this commission.
But again, material violation, I mean, we decide what that is or is not. I mean, isn't that what it's?
I mean, the word material is not defined, but I mean, I think it does say governing of a law or regulation that governs the permit. So I think that implies that it has to be pertinent.
Okay.
And I mean, I think if you can, if we have an evidentiary hearing and there's sufficient evidence in the record to determine that a violation occurred, then you've got your material violation.
Okay. So murder might not be a violation.
But it has to, the violation has, which may be demonstrated by knowing failure or refusal.
So it doesn't have,
Well,
I mean, yeah.
It
like
sounds
if the
like
person
to me,
admits they're
and
not
this is
gonna
my
follow.
interpretation, that any rules and regulations that we set in place
Yeah.
for them to be in business, if they violate that, we can use that rule to take them out of business. But other than that, if they have not violated that rule or regulation, we have no right to take away any permits that we have previously issued.
Let me assure you, what they went up there and passed and spent a lot of money passing is not what you just described. I mean, they put in material violation because what they meant, and I listen, I worked up there for 10 years, and you're familiar with it too. They intended that we can't pull a permit unless it's really serious. And that's my interpretation. I'm not a lawyer, but I've seen a lot of laws.
So, Ms. Costones, could you weigh in on how we're measuring what you just read? Is it that if they violate a regulation that we've put in place, that violating that regulation gives us the right to pull that permit, or does it mean that we only have the right to suspend them upon having a hearing to weigh if that was serious enough?
So in the past, we've kind of had this issue come up when we've had disciplinary hearings, in terms of what is proportional discipline for what type of violation. And it should be. And it's tough because you all don't do this a whole lot. So we don't have like a good, institutional set of precedents or anything like that that kind of show you. I think it should be proportional, though. I mean, I think you all probably have the wisdom and discretion to determine what's a serious offense and what's a less serious offense, and the ability to scale any disciplinary sanction accordingly, from the most lenient, which would be probation, which can have conditions on it, to the middle of suspension, which can be for varying periods of time, to make it more or less severe, and then finally revocation being the most serious discipline.
So it didn't take away our authority to regulate. It just made it really hard to terminate a permit.
Required a lot of due process. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And am I correct in assuming that we don't have anything before us today that would ask us to act on that potential violation by any company?
Well, I think to the extent that there are any prior findings, like either through prior disciplinary action taken against a company, that would exist. But I don't think we could, without the due process that Ms. Costones was talking about, make a decision that, oh, well, that's enough. We're going to deny a permit.
And Chair, we're going to try to come up with a process that is fair to the operator and to you. It's not going to be just first offense. They're going to be up here in front of you for a disciplinary hearing. And once we get that process done, then we will share with the industry, we'll share with the commission, and get your okay on that at that point in time.
So, Mr. Chair, given the state where we are with state statute, and understanding that we probably have about 91 permits that are entitled to be renewed at this hearing, is it appropriate to make a proposal that we, and in the interest of time, approve permits for those organizations that have requested no change at all?
Yes.
As a start? I mean,
I'll second that motion.
Yeah, because there's quite a few.
There are actually 13 companies that have no request change.
But there are 91 existing permits.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And
Only
we're not
40
gonna-
ET.
Today, we're not going to pull any of those permits. We'll listen to the ones that want additional permits. And I'm fully with the commissioner here. And I'll make the motion that we approve. Do we have to have the hearing first? I mean, they're already existing permits, and we're going to approve them, unless we're crazy.
Theoretically, as always, your first step is supposed to be, as is referred to, as prerequisite in the code to make a finding of public necessity and convenience as to the need for more or additional ETV permits.
Why do we have before us a number of companies who are not even requesting any change at all?
Annual?
Because
It's
the
annual
renewal.
meeting. It's annual renewal. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
They have to appear before you.
And given that we're required to renew them essentially,
Correct.
I'm just proposing we go ahead and do those.
Is that a motion?
It was a motion.
Okay, so I second the motion. I mean, 91 is 91, and it is what it is. You know, the majority leader said 91, and he also said on the floor of the House that it's a property right. I don't know if that makes it a property right, but that was the legislative intent. So I think it's a very appropriate motion.
Does it make a difference that there's only 40 of one and 51 of the other?
Not to me.
Yeah, 51 is sightseeing and 40 is...
The state law, tell me if I'm wrong, didn't discriminate against it. It just said entertainment vehicle.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and so
we didn't need to do it.
And we've approved those 91 as specific, in those two specific categories. And they're the ones that got the law passed. So I renew my motion. I mean, I'm willing. I think we have to hear the ones that want additional permits, but the 91, we just need to approve them. That would be my argument.
But aren't some of the 91 wanting to move from sightseeing to ETV and vice versa?
Right.
Yeah, but isn't that a separate issue? I mean, from the one they have, you're right.
It's part of
That's
the
a
91,
change.
but it's part of the 91.
And actually, Carrie, my original motion was just the
I
folks who
know
requested no change at all.
that's true.
Right.
But, and I understand, but the fact is, we're not going to take away the one they have now. If they want to come ask for a change, that's fine. I'm not saying they can't. But they're going to have a permit. If they got one permit now, they're going to leave here with one permit.
In the same category.
In the same category.
Until
yeah.
we change it, yes. But but I don't want to take away our authority to change it. I would argue that's a different issue than just renewing the current permits.
Right,
Does that make
but
sense?
that's not the motion before us. Ms. Westlake has only asked that we pass a motion approving the Big Drag Bus, Gray Line of Tennessee, Groove Line Party Bus, Nash Trash Tours, Nashville Bar Bus, Party Bus Music City, Party Central Nashville, Rowdy Bus, Tasty Tour, the Music City Roland Jamboree, Tennessee Transport Holding, and Upstage Party Bus, that we just approve the continuation of their existing permits. There were no changes requested by any of these companies. I believe I just identified every single one of them.
Chair, I think Flanagan is also.
Flanagan? Thank you. And also Flanagan Tours, LLC.
And also Nashville Trolley. Old Town Trolley.
Old Town Trolley, yes.
An Old Town Trolley.
Nashville Bar Bus is going to be requesting something that we'd like to put on record. It's not a change. But I would like to.
Don't let them speak.
It would be outside of what we're doing now.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to amend her motion to approve for one more year all 91 existing permits. So, I mean, I guess
And can I get a clarification? I heard someone say 40 entertainment vehicles and 51 sightseeing, and I got a list from the staff that says 41 entertainment and 50 sightseeing.
Oh, I could be. That is correct. Yeah, it's 4150. I could be. Okay. My bad.
No problem. But
put one where it shouldn't be.
My amendment to the motion doesn't mean we can't change them.
Right.
I'm not trying to intercede with that. We're going to approve 91 permits. That's just the fact. So I'm amending the motion to say let's approve those 91.
I second that motion.
Okay.
I do have a concern.
Go ahead, Mrs. Stonis.
So, I mean, the rule does require you to make the prerequisite finding of the number of the public convenience and necessity number that is merited by that. I think that can actually be less than the 91, because that can then kind of like inform your decision as to whether to grant any additional permits above and beyond the 91. But I do think that should happen first. And just to make it a little more complicated, Section 801 of your rules actually says, because the subcategory of ETV that meets the definition of seated sightseeing or charter tour vehicles as defined in Section 804B serve a distinct public necessity and convenience different from that served by other ETV, the Commission shall make a separate finding of fact with regard to the existence or lack thereof of a requirement that further or additional seated sightseeing or chartered tour vehicles are required to serve the public convenience and necessity. And this finding will be in addition to the finding that further or additional types of ETVs that do not meet this definition are required to serve the public convenience necessity. And as you all will recall, there was a range of a number that was decided on last year, which I believe was 35 to 70. And I believe at the time that you all did not break that out as between party bus style ETVs and seated sightseeing ETVs. So arguably you should have. I mean, I think you chose not to. So I'm just putting that before you for this year so that you can decide how you want to handle that.
I don't think that we chose not to only because the study provided it all classified under one group.
I believe there may have been some findings in the study that they were about the same pace.
Folks, none of that matters.
And that laborious thing that you just read, I mean, can you summarize that? Because I almost read that in preparation for this, that you could classify ETVs and seated sightseeing vehicles separately. But I've heard prior meetings that we cannot.
So they're all ETVs. Seated sightseeing vehicles are just a subcategory of ETVs. that's kind of why I tend to say like party bus style ETVs versus seated sightseeing, but a lot of people just say seated sightseeing versus ETVs or regular ETVs, I guess. I think that language that I haven't actually looked this up, so I'm speculating a little bit. I think that language that I just read to you actually may have predated the study findings, and that we maybe thought the study was going to show a difference. And as to like the pace of the vehicles, I think it didn't. Now, as far as regulating like congestion and flow of traffic, that's relevant. That's maybe not the only regulatory thing that you would address with regard to ETVs. There might be other issues that you also care about. So there could still be reasons to distinguish between the two categories, even with that kind of information coming out of the study. But I think, you know, I mean, I understand the logic of ignoring the rule. It is your rule. I think if you were to vote to like waive application of your rule, you could do that if it just doesn't make sense to you. But you wanted me to summarize it also. So I think what it's saying is that we're saying that that seated sightseeing vehicles do serve a slightly different purpose than party bus style ETVs. So in terms of their in terms of the development of an opinion on the public necessity and convenience that they offer, might be a little bit of a different analysis than with the party bus style ETVs. And so the rule was expecting you at that time to make two separate findings of numbers. So you could stick with what you did last time. You could find a need for the full 91. You can pretty much do whatever you want. We have to renew all 91 under the state statute. Mr. Rogers is absolutely right. We don't have any discretion to go lower. But can you make a finding of fact that in your opinion, it still should be 35 to 70? Sure. I mean, we just can't act on it.
It's null and void.
So, what difference does it make if we go ahead and approve then the companies who are not requesting any changes whatsoever and then making those determinations?
Doing that as a precedent motion made more sense to me. Renewing the whole 91 before you make the prerequisite finding seemed a little bit cart before the horse to me. Maybe that's not a significant distinction, but that's kind of how I was seeing it.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out an efficient way to handle this. We have over a dozen companies who have sought no change. You know, we don't have any discretion. They're going to get their permits. We might as well just grant their additional permit for the year. They can leave. Then we'll just be left with the companies who want changes. We can make a determination on the public need or public convenience and necessity, factual finding, and then consider whether we're going to trade licenses, I guess.
So I'll just read you the code language that's I was referring to that Ms. Haber just pulled up, which says that the MTLC must make a prerequisite finding as to what number of entertainment transportation vehicle service providers and vehicles are required by the public convenience and necessity in the metropolitan government area before it may issue any new certificates of public convenience and necessity, renew any previously issued expiring certificates, which would be the case here, or add any additional permitted vehicles to the existing certificate holders' permitted fleet. The further is relevant.
Okay, but we're not going to be able to do that without having a public hearing. So we're going to have to hear from everybody, and then we can excuse these dozen or so companies that don't want to be here.
So I don't know that NDOT's here to present any new evidence about their perception of what number serves the public convenience and necessity, but you all have certainly heard their thoughts on that previously. So I don't know if you feel like you want to hear from the people who want more. The only people I think who would be relevant to your inquiry would be the people who want more permits. They're going to be the only ones that are really going to be arguing in favor of there being a public necessity and convenience that supports adding more vehicles to the mix. So I kind of think like if you just go ahead and do the ones who are asking for no change, given the context of the state law, even though that's technically maybe inconsistent with the way the code is worded, that's sort of harmless.
So just a point of order, because I think now the amended motion on the table is for all 91. And if indeed we need to sort of address this public convenience and necessity, do we need to table the current motion in order to?
You can table it, or the movement can withdraw it.
I'll withdraw reluctantly.
All right, and Mr. Rooker, I announced days before the meeting that I needed to leave approximately three-ish. And I know Mr. McNally, our vice chair, is not here, so we need to elect an interim chair.
We will need to elect an interim chair, yes, sir.
They do need to do it.
We're going to nominate Mr. Hayes.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Of course, now we can't vote again.
Yeah. I'm surprised he.
Thank you. I'm not voting for him. Guess I shouldn't say that.
Be a very good procedure.
Keep your metabolism up.
That's Keith's phone, I hope.
Should we do a 5-minute break?
Oh no, that's Mr. Hernandez's phone.
Is it?
It is.
You probably want that. Okay.
That's
I'd like to move for a 5-minute restroom break.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll reconvene at 3:15. Let's go one more minute.
Ready?
You guys ready? So we count down 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody, to the Thursday, May 16th, 2024 meeting of the Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Transportation and Licensing Commission meeting, where our current business is to first establish the public need necessity for renewal of licenses, entertainment transportation licenses. We were in discussion before the break occurred.
Mr. Rogers, I believe you want to get in that discussion.
Okay, well, so we've withdrawn our original motion around renewals in order to be able to address the issue of public convenience and necessity. You know, I think there's no magic answer. We were sort of waiting for the downtown study, which I don't think gave us any specific information relative, in particular to ETVs, although with slow-moving vehicles and one thing and another. Our previous finding was of a range from 35 to 70. I would propose that we readopt that. I'll do that in the form of a motion.
As respect to public convenience and necessity, I would second that.
It's been seconded. No discussions.
So we have a motion and a second. Call for the question.
Yeah. I'll call the question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
You have to vote on the motion now that you voted on the call for the question.
That was the question, yeah. Now we vote on the motion.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Call for one more vote.
Now the vote's on the motion.
Okay. I will call for the vote on the motion that the appropriate range of ETVs is 35 to 70, as the TLC previously found.
All those in favor?
All those in favor. Thank you. All those in favor.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So, given that, I would renew my original motion, which was that we approve the existing certificates of public need, convenience and necessity. I can get this down eventually, for those organizations who have requested no change in their number of permits. That list was read earlier. I can do that again if necessary. Is that? Which I've got as the Big Drag Bus, Flanagan Tours, Gray Line of Tennessee, Groove Line Party Bus, Nash Trash Tours, Nashville Bar Bus, Old Town Trolley, Party Bus Music City, Party Central Nashville, Rowdy Bus, Tasty Tour, the Music City Rollin' Jamboree, Tennessee Transport Holding LLC, and Upstage Party Bus.
Second.
But this is for no change to permits, so.
It's a renewal of your existing permits.
Right.
We can discuss changes later.
We'll discuss changes after. You'll have a chance to discuss changes.
We have a motion on the floor that's been proposed and properly seconded. Is there any additional discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Yes, ma'am.
Could I request a clarification as to the penultimate motion. The 35 to 70, did that include both seated SSVs and party bus style SSVs?
That was my intention.
That was my intention when I seconded.
All right.
And maybe for further clarification as well, I mean, all of the traffic study data that we were presented couldn't discern between the two. They were all slow-moving vehicles, which was the range of the 35 to 70.
Yeah.
Now we have to take up all the people who want changes.
So, I guess our first on the agenda who has requested a change, Big Green Tractor Tours LLC has one permit. They're requesting 3 additional ET permits.
And we hear from them because it's a hearing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Are they here?
Yeah.
Ah, awesome. Good afternoon. So I guess we're here today to listen to you, to hear, really in light of the fact that this commission has found that we really have a range that we passed. You've asked to increase, and I'd love to hear more about your request.
Well, in 2022, we were denied a second permit. When I asked why, I was told I was asked questions. I answered, and the questions that I answered was, did you run during COVID? Which we did not. And we got a ticket. And I said, yes, we did, because of a mask. A girl stood up and drank and didn't have her mask on. And we only got one permit. When I asked why, I was told they asked the 2 questions. Mr. Rogers over here told me that if we had the wagon enclosed, we would be considered in the next meeting, which was 2023. We enclosed in 2022. 2023, you guys did a blanket permit and didn't consider us, and then turned around and gave 3 brand new permits, increasing the permits to 3 companies that had ran the whole summer of 2022. So you guys pretty much rewarded them by running against the city ordinance, and you gave them 3 permits. All we're wanting is our one. We just want 2 permits. That's all we want. We're enclosed. We've been enclosed since 2022. We've done everything you guys have asked us to do.
So just to clarify, our note says that you have 1 and you want 3 additional permits, but you're actually just asking for the current one?
Yeah, we just want 1 more, because it seemed like the pattern in 2022 was somebody got a memo and said, hey, request double what you need and you'll get half. And so we weren't included on that memo.
Okay.
So now we asked for 3, which makes it 4. We only want 2. Because y'all, I mean, it's cut our livelihood. It's really cut us hard. And we're still hanging in there, still trying to abide by y'all's restrictions. So.
Mr. Chair, does it make sense that we hear from everyone first and in the public hearing, and then have a discussion? Just in fairness, we were talking, I mean, our permanent chair wanted to be sure that we didn't act unfairly based on order.
And you have people that have sightseeing permits that are blatantly running as ETVs every weekend.
Have you reported them to the staff?
No, but I have a girlfriend that patrols downtown, and she's contacting that hub every weekend.
Contacted who?
The hub.
Do y'all get the reports about this?
Yes, sir.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We get it, we forward on to our enforcement staff.
And they found what?
They hopefully go out and find them, yes, sir.
Okay, and ticketed them, or?
We have not as of yet, no, sir. We haven't been able to find them.
She tells me every weekend, girl, you're not going to believe it. I'm like, oh, I do.
Maybe we should hire a girlfriend.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm serious. I don't.
You know, Ms. Westlake, to your question, I don't certainly mind hearing from, and don't think it's about policy to hear from everyone who has asked for an additional permit or permits, and to also hear why, you know, they perceive that there is a need for, I guess, to meet the definition of public convenience and necessity. And I hear from you that it's...
I've turned down 3 corporate events because I've only got 1 wagon. And back when we had 2, they had ridden with us before. And I told them, I just can't do it. And we only run Friday and Saturday. So we're not even a pain in your butt 7 days a week. I mean, I don't know what else to say. We come in at 6 o'clock on Friday. We're out at 11 o'clock. Come in on Saturday at 1, out at 11.
Yeah, sure.
And there has kind of been a proposal that we think about a weekend.
Yeah, that was
Which
at the
might
beginning
go
of
on
the
our
public
agenda.
hearing, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Extreme Experience LLC. They have 1 ET permit. They have 1 sightseeing permit. They're requesting to trade a sightseeing for an ET.
How you doing? My name is Paris McKinney Jr. on Extreme Party Nashville, Extreme Experience. Kind of picking back off what the Green Tractor was talking about, because I was in the same situation. We did everything right. We didn't get that memo. Then all of a sudden they seen what happened to us. Texas started flying out, jacked the numbers up. We just went by what we was presented. And we didn't try to add no more. Actually, I don't want no damn more. I just want my 3, and I'm done. I have a one ET and a 1 sightseeing. I mean, if you just merge that together, that's still within that 91 of what y'all was talking about. Or we just taking the sightseeing and making it my 2 ETs. I'm done with you. I don't want to come back. I gave this country all my 15 years of my life. All I want to do is have a good business. I've done that. I just want to be rewarded for the hard work that we have done. We don't have no tickets, no nothing. We did everything by the book. So that's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for nothing else. Just give me the 2 ETs, which the sightseeing is already accounted for. Just take the SS off of me and just give me I would like to have, should I say, an ET.
And so just so that I'm clear, you mentioned 3 in total. Are you trying to get just a total of 2
Yeah, I just want a total of 2.
2 ETs and no sightseeing?
No, we come across that whenever time come later in life.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Gray Lion.
Gray Lion?
Gray Lion.
Lion.
Yes. George. Not here. So...
Leave him as he is.
Well, but
we're going to go over the whole thing.
We'll go over the whole thing.
Yeah.
Groove Line Party Bus No Change. Hell on Wheels, 2 ET permits, 1 SS permit, requesting to train 1 sightseeing for 1 ET. Yeah, come on up.
Good afternoon. Nick with Hell on Wheels here. Like Paris, I'm not requesting any additional permits. I'm simply requesting to swap this sightseeing permit that I have to an ETV permit, giving me a total of 3 ETV permits. I currently have 2 ETVs, 1 sightseeing. Again, I guess the only thing I would add is I heard it mentioned that the traffic study kind of concluded that there's not really a speed difference or advantage between sightseeing or ETVs, or they're kind of the same. So it's kind of my thought process if there's no different impact on the traffic.
Yeah, I mean the way it was explained to us if you were here that day, the traffic model that they use, the software didn't have a way to discern between a pedal carriage. It just showed an impact of vehicles that were assumed to go 15 or less, slow-moving vehicles. You have a particularly slow-moving vehicle that's wide and long, and that's my opinion. I don't know that the board shares it, but you struggle to accelerate, as I've watched you guys go behind buses, and the traffic model can't begin to model that.
Well, every ETV is going to accelerate slower because you've got people, you have to do that. You have to feather your stops and your starts for the safety of the passengers. Mm-hmm. So it's a balance of traffic flow with prioritizing the safety of the people in the back who are dancing, standing, all that kind of stuff. So here's where I would normally make a horse carriage joke about how we're still faster than them, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
But you're just requesting to make a change from
Correct.
one type of permit to the other.
Yes, sir. I'm not requesting any additional. I'm just requesting a category swap.
Yeah. Ms. Costones, can you remind? Oh, sorry.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You're not the only person that's asking to go from sightseeing to entertainment vehicles.
Yes, sir.
So I would assume your route changes somewhat from sightseeing route to the ET route that you're wanting to take on?
Correct. Yeah. So currently, it's not even remotely close. My 90% of my revenue is being earned by my 2 trucks with the ETVs. My sightseeing, so it's not just a total wash because, as we all know, insurance with requirements is obscenely expensive. So just to minimize the dent I take, I do a fraction, but I do the ETV tours, and it's usually in the format of an A to B with A to B transport with some sightseeing stuff mixed in, but it's not in the downtown corridor. So an example of that would be Vanderbilt had a recruit from Michigan that they were trying to bring on board, and they commissioned the truck to pick them up from Vanderbilt, do a sightseeing route, and then drop them off underneath the Music City Center. So things like that, but again, it's a small fraction. So the impact to me financially is exponential with the difference between the 2 categories.
Thank you. But presumably then with an additional ET permit, ETV, I can get this, that might add another ETV to downtown. I mean, instead of sightseeing.
Well, I had 3 originally. Before I was running 3, and then during the
regulation,
the great call of 2022, that's when I got the sightseeing. But I was running 3 trucks before that for a few years. So.
Right.
Okay.
Part of our consideration in separating the 2 and actually allowing more permits at the time that we were giving out permits versus ETV versus sightseeing was the routes, and it was the noise, and it was a mandated. Well, I wouldn't say mandated. For public safety, it was something that we needed to do anyway. So I just want to be careful that we don't get back into all these ETV permits coming back out, and then all the buses and all the trains and all the bikes and all the whatever else get right back on the same routes and cause the congestion and the noise that caused us to deal with this in the first place.
So, yes, I absolutely get that. Again, it's such a multifaceted issue. You've got some folks that never got their permits. You got the cow bus that's out there that's operating that never even got any stickers on. There's several, the Big Red bus, Big Red, you've got several actors that are out there that are not engaged in this process in any way, shape, or form, never got any permit, and are just still running and a part of they get lumped in with us. And then there's just a lot of moving pieces. I get that. There was it could be said that there was some heavy-handedness to the initial wave of regulations and this could be a potential for a slight course correction for small business owners to be lucrative again, like Paris was alluding to. I've got 3 trucks. I'm not trying to put 5-10 more on the road. So that's just my ask.
Was there also some discussion, Mr. Carr, just at the time around with this kind of sightseeing versus ET? The sightseeing are typically seated.
Yes.
And so those vehicles maybe do move a little faster than the other vehicles that have people standing and dancing. If you're seated like the Old Town Trolley, I think the thought was that those sightseeing tours where people are seated do tend to move a little faster. And that was just something that our traffic engineer said that her model doesn't have an input for that. So everything went in at 15.
And I get the seated thing, absolutely. I guess my final kind of other side of that coin would be when you're in a sightseeing tour, you want to see the sights. So when they're going by stuff, they're going to slow way down so people can get pictures, so people can talk. So when they're going by the notable spots, they're going to be going just as slow, if not slower than us, especially on Broadway, which is obviously the meat and potatoes of what we're looking at here. So a sightseeing is you're looking at things, you're hearing about things. There's a narrative. You're taking pictures. They're going to be going slow to achieve that. So that would kind of be the other potential side of the coin. But appreciate you guys taking time to hear me out here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Honky Tonk Party Express LLC. Has 12 ET permits, 5 sightseeing permits. They're requesting 11 additional entertainment transportation permits and 5 additional sightseeing permits.
That is correct. And I'll start my 2 minutes for the necessity and need. So currently we operate at a 93% occupancy rate. That's Friday and Saturday. That's where we take the amount of tours with the tours that are being bought up. And do that over a Friday and Saturday weekend. We operated at 98% occupancy on Saturdays, meaning we're almost completely booked out for every tour on Saturdays. Also, with recent events in downtown Nashville, with drinks being spiked, it's literally fueling our industry as a safer way to celebrate, especially with the female demographic. That's not my opinion. That is what I'm being told by our guests. Demand for weekend tours is growing, and we can see that being reflected in BNA's number. If anyone's looked at BNA and the growth and the expansion of the airports over there, we are growing hand in hand with BNA as they are expanding. Also, I'm going to pull from the Nashville Business Journal. They said they are seeing a 93% return of 2019 tourist numbers, so that's right before COVID hit. So we're seeing an almost 100% return in the tourism numbers from 2019 as we were seeing in 2024. We're not there yet, but we're real close. Cell phone records, again, Nashville Business Journal, indicate that almost 100% return of cell phone pings, matching almost the 2019 tourism numbers, even while, this is key, even while the downtown office workers have dropped by 14%, mainly because they're going remote. Also, downtown is it's expanding with tourism. I mean, that was their synopsis of the article, and this was from about 4 weeks ago in the journal that came out. And again, that was the Nashville Business Journal. So we're requesting those amount of vehicles simply because we do own the assets. We have them. We can put them on the road. The necessity is we're being booked, and people are choosing to do this, whether it's a safer or more fun way to do it, but they are booking. And we're just seeing just a return of the downtown Nashville Entertainment District to being back to the 2019 record-breaking numbers.
Mr. Chair, we need people to identify themselves for the record. That's okay. That's okay.
I'm Grant Rosenblatt with the Honky Tonk Party Express.
Thank you, sir.
Or as some of y'all know me as that guy. There's that guy. There's that guy again.
We might call you something else.
Hey, I'm being generous right now.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblatt.
Yeah. You should hear what my girlfriend calls me.
I am curious, what's your occupancy look like on a Wednesday, Thursday?
Great question. So we're nowhere near the occupancy rate on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday is almost less than 10%, probably way less than that. Thursdays, we're getting at about 60 to 70% occupancy rate. That's growing into the season. So, I mean, there is some differentiation to say, hey, are weekends more valuable, mainly, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, or especially more Friday and Saturday for these types of vehicles. And honestly, to kind of let y'all know, if there were more permits available for Friday and Saturday, they would probably suck away a lot of the tours that happen Wednesday and Thursday because there's more occupancy. You have more of something on the weekends, they're going to be less entertained or less motivated to go on Thursday and Sunday. So I know it sounds counterintuitive, but getting more permits for, I'm going to say Thursday, Friday, and Saturday probably could, just by the market, help shrink up what's going on for traffic during the weekdays and just allowing the vehicles to operate Friday, mainly Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, in the downtown core and whatnot. Did that make sense, or did I just?
The problem is, how would the city regulate something like that?
Regulate what?
When you're running. I mean, if you trade Wednesday for Saturday.
We could overcomplicate it and say rules, regulations, and stuff. But I mean, just like anything, the market's going to dictate mainly what's going on. And the market has already dictated since I've started this industry that Fridays and Saturdays are champions.
I've got a question. I mean, just thinking of percentages, if we allowed a third more, a fourth more to each and everybody who's wanting to put more buses and tours downtown on Friday, how do you think that would help? Because we're actually on a Friday and Saturday. The people who live downtown don't move, so now we're giving them more on Friday and Saturday. More of a problem on Friday and Saturday to get around because we have all these Friday, Saturday permits that are 11 more from you, 5 more from him, 3, and like you said, the visitors to Nashville are not going to necessarily be concerned because they're probably are here on the weekend and they want to be downtown, but just think of the numbers. This is what's here on Friday and Saturday, and now you want this there on Friday and Saturday as well. That's a recipe for disaster in my mind, and that these people who live downtown that work Monday through Friday now on the weekend have a nightmare to contend with on their days off.
Yeah. I mean, the way that I would counter that is just adding a few more buses, and I am saying a few more buses. In the whole grand scheme of things, it's not going to add that much to traffic, and I know that I'm saying that. People are like, whatever. But where you're really going to run into the problems with traffic is tourism is growing and will continue to grow, especially with the $2 billion stadium, the East Bank, the Germantown developments, and everything that's happening off West End. You're inevitably going to get more scooters that are going to block up a lane of traffic. Remember, what the scooters didn't tell you is they are only permitted to go about 8 miles an hour. You get on any scooter from any Titans game, you can only go 8 miles per hour on those one lane. I take up an entire lane of traffic on the Montgomery Street Bridge. So you're inevitably going to get more of those. You're going to get more Ubers, which are also state regulated, that are allowed to cruise, turn around, park on the sides. And then also recently there was a Fox News article saying about the unregulated, taxis and Ubers that are just picking up on the side of the road. I would say at least that the vehicles that are out in terms of permits and regulations. And I would imagine that the city would find some way to make money off that. So the more successful we are, I would say that can turn into some sort of tax base or tax revenue that would in turn help to fund either projects through downtown, sidewalks, more security, what have you. But, it's always been my idea is instead of being adversarial, how can we work together where the more successful y'all make us, the more profitability we can make for the city of Nashville, and at least in some way showing that we're giving back. We may be annoying to some, but at least we're filling the bucket for something that's either in need or underfunded. And I think that's how I would justify adding more buses. At least you know who's regulated. These unregulated taxis and Ubers, and I can tell you there are a lot of them going downtown and picking up people. I would say that's your bigger problem with traffic. The scooters, they have to be on the street, it being having them geared down to 7 to 10 miles per hour. I mean, if you want, get behind me on a scooter today, and I'll show you just how fast you're going to go. It's going to be about 6.5 miles an hour, and we'll go all the way down West End because you're allowed to do that. So that's where I see more of the problems. But adding a few more buses, especially those like myself who already own the assets, that I can put them on there. I'm not saying you have to give it to everybody, though I'm not saying that. Everyone should have an opportunity. I'm just saying the reason I requested so many is because I actually have the assets. I own them. I can put them on the street. I think that there's a necessity. I think there's a need. And really, that's up to y'all to determine if you see it the same way I do.
Grant, I have a question and a comment. Do you operate in any of those cities other than Nashville?
No.
The comment would be the public necessity and convenience. While I know this will be unpopular, but for the operators, I see where you're coming from. But if you consider the public at whole, and I call that residents, visitors, and people that work down here, I think the noise is annoying. And I've been downtown and observed since I've been on this commission. The noise is probably more annoying to me than the traffic is.
Yeah.
And I just feel that's disruptive to the visitors that aren't on the buses, the people that live here, and the people that work here. And I just have a big problem with that.
I mean, I can, again, counter that. Right now, you've got over 32 bars and restaurants that are on Broadway alone. The bars, and that was 2019 numbers, the bars are probably, if not already, outnumbering the amount of party bus permits there are. That's just Broadway. We're not talking Second, Third, Printer's Alley, Germantown, Newell, everything that's going to be coming into those areas. Sobro has yet to see its maximum capacity on that. So you're going to get a lot of rooftop bands. You're going to get a lot of noise on that. I think between our hub complaints that we've all read, it's come down dramatically. The regulations and the good players are working with the TLC to make all this work. Didn't say it was perfect, but we are seeing a positive increase for the turn. But, you know, as someone who spends a lot of time downtown, I mean, you know, the ones that I hear the loudest are these motorcycles that are allowed to have revving their engines or going with I can hear them from 3 blocks away. And I don't know how you curve that, but downtown is a cruise zone for those people. And I'm not trying to single them out, but, you know, I think that we put a lot more measures to bring the volume of music down, or at least that we're working with the city of Nashville to improve that on that, where, you know, those types of vehicles can just freely come and go. And they love parking at Exxon and Tiger Mart on West End, too. They love doing burnouts and going 60 miles an hour through downtown. But anyways.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Music City Party Fire Engine has 1 ET permit. They're requesting 1 additional ET permit. And can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Wade Shoemaker, owner of Music City Party Fire Engine. Yeah, and I'll keep this short. We've not had any violations. I've asked for an extra permit every year. I do own another fire engine and we're just asking for 1 more. I understand some of the concerns people have about extra vehicles and whatnot, but I feel like we're the most unique vehicle down there. We're not another school bus that's hacked up. We're not a tractor with a trailer. You know, we're something different. And we have locals. I have locals that book us every time they have people come into town, every time, and we take them out. So it's not, we do locals also. It's not just bachelorettes. We get a lot of first responders from all over the world, really, and a lot of different things. We haven't had any violations, no complaints that I know of. And what Grant was saying about noise, I've been doing this since 2018, and the volume on the stereos or music on the vehicles have come way down. Like when they pass me, even the other companies they pass me, I can barely hear them. I drive a lot, but I have other drivers. So I'm down there a lot, and it's a lot quieter than it used to be. The main offenders with the noise are the ones that are unregulated, that don't have permits, that are running illegally. They're the ones blasting the music. And, you know, I'm assuming they're trying to do something about that, but I haven't seen it yet. But I'm just asking for one additional permit. Like I said, I think we're unique. We've done everything right, and I have the vehicle. Just would like another permit. Questions? Thank you.
Nashville Party Barge LLC has 2 ET permits. They're requesting 2 additional sightseeing tour permits.
Good afternoon, Susan Pizzatola, Nashville Party Barge. So I'm going to take my 2 minutes for sightseeing, I guess, and 2 minutes for ETV real quick, Bobby, real quick. So I want to start with the sightseeing first. So the meeting of June 29th of 2022, the commission allowed several companies to stand and informally change their applications to sightseeing. That was highly recommended by Mr. Fields when everybody was trying to determine what to do. When I stood and Mr. Hernandez asked me to be seated, you weren't giving out anymore. So that day you gave out several sightseeing permits. I think about 5 companies got them. You gave out sightseeing permits to companies that didn't even offer sightseeing, didn't offer them then and still don't offer them today. And that's probably a lot of sightseeing that's given up. I do offer sightseeing. I always have. And I'd like to have those 2 sightseeing permits because I need them. I've been using my ATVs on weekdays to run sightseeing permits. So that's the main reason I'm asking for the 2 sightseeings, because I do offer sightseeing permits. We make 1 stop at Marathon Motor Works. I do not operate, obviously, past 4 o'clock. The 4 to 6 rule, I don't want it, don't need it. And trying to think if there's anything else. So that's basically my sightseeing pitch. I need them, I want them, and would appreciate it if I could have them. I wasn't given an opportunity in 2022 to get them. You did a blanket order in 2023, so I haven't had an opportunity to speak with you for the sightseeing. On my ETV side, in 2022, in less than 2 minutes, my company, most of you all know, was the first ETV type company here in Nashville in 2014. In less than 2 minutes, after 10 years in business, you reduced my company to 50% with no justification. I owned 8 vehicles at that time. I still own 8 vehicles, and I requested 8 permits, as that's what I had. You awarded me 4 that day. November 17th, 2022, the commission again reduced my company by another 50% due to a violation down to 2 ETV permits. I want you to know, and I want the board to know, that for the record, you reduced my fleet, my company, 50% based on an arrest affidavit. An arrest affidavit that hadn't even been to court yet. When we went to court, the charges were dropped, dismissed. And at that time, you'd already reduced my company. It's still rule of innocent until proven guilty. One charge that remained did not violate any part of the chapters of 6.77, .030, .240, or .090. And that charge since then has been expunged. So I'm asking back for the 2 ETVs that you took from me in November of 2022. Those 4 were already on the streets to begin with. You gave my 2 away. I'm just asking for those 2 back. And I would like to say one more thing to Mr. Rooker. I'm extremely happy to hear that a system is going to be put in place for disciplinary actions that should have been here when the regulations was wrote in 2022. Otherwise, I would not have been punished to severity I was in November of 2022.
Thank you. Just one question so that we're clear.
Yes.
I have that you have 2 ET permits today and that you're only requesting 2 additional sightseeing permits. But am I confused?
Yeah, not 2 additional sightseeing. I was never awarded them. I was never given the opportunity to request them that day. At the meeting of June 29th, 2022, the floor asked me to sit down.
Two additional ETs and 2 additional sightseeing.
I've got,
Or 2 sightseeing. I mean,
yeah, I have the different agenda, which was emailed to me.
Yeah, maybe.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
That happened earlier.
Yeah.
So you're not requesting any additional ETs?
I am requesting. I'm requesting the 2 ETVs that was.
No, the agenda that you emailed out didn't say that.
It doesn't say that?
The scan.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So the,
No, it's okay.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, the agenda changed.
Yes, there was she sent an email in before the deadline, which asked for those 2 to be added to it. So we have that email.
okay, I have
That's my fault.
the
Sorry.
scan
Yeah.
Yeah.
circulated.
So she did request before the deadline to do that. So we're good.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the only one where the agenda changed, where the number changed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Nashville Ultimate
Yep.
Party Bus.
Next up, Nashville Ultimate Party Bus currently has 1 ET permit and 2 sightseeing permits, requesting to trade 2 sightseeing for a total of 4. Requesting to trade 2 sightseeing for 4 ETs. So relinquish 2 and ask.
Add 1.
It was confusing to me as well.
What do you got?
It's not really what I asked for.
Can you introduce yourself? And then,
Hi, I'm Heather Cormier, Nashville Ultimate Party Bus. I was actually originally asking for my 2 sightseeing to be transferred to ETV, and then I was asking for 2 additional ETV.
So total of 5.
Total of 5, which is what I have had since 2018, yes.
Just to clarify, the 2 sightseeing you want to transfer to ET?
Yeah, so given that tragic day in 2022, I was also, as Susan was and everybody else, we were asked to stand upon you guys and pick how many ETV and how many sightseeing do you want. I was never a sightseeing company. That wasn't what I did. And within minutes, I had to look at my partner and say, hey, what do we need to do? Because at that point, you guys had determined we needed to be enclosed. Well, I didn't have the money to enclose 3, so I chose 2 to be sightseeing and 1 to be ETV, even though I had never dabbled in sightseeing, okay? And so within minutes, I had chose our path. I had asked last year to please transfer this back to ETV since we're no longer required to be enclosed. And here I am again today asking, can you please transfer those back? I was told I can't just transfer yours last year because I would have to offer it to everybody else. I am asking today to please put me back to my original business acquisition. This is what we wanted to do. This is our business model. This is what we do. I don't want to compete with Gray Line. I'm not into the whole, go here, there, and everywhere. I'm just asking you, please, to just give us back our ETV permits. As far as the other 2, yeah, that day also changed my life. I had 5 successfully run businesses, or buses. I was growing my business as everybody else was. I was the second one behind Honky Tonk to have the open air buses. I was growing it. I was successful at it. And then 2022, it's like, nope, let me kneecap you. You can't be successful anymore. We're basically, I don't know if you guys know how much money that this business requires. Okay? You guys you're requiring us $3 million in insurance on top of maintenance, on top of salaries, on top of everything. With 1 bus, fun, right? Okay, but I'm not making any money. 2 buses, okay, we're making a tiny bit of money. And then 3 buses, okay, great. We're finally making a profit. And then I grew mine to 5. Finally making a decent profit. My kids and I could go on vacation, great, without any worry. And then here we go, we cut down to 3. Y'all don't understand what you're doing to small businesses. You don't. My daughter can't have extra cheer privates
because I'm not making that money. My money is going back into this business because 3 buses, I'm barely paying the insurance. You guys don't even, you have no idea. You guys your jaws would drop if you knew Grant's insurance and my insurance and everybody's insurance. It's just, I'll move on. All I'm asking is to please give me my 5 buses back so I can have a successful business again. We're treading water. Just treading water with 3. I know you think, oh, they've got 3 buses. They must be doing great. We're not. We're not. None of us are. We are treading water. That's why we're all begging you to give us our permits. We're not the only ones impeding traffic. We're not. Those scooters, the Ubers, I can't tell you how many times I've personally driven our buses and been behind Ubers that just park it. You're hurting families. All for the sake of what? What?
I have a question.
A little bit more movement?
Not specifically for yourself, but I'm a new commissioner, so I don't know this story about November 22nd. Is that when we started regulating? Is
Yes.
that what happened?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It was 2022 when the first 2022 meeting that the commission said how many permits were going to be done and all that.
If I can add to that, it was following council passing legislation that gave this commission the authority to do that, correct?
Thank you.
And I just for one want to say, I'm kind of in the same business that
I know.
you are without the,
you are, yep.
I understand the insurance.
It's a little, you have a trucking company, correct?
Right, correct.
You don't have an open air party bus company.
No, I don't.
The insurance is astronomically higher than yours.
My business has a greater risk than yours as far as I'm dealing across multiple planes. I don't truck across the highway. That's not the type of logistics I do. But I say that to say that the board was put here not as a means to regulate how much money you make or to determine how much money you make, but to determine how to control a business impeding on public safety and the necessity of that business to the public. We're not intentionally trying to determine how many dollars you make. Not our intention.
I understand that. You keep mentioning public safety. Can you, as a board, honestly tell me how many incidents as a whole that we've had, other than the one, that is not my company, by the way, how many incidents have we had that have caused the public a nuisance? How many?
A nuisance? Or
no,
safety?
Not a nuisance. Maybe I worded that wrong.
Nuisance
But safety.
Give me a bunch on nuisance.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I eat my words on that one.
And that matters too.
However, how many people have been injured? None. One person jumped off one bus because he was an idiot. And that was the first weekend that operator operated. That has nothing to do with the rest of us that have been operating safely for 7 years.
The intention is to be proactive, not reactive. The intention is to not allow it to happen versus to react to it happening.
We're all proactive. We make sure our guests are safe. Yeah, I know. I mean, you got chairs flying off of bars.
There's a board for that. It's not us.
Did y'all make these arguments when Metro Council passed the bill?
Absolutely, we all did.
Okay, and what happened?
Y'all decided no.
No. I'm not on Metro Council.
Metro Council. Yeah,
Right.
We were all there. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, that's why we're here doing it. We didn't volunteer.
I just feel like our voices fall short.
Well, it didn't fall short in the state legislature. Okay.
Is there anything else just relative to the public need
no,
and
I
necessity?
was just asking for my 2 sightseeing to be switched and then 2 additional. Whether it's sightseeing or ETV, I don't care. I'll make arrangements for the sightseeing if you give me that additional 2.
One other thing, I guess my curiosity, is your occupancy similar to Honky Tonks?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
we're full Friday, Saturday.
You've got a lot of capacity to market Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. Right,
Yeah,
so hotels are full, flights are full, there's a ton of spare capacity in the week that you could lean into and market to. Right? Like I'm a hotel and restaurant owner, and I look at our hotel occupancy every day.
Your people there are there for conferences.
They're coming for fun.
I mean, I get calls all the time for 4 people here, 2 people here, 2 people here, but we don't run without at least 8. So it's not logistically sound business-wise to run a tour with 2 people or 4 people. So I know you think that they're coming here Monday through Friday to have fun, but they're not. They're not wanting our business. They are either in town for conferences or I don't know, the Nash Trash Tour or I don't know. They're just not coming to us. So also that puts us off the street Monday through Friday. We're not there. They don't want us.
Okay.
Friday, Saturday. I like the idea of that permit that Miss Westlake had. The Friday, Saturday tour, like permit tour. Yeah. It's a good idea.
Somebody else said idea first.
Any other questions? Anybody else? Any other questions?
Mr. Winter's idea.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Party and Ride Nashville LLC currently has 1 ET permit. They're requesting 3 additional ET permits. Is there anybody from Party and Ride here today? The Nashville Tractor currently has 3 ET permits, requesting 1 additional ET permit.
Michael Winters, the Nashville Tractor. I made a couple notes to try to keep me on point here.
Thank you.
Obviously, I think whether you guys like it or not, I think the weekend permit has some traction. There's some legitimacy to that. And yes, I understand your point, Mr. Carr, that do you want more stuff on the weekend? And here's what I see differently. And we were guilty of it. In 2018 or 19, every one of my tractors had a 25,000 watt stereo system. I was competing with Broadway. I was cranking that thing as loud as it would go. Obviously, noise issues came into play, hot tubs come into play, and the industry and the regulations, which very candidly, me and a handful of other people drafted most of that. The council stuff, me and a handful of other people drafted all that stuff that got beat up at council with some promises that didn't quite come through. So we were actively involved, but we didn't quite get what we wanted. The state level was 12 pages, got subsection down to 2 paragraphs. So we didn't exactly accomplish our goal there either, but we tried to be engaged. So I do believe the weekend will work better, and the reason is you have a group of operators that's vastly different than the group of operators 1918 timeframe. Either we got slapped in our hands because we were doing stuff wrong, or we corrected our operations, we're running better businesses, regulations in play. I do believe the weekend permit has some true traction to it for the simple reason you have a very engaged group of operators who are doing a better job to be engaged operators. Talk about public safety, and I will obviously go along with what's already been said. Look at the hub reports, which I told you last meeting. There are 247 of them filed since December of 2001. That's 18 hub violations or complaints, if you want to call it, per month. 97 of those were filed by one guy, just for clarification. Majority of those were people like Off the Wagon that no longer exist, that took a 2-year legal battle to, rectify some of that stuff. So in 2024, currently, there are 3.5 hub complaints per month, 2.5 if you back out commissioner complaints, which I think is a little unique there. But 2.5 compared to 18, I think that we've done a much better job.
We're not perfect. We have places to go, but I think there's that there. I think extra permits, and from my perspective and everybody else here, should be looked at based on capacity. We'd all love to have 5 more vehicles, but can we fill them up and can we run them efficiently? Can we afford the insurance and all the things it takes? Myself, Grant, and a bunch of other ones, I'm sure have told you what our capacities run. We are absolutely the same capacities Grant's talking about on the weekends. Thursdays, sometimes we sell out, sometimes we don't. Sundays, sometimes we sell out, sometimes we don't. But Mondays and Tuesdays, we don't even run. Wednesday's our first day, and that's a light day. So Thursday's our pickup day that we are trying to motivate traffic. Now, you talked about pushing people to slower days. I would love to say that successfully works. We offer 50% off on Wednesdays just to try to push traffic to Wednesdays, and we still don't get the traffic we would like to have. Because what happens is people look at the weekend, they go, oh man, I can't get Friday and Saturday. What do they have on Thursday? So that's what happens is they book what they want when they can. If they can't get it, they start backing up to other days. Like, we're not leaving until 4 on Sunday. Let's do it Sunday morning. That's not their first choice in most cases. It's Fridays and Saturdays generally. Sightseeing is faster. That conversation came up somewhere here. I can tell you from the person that followed O-Tom Charlie around for the last 30 days. I'm sure you guys have figured that out. They are not any faster. They park in front of Chewy's with their flashes on, load and unload. I'm not here to beat up on Old Time Charlie. I'm just saying, when you park at Belmont at a stop sign in a no loading zone, and that's where you load and unload, there's problems with some of the sightseeing stuff as well. I don't think they're any faster. Yes, on the straightaway going down Charlotte for that 3 blocks they go, they accelerate to 30 miles an hour, which is faster than our tractor. But most of their stuff is in slower routes and making turns and talking, and every now and then a little burst of speed. But in general, sightseeing, even ours, isn't much faster. Grant mentioned this, and we had this conversation at the state and the city level, and I know it's not your jurisdiction, but if you charged all of us a 2% tax for entertainment transportation vehicles, there's $1 million in revenue you can fill potholes with. I think every one of us would jump on board. You talk about some weekend permits.
We don't have the authority for
I know.
that, so just let's keep moving, please.
I know.
But you've got some lobbyists to go up there and do it.
I don't want to talk about what that cost already. Yes.
Yeah, I got an idea, right?
We brought it up at the state level.
I know,
Yes.
but you don't want to...
I will tell you, we brought it up at the state level, and it didn't make it through because it just didn't make it through. Lastly, as I'm sure you review this process, you'll also talk about hub complaints. I will mention, actually this is for the tractor, but I'll say it for TN Transport because it's mine as well. We do have a hub complaint. I believe Mr. Hayes actually filed that one. That is not a complaint. That was a shuttle operating from 4 to 6, which we're perfectly legal to do. Just side note.
Yeah, that probably was a question. I may have made one also with an illegal right-hand turn out of a middle lane on a 3-lane piece of traffic.
You got me on that one.
I mean, it almost hit somebody.
But just as a reference point, over 10,000 pounds and 15 passengers, I can operate 4 to 6 without a permit from the TLC. Just side note.
But can you...
As a shuttle.
Make it
Let me be clear.
Right. That's what I wasn't sure of.
Which is what that was doing, which I notified Mr. Roker of. We had a shuttle out there during, because it's also labeled as a cruise, and so it looks bad. But
is it legal to make a right-hand turn from the center lane?
I'm going to take a political answer here. I don't know the road, the street, or the turn, so I can't answer that question because I don't know exactly.
2nd Avenue at Malloy.
I would love to say I have that street memorized, but I don't.
I'm happy to show you a video.
I bet you are.
Yeah, I've got one.
But lastly, at the end of the day, the tractor, we are asking for an extra permit. I don't care if that's a weekend-only permit or whatever permit they come up with. We talked about how could you identify those. Make it a pink sticker, who cares? Just so from a distance you could see what that vehicle is supposed to be on the road for. But
help me understand how, financially, I know how it works great for you. More people want to go on the weekend, you put more trucks on the road, you have more revenue.
Yes.
How does that help with congestion? How does that help with the reason why we're here in the first place is not to say how many more you can give us on Friday, but what is a safe number overall to have? If the traffic is not as heavy Monday through Thursday already, how does it help to make it heavier on Friday and Saturday?
Well, the reality is it's Nashville. You have 150 to 300,000 people coming in downtown Nashville for the weekend. So that's when businesses boom. That's when the bars boom. That's when we boom. That's when the hotels, the airport, that's when everybody's booming. So I may want to have one hell of a busy Monday, but just because I want it doesn't mean I'm going to have it. So we attack the business when it's there to attack. And if you get down to the root of why we're here, if you really want to know the truth, the CVC, the Downtown Partnership, and Butch Spirit decided we weren't bougie enough to operate in downtown, so they started coming up with rules to back off things that had no problem. There were no safety issues, except for one guy decided to do a handstand and probably deserved to fall off the vehicle. The operators, yes, there were too many. There were hot tubs. They needed regulation. But was there a problem to be fixed? No. Fake organizations like Safe Fund Nashville were made up by politicians who wanted to fund an organization who can complain out loud. They don't complain about anything but ETVs. That's a fake organization. We got here because there was an agenda that we weren't bougie enough to be on the street because we're in your face and you can see us. We're not a bar where, very candidly, a lot of them have drug problems, roofie problems, fights, chairs flying off rooftops. They have issues that are not in your face. I know it's not your agenda or your realm of control. We weren't a problem. I've never called 911. I've never had a fight on my vehicle. I've never had a single issue on my vehicle, with the exception of some people that maybe drank too much before they got on my vehicle that I had to ask to be let off prior to their tour being over. And I'm sure every one of us have experienced that. I have watched 2 o'clock in the afternoon grandmas fall down drunk on the sidewalk. That's a Nashville problem. That's not an ET problem.
Again,
I understand your point. I do. But I think
I hear you. I'm good.
The NDOT spewed a bunch of hypothetical facts, cliff notes, and other things that made you guys vote on a 30 to 70 what we need permits for. And as Mr. Rogers mentioned multiple times, show me the data. We're still waiting for the data. And you're going to find out when you look at the data, there's no data showing we're a problem. We're just not an industry that some people like.
Mike, I got one question.
Yes, sir.
Through all of that you were speaking about, you mentioned sightseeing, touring.
Yes.
But again, just to clarify, you don't have a sightseeing vehicle, right?
I do. If you look at TN Transport Holdings, that's me as well. We have 4 sightseeing permits, which we're not looking to change. Like everybody here, ET is more profitable.
He has two different companies. One is Tennessee Transport Services. No,
there's 2 of them side by side.
Yeah, they're side by side. Tennessee Transfer Holdings LLC. Cruise.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I will say, you did make a statement, Ms. Winters, about the traffic study, and I looked at it. It doesn't, I guess the computer model doesn't differentiate between a party bus, a tractor, a pedal tavern, the type of vehicle. It's just vehicles that move slow.
Yes.
They tried to identify traffic problems, and I thought the data was really conclusive. I'll say past that, I've looked at Placer.ai's data. I don't know if you ever looked at Placer. Are you familiar with Placer?
Not familiar with that one, no.
Placer uses aggregated anonymous cell phone data to look at traffic flow and traffic speeds, and they can do it over time. And so it's not going to necessarily show your vehicle, but it does certainly show. So it's like a really fascinating tool to look at. Your comment on Broadway earlier.
Yep.
You can begin to see through their data where the traffic hotspots are. So I guess I do take a little bit of an issue. NDOT shared multiple studies with us. They had their consultant present to us. They've had their traffic engineers, internal traffic engineers present to us, and then at least I personally have looked at other reports like Placers that showed just a clear traffic problem in the. Really, it's rush hour is longer. It's like 3:30 until 7.
Yes.
But there is a lot of data out there that just shows that when you put a turtle in the middle of the street, the impact it has to traffic.
Yes, but the thing that
you can't get around the turtle. It's going slow.
Yes, but here's the thing we're also not talking about. At the same time NDOT's sharing that data, they have neighborhood studies going on where they're slowing traffic down.
For sure.
Now, the NDOT has told us as a group, and as this group has multiple times, their number one mode of transportation is pedestrians. In downtown corridor, 150,000 to 300,000 people on the weekend, by far the most densely populated pedestrian area in the entire state, we're speeding up traffic. Help me understand that. In neighborhoods, we're talking about slowing down traffic because NDOT's own study says when you do 25 and hit somebody, their likelihood of survival is a lot higher than if you're doing 45 and hit someone. So in downtown core, where we have the most people on the whole state walking on a street, why are we trying to go 5 miles an hour faster? That should be the area we talk about slowing down, like the neighborhood studies where NDOT's already saying is safer if you slow down. Some of that data, the turtle, is a good thing. It's a speed bump. It slows down traffic. Same reason they have in neighborhoods. They put speed bumps so you slow down a car. So put a couple turtles in the road. It slows down traffic. It's actually a positive thing. More pedestrians walk away. My opinion, obviously. Slightly biased.
Yeah, but that all depends on what the outcome is. If there's 5 cars in a neighborhood going 60 miles an hour, yes, you want to slow them down. If there's 10,000 cars going 5 miles an hour, you do want to speed them up. So it's relevant.
It is, but we also have to remember what we're looking at. Nashville has turned into an entertainment district. It's not going backwards. It is what it is. The Pinnacle building is going to be 90% empty in 25, not because it's the Pinnacle building. It's because the people in that building realized this is not a commercial district. We need to be in the Nashville yards where everything is designed and built for a commercial district. Of course, we get blamed for them leaving. Reality is they built into a building 10, 15 years ago, whatever it was, that has evolved into something else, that building needs to evolve into a hotel or something else and change with the times. Nashville, I grew up here. I was born in Nashville Memorial that no longer exists. Nashville has evolved. And part of that is evolving is us, which not everybody likes, and I get it. But, I think you have to look at Nashville evolving. I lived in a place in St. Charles, Missouri, a long time ago that had a bar 2 doors down, and it had a volleyball court and all kinds of stuff 2 doors from where I lived. I knew when I moved in, they had music and volleyball. And if I didn't like noise, I need to move. Nashville's entertainment district is what it is, and residents that live there, and I'm not picking on residents, you choose where you live, and you choose your environment. If that environment doesn't fit, it's really hard to change the environment. It's a lot easier to change where you are. Nashville's just not going backwards. I understand what you're saying, but we, as the crux of it all, are not the problem to Nashville. It's the millions of dollars that Nashville has spent to bring this crowd in. It's like the engineer complaining about the building he built after it's built.
Circling back around, is there any other evidence you'd like to present today relative to the public necessity or need for your additional permits?
Well, it all comes down to how you define public necessity and need. I mean, if you define it based on the capacity of people wanting to ride these vehicles, then there's definitely a necessity and need. Now, if you base it on the guy who lives in downtown Nashville and has lived there for 40 years, he doesn't see any public necessity and need because he likes his home quiet. I get it.
Mm-hmm. And you still have plenty of capacity certain days of the week, correct?
Well, yes, but that's like the airport saying they have plenty of capacity flying to Cuba, but nobody's going to Cuba. It doesn't matter.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. The Redneck Comedy Tour LLC has 2 sightseeing permits, requesting 1 additional sightseeing permit.
Hello, I'm Richmond Ross, owner of the Redneck Comedy Bus Tour. I started my company 15 years ago, so I've been here a minute. I have no desire whatsoever to have a party bus permit. I've stayed in my lane. I've operated 3 buses off and on. Unfortunately, since COVID, I don't operate as often, but I do need the 3 buses that I have. When this whole permitting process started, Billy Fields told me, he said, do you mind just playing team, taking 2 permits for now? Let's circle back until we figure all this out. I said, sure, no problem. Where it's hurting me is I have, for 14 years, had a relationship with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, or CVC Corp now, and they sell my tickets. They continue to do so. They do that because they know that little Timmy, that's 10 years old, and Aunt Eunice, that's 90, can get on my bus and have a good time. They're not going to be offended. I don't have to have alcohol. I can operate outside the downtown grid. But where it's hurting me is when I get a call from Dina Ivey saying, hey, we've got the National Turkey Caller Convention in town, and we've got a group of 70 that would love your tour. And I only am permitted for 2. That's where I'm starting to feel it. Since COVID, it's taken me a long time to build up my customer base again, because those are the people that ride my buses. It is the old people, the young people, and everything in between. Contrary to what Mr. Horse Buggy said earlier, I am a family-friendly, kid-friendly tour. So I will never ask for more than the opportunity to operate the 3 buses that I've had for years. This is my 15th year operating. I don't play music at all. I have a hillbilly tour guide up front in bib overalls that gives the tour of Nashville. That's what I've always done, and I just want to stay in my lane. I'm not, don't care for anything but my 3 sightseeing permits, and have no desire to come to you at any point asking for anything else. But I've been doing this a while, and I'd ask you to take that into consideration, because, and I'm all for these other companies operating, but when I see some that haven't operated for too long that are coming away with multiple sightseeing permits that weren't even in the sightseeing business, that gets my dander up a little bit. I hope you can understand that. So I'm just asking to continue to operate 3, which would mean you granting me 1 additional sightseeing permit. And that is what I'm asking.
Can you tell what kind of vehicle you drive and what's the capacity?
Oh, thank you. I can hold 36 very well-fed adults. They are school buses. They are fully enclosed, and there is no music played on those. It is just a tour guide and a driver.
And you follow a fixed route?
Yes,
generally?
yes, but can operate on anything you give me. I avoid the bulk of the downtown congestion, just because my tour guides are stand-up comics and everything is kind of timed, so we have to be able to flow through sites to make it seem like it's not scripted, if that makes sense. So we're the Parthenon and Vanderbilt and Music Row and things like that. So
Is sightseeing weekend heavy the way the entertainment vehicles are?
it is. The weekends are definitely my busier times, but sometimes Monday, Tuesdays can be very busy for me. So I do operate 7 days a week, 11 to 2, and then 2 to 4 p.m. And I board out off Music Valley Drive behind the Nashville Palace. So I'm way off the grid with where I board and let them back off. And have been that way for 15 years now. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, TN Transport Services LLC Joyride has 2 ET permits, 4 sightseeing permits, requesting 2 additional sightseeing permits.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Sizemore with TN Transport Services. I'm requesting 2 sightseeing permits, and really the only reason I'm doing that is at the last meeting where the permits were awarded, unfortunately I was sick with COVID, so I didn't have a chance to speak or discuss what type of vehicles we had, and I believe that was a huge mistake. Most of the companies that were awarded either 50 to 100% of the permits they had requested. For some reason, we were only awarded 35% of the permits we had requested, even though we, from my understanding, we're supposed to own, operate, license, insure all the vehicles. There were companies that were getting sightseeing permits that weren't even operating. Most of the companies received the sightseeing permits without even owning the vehicles. Unlike most of the companies today, I've built a family-friendly business that we've been running the monster truck since 2015. TripAdvisor voted us #1 tour attraction for children. At the time, we had 5 vehicles in operation and 2 under construction. The extra vehicles now sit in a parking lot next to our office, kind of waiting to understand what we do, because they're seated, there's no alcohol, and the removal of the 4 to 6 gave less choices for families and children, other things to do. I'm asking for the 2 unused sightseeing permits that other companies aren't using or were awarded. I mean, we were operating at the time, and these other companies were getting sightseeing permits, and they weren't even operating at the time. So that's really the only thing that I'm requesting, and just having families having other options to pick from. And like Lime and like the scooters, we're 10 times faster, and we have 0 deaths at this point. So. And all we're asking for is just some of the unused sightseeing permits be transferred back to the companies that were actually using them at the time. So. I don't know if anybody has any questions. Yeah, 2 sightseeing permits. The retractable stairs, it's a sit-down sightseeing tour. The only reason the trucks existed is because my 6-year-old son, we saw him on Craigslist, and I was like, what 6-year-old doesn't want a monster truck? So we purchased 1 truck, and we've turned it into 7 at one point. So we were actually operating at the time whenever the permits went into place, but I had COVID. I couldn't discuss that because no one else here really has family-friendly options, and that's what we're trying to provide. Golf carts, even our tractor has a sit-down sightseeing aspect to it. All we're trying to do is give families options. I see permits were awarded to the horse and carriage, and I would just like to give another option for Nashville.
Chris, question?
Yes.
You do still operate 2 entertainment party?
Yes.
Are they the same vehicle?
No, they're buses. They're open-air buses, like most of the other companies. We have a mix of multiple tours. We have e-bike tours, we have mural tours, sightseeing tours. We're really trying to provide that family entertainment aspect to Nashville because, most of us here have families. So we kind of stay out of our lane. I don't target bachelorettes. It's not something I go after for my keywords. I don't spend a lot of money on it. We don't target that because we know that Nashville has a problem with it. It seems like people are upset about the idea of it. So, we'll stay out of that lane. But for the larger groups, our buses do help out for conferences, soccer teams that are in town, families, large reunions, things like that. So we don't see that many bachelor and bachelorette parties on our vehicles. So.
Right. Thank you. Yeehaw Party Bus currently has 1 ET permit, requesting 1 additional ET permit.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name's Adam Visman with Yeehaw Party Bus. I haven't had the opportunity to work with you guys a lot, mostly because I've been an active duty Army officer for the last 13 years. Today I'd like to cover 2 things. First, why I'm asking for a permit, and second, kind of what I've done to mitigate the 2 biggest complaints, which is congestion and sound. First, I'd like to go backwards. I was a prior co-owner of the Nashville Party Barge, and I separated before this commission ever issued any permits. At the time, I originally submitted for 4 permits as the Nashville Party Truck, and I had 4 fully compliant vehicles. The 4 permits were all denied due to a representative of the Nashville Party Barge was given an opportunity to speak about my company when I actually was serving out of state because I was still active duty. At that time, it was stated from that representative that my vehicles were unsafe, and the commission denied all 4 vehicles, shutting my company down overnight. I had a massive loss of revenue, immediately, of course, with an insane amount of refunds. I spent over $100,000 over 4 lawyers to try to get me back to where I was, which was just get somewhere around the map again. I got 1 permit last year, almost really, because Commissioner Rogers over there felt bad for my story. At that time, I had to pivot my company because I had 4 vehicles, and then I had to change into just operating under one. I'll tell you, the hardest thing to accomplish with one permit is to outbeat your expenses. Insurance alone, covering general liability and the $3 million excess, exceeds over $20,000. The 2 primary complaints, which I continue to hear, is traffic congestion and sound. Now, with that, I'd like to just cover the 2 things that I can do to help mitigate these, and this is what we do. 1, we launch only out of our launch point, and we only go back there for a bathroom break. We do not stop at any other location downtown for a bathroom break. We go back to our launch point. This is the only place that I drop off customers as well. Second, I do not have speakers in my bus. Therefore, I really never can exceed any type of sound violation. We carry a Bluetooth speaker. With that being said, Commission, I'm asking for 1 permit, almost because of 1, my denials from the beginning, and 2, the expenses to run this company alone are challenged just with 1. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thanks, sir. No questions from me. Yep. Please.
Hello, everybody. Patrick Kludak with Upstage Party. Hello, everybody. Patrick Kludak with Upstage Party Bus. Guys, I really am here today because I'm actually in need of 1 permit. 1 additional permit. The reason that I asked for 11 is because if you guys were to just blanket say, hey, everybody could get what they want, I could put 11 vehicles on the road tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow. I would get them probably Monday, and it would take me about 4 months to go ahead and convert them all. The main reason that I'm asking for 1 permit today is because I have 2 different businesses. Technically, I've got a pink party bus that is designed for girls. It's the reason that I made that bus is because it's called it's named after my daughter, the Ms. Ava Grace. That is something just a safe place for girls. It's also very, very, very popular with all of Nashville. We book more with the 615 area code than we do with any other area code, or all of them put together. 65% of our reservations on that bus are for Nashvillians. So there is a public need and necessity for something like that, especially for kids' parties. The other bus that we own is called the Upstage Party Bus. It's a luxurious white coach party bus. We're the only ones in Nashville, aside from Groove Line. The DJ that I had hired stole our idea, copied our insight, and now owns that. So it happens in business. It's whatever it is. And I actually called him up to tell him, hey, man, make sure you're at the meeting, because I wanted him to get a permit. I like seeing people succeed. Aside from that, the reason that I need an additional permit, we have the 1 party bus, the Upstage bus, that it's constantly booked. It's always booked. We are booked up solid on the weekends. We were out on Monday. We were closed on Tuesdays because we need 1 day to recover. And we were out yesterday. We are out all the time. And the reason that we are out all the time is strictly due to the fact that we're the only one that really is a fully open air luxurious coach bus. I'm not saying anything's wrong with the party, but the school buses, the tractors, they're all fantastic. They're unique. It's what makes Nashville right now. It's an awesome place to visit. With us, we're sold out. I'm asking to grow my business. It's as simple as that. Unfortunately, last year, I did not ask for an additional permit because my mind was completely spaghetti. I lost my dad, and then 3 weeks later, I lost my brother. My nephew doesn't have a father anymore, and I like to help them out as much as I can financially. So that being said, taking care of 2 families here with 2 buses. I would greatly appreciate 1 more permit, so that way I could go ahead and grow my business like any other American, and that's about it. So I appreciate your time.
am curious, how's your occupancy during the week? Same, similar, you're busy. You're jammed Friday, Saturday, 60% Thursday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you're slow.
Tuesdays were closed, as I mentioned. Mondays are pretty much nothing. Spillover, we do get spillover, as Mr. Winter said. You get the people who book throughout the whole entire course of the weekend. They don't get their ideal time spot. They'll book on Monday. But we'll see that when there's conferences in town, Memorial Day, 4th of July weekend, stuff like that, CMAs, the spillover essentially. But Wednesdays are basically like what my competitors' Thursdays are. Thursday we are booked. Fridays and Saturdays, you better book it 4 or 5 months in advance.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, right here.
Please. Thank you.
Thanks. I think.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Jacob Bataziski. I'm a representative of Nashville Bar Bus and Nashville Bar Bike. I'm here today in light of some discussions with Ms. Alarcon and Mr. Rooker and myself. As of right now, we currently operate one 15-passenger ETV. With the support of Ms. Alarcon and Mr. Rooker, we are willing to surrender our ETV permit in exchange for another pedal carriage permit for our sister company, Nashville Bar Bike. We currently hold 2 permits for Nashville Bar Bike. We currently use the ETV as overflow for customers who cannot join the pedal carriage, whether that be being sold out or mechanical failures. Both of our businesses take great care in being good stewards of the industry. We comply with all rules, regulations, any changes that anybody has ever asked us to do. We've even gone above and beyond on our pedal taverns, added seat backs, seat belts. We had Mr. Rooker and TD himself out to our location to regulate our music, and we have not changed anything. From my knowledge, we have had no hub complaints for the pedal carriage, sorry. And in light of the conversations and support of Mr. Rooker and Ms. Alarcon, we're hoping the commission approve our proposed offer, and thank you for hearing us.
So you want to surrender your ETV?
Yep. We will stop operating as of today, and then come pedal carriage permit application time in, I believe, August, we are hoping that we can be approved that bike.
What size is your ETV?
It's 15 passenger. And the bike is also 15 passenger.
Is it a bus?
Yes. And in light of the comments made earlier about the bikes being slow, our bikes can do a top speed of 18 miles an hour, full throttle, and that our drivers without guest headed to and from anywhere they're going by themselves, that's how fast they're traveling.
Oh, you guys don't come pick them up?
We do. We start at our location, but we drop off.
I mean, pick up the bikes
No.
when they're empty?
No, we're right here downtown.
Oh, that's right. You're on top of it.
Yeah, we're at Division. And we end, away from Broadway. And as far as I know, we have had no hub complaints. We try to operate within all the rules you guys offer us. And as you can see on that one Google page, we have almost 10,000 5-star reviews. Currently, there is no other pedal carriage company in the United States with that many 5-star reviews.
Ms. Casonas, would we even have the authority to negotiate? I mean, I don't see that we could negotiate the surrender of an ETV legally.
It is like a different category, a different finding of public necessity and convenience. I was just asking Mr. Brooker if the bar bike, is it, had any requests under the pedal vehicles item on the agenda, and he said no. So I think that's really, your request for an additional pedal vehicle really belongs in that portion of the agenda.
I'm just doing what Ms. Alarcon had stated for me to do. She told me to put it on record, and she mentioned that we would surrender the ETV permit today, stop operating today, and then once the pedal carriage permit application for new pedal carriages in, I believe, August, is when we would be granted that permit.
I think he's just trying to make it more appetizing.
I'm trying to give some compromise to everybody.
No. I'm totally with you.
Yeah.
I hear that, but it's two separate findings of public convenience and necessity.
Of course.
I get it.
Yes.
And we're operating, our pedal taverns are operating 100% on weekends and about 70%, 80% on every weekday. We're also open to negotiations if you guys want to maybe work with us and, only do our night times on weekdays for that bike for the first year or two.
Chair, if I may.
Please.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the pedal vehicles on today's agenda are last year's applicants deferred for Connect Downtown. This proposed change would come at the pedal vehicle annual hearing in August of this year for this year.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I mean, my only concern is that I'm not sure that Ms. Alarcon can promise that you'll be approved.
She can't.
Yeah, and so I just...
That's part of the incentive. We're trying to help you guys help us, take one extremely slow moving vehicle and move it to something that's a little bit faster. We don't have people standing. Our people are most likely wearing seatbelts,
And I appreciate that. I just think it's a little complicated.
And you already have that vehicle?
We do, and we've offered to have it inspected, everything.
Okay, that's everybody.
I want to make sure I understand, Ms. Constantis, we can't do this today, or?
So we were just talking about the application of the state law and trying to figure out if we could make the timing work. It's not really working. Like under the state law, we could, you could decide not to, or you could actually revoke his ET permit if his business lies fallow for 6 months from May 1, but that gets you into November, not August. So, I guess if he were to offer to stay off the roads until November, I guess we don't know for sure when he gets his extra permit in August if he's going to keep that promise. So it's still very separate, I think.
Could he theoretically, in August, return the ETV permit?
Yeah, I think you can. The state law doesn't speak to a voluntary surrender of a permit, but I don't think it prohibits it.
So just sort of thinking ahead, so we approved your permit because there was no change requested.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is done for now.
Yes.
It makes the most sense to me on a procedural basis that you would offer to give it up
in August.
In August.
Whatever works.
But because once you surrender,
I appreciate wanting it off the road, but
I'm just doing what Ms. Alarcon
realistically,
had stated me to offer.
And you could give it up today, but
I believe TV
we
might
couldn't
have
make a
something to say.
promise that you would get another permit.
And it'd be gone.
Yeah, and I just don't think that's a good deal.
It seems like there's some procedural questions of how to do it. After this meeting, there will be a motion that we ask for fees to come in and be paid. And if the fees are not paid, you lose your certificate that way also, hypothetically. So if he's wishing to do this today.
That's not one of the ways that the state law, you'd still have to have a full disciplinary hearing over that.
If he didn't pay his fee, then you need to have a disciplinary hearing to have a finding.
But that would be only for suspension or revocation, correct?
Or non-renewal.
But what about voluntary surrender?
That is not contemplated by anything, so it may be that that is permissible.
Understood.
No.
We can't make this easy. He doesn't get anything.
I'm curious, what's the renewal fee that he would be exposed to?
$5,000 for the ETV.
And how, just your ETV, and maybe you said this a minute ago, but how booked is it?
Right now we're using it for overflow, so it's weekends.
Okay.
90% on the weekends.
89%, and then flow during the week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess with the renewal, it would also be at the same time, not just the $5,000 application fee, but maintaining insurance.
Of course,
and
everything.
Staff, and so it's a It's
a gamble on our end, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But, it's a risk we're willing to take.
Any other questions?
No. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think procedurally, the first kind of role, or the first order of business for us is to determine whether the testimony presented today has shown that there is a need for any new and additional permits. Is that correct?
I mean, yes, I guess so. I mean,
we established
you
the
did
30 to
already
70.
make the finding, but like if any of their testimony
Swayed
you such that you would want to reconsider your finding, you could do that at this time.
Was anybody so moved? Not right now. Thank you. No? So,
I don't know. I'm just a couple of thoughts. I mean, one is for sightseeing outside the core, that doesn't worry me so much. Do you know people who just are looking for an additional sightseeing permit? Based on sort of the public need and necessity that we've been talking about. I mean, the other thing is I'm intrigued by this idea about the possibility of a weekend only permit. Recognizing that you can't just fill downtown on the weekends as well. I don't know if that's something that we could work on today, but I wonder if that's something we would want to discuss at some future time.
I think it's a great idea. I really do. I think it's a great idea. Just logistically, I'm thinking about how it could go very wrong. Right. It could. I mean, financially, it's a great idea, and for tourism, it's a great idea. I mean, that's when everybody wants to be downtown, and you're right. Nashville is growing, Mr. Winters, to your statement. It is growing, and we can't stop it, but we can channel it. Can't stop a river, but you can direct it. So, just because it's growing doesn't mean we just let it spill out into the banks. So, it is a great idea. When you said it, I wrote it down. I put great idea by it. Right. So, but we're no longer a creek. We're a creek years ago. I'm 55 and I grew up here. I can remember going downtown to arcade getting a fake ID. So.
Too much information.
Right. No, I'm just saying I've seen the growth in Nashville. I understand what you mean by we're not stopping this I think of the Tomb Raider movies and the ball that starts coming down after he does the little sack thing. We're not stopping that ball, but we can direct it, and that our ideas have to be very well placed, or we can make something bad worse. So it is a great idea. I agree with you. It's just when I started thinking about it in my head, I started thinking, well, wait a minute. It's less during the week, and we really want to direct that flow to the part of the week where it's less, not necessarily increase it on the end where it's already a lot. So, how do we mitigate that?
So for our lawyers, I'm just interested in the possibilities, right? Because some of the things that we've heard today about people's experiences over particularly last year, and I missed the 8-hour meeting, so I'll just, really have a lot to do with sort of being compelled to make some pretty important decisions pretty quickly while our blood sugar is down. And so I'm just curious about the potential for trading, for example, sightseeing permits for ET permits or vice versa. I mean, is that something that this body would have the authority to entertain and potentially do at a future meeting during this year when somebody has a permit in place?
I mean, technically, I think the answer is probably no.
Okay.
Can we be creative in some way? Maybe. Each type of category has different annual meetings at which their, bulk of their renewals are, handled. And, if the dates don't coincide, then it's
with sightseeing and ETV? Aren't we doing it all today?
You're talking about buses.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
sorry.
still talking about the other thing.
I've abandoned that one. I'm for example, the Extreme Experience folks, Hell on Wheels folks, just asked to trade one type of permit for another. I mean, is that something that we could take up?
Yeah,
within the year, we could renew, for example, current permits, and then have this discussion about that.
I think it depends on the lay of the facts that you see, I guess. If you think that the seated sightseeing vehicles will not contribute to congestion any more than the ATVs will, and if you think that there aren't other considerations that make it worthwhile to make a distinction between the two, then I think you could allow that to be done as long as it keeps you within whatever number you're setting for yourself.
Just trying to understand the possibilities, so that because there's a whole series of decisions we're being asked to make.
I'm sorry, you want to do it not today?
Yeah,
that's what she's asking. Do you know the answer?
The problem is everybody's permits are expired.
I think.
Right. So I'm just trying to creatively think about. So I'm thinking. So we renew all of Extreme Experience's permits as is, for example, and then at the next meeting we contemplate what does it look like to grant your, if we can legally do that. So in June we say, okay, so we renewed the 91 permits that we have to renew, for example, because we know we have to do that. Now we know that there are some people who would like to swap out one kind of permit for another. I'm just asking whether it is possible that we could do that at a future meeting instead of being compelled to make that decision today. Just whether it's possible. I'm not saying we should do it. I like to know what my choices are.
I mean, the commission always has the option of a specially set meeting in addition to its regularly scheduled ones. Today is the public hearing for this and then the annual renewal, so it's probably most efficient to do it today.
I get that.
I mean, I do think that the concern raised that the permits do expire. So their existing permits are renewed. So you're saying you would only, yeah. So there's seated sightseeing. If we, oh wow. Okay, if we follow state law, their seated sightseeing vehicle permits have to be automatically renewed. What they are asking is that instead of automatically renewing that seated sightseeing vehicle, that you replace that like one for one with an ATV permit.
Well, that's one question, and the other piece of that question is, today we would renew both the seated sightseeing permit and an ATV permit.
Okay.
And then in 2 months, they could come back. I mean, no one moan. I'm just trying to, and say, ooh, you know, would this commission consider swapping the type of permit? I've got 2 licensed permits, and maybe it's not possible. I'm just.
What would be the magic thing that would happen in the 2 months?
Nothing necessarily.
So last month, you all did adopt a rule providing that companies can make a request for a new route or zone of operation outside of the downtown core area that would even be that they would even be allowed to operate during the 4 to 6 time period. So I suppose if somebody were to propose and get such a route approved, and then make the case that their existing number of vehicles wouldn't be enough to service that route. That might be one argument, but at the same time, like, this is just a lot of extra work for the commission and staff, basically.
Oh, I get that. I'm just, and no might be the answer. I was just trying to sort of understand.
I'm not sure there's a legal prohibition against it, I think would be my answer.
I have a question for Extreme, who's asking to move one from sightseeing to, is the cost to renew both of those the same?
No, it's too different. Sightseeing is a little cheaper.
Oh, well, there's a problem.
Okay.
It's not a problem if they're willing to pay it.
Well, it's true. Yeah.
Everybody's asking for the trades willing to pay up to trade up.
Yes.
I think it's only 3 companies asking for a trade.
Yeah.
And Chair, NDOT supports the trade of the sightseeing to ETV or ETV to sightseeing. We don't have a problem.
Our the NDOT traffic engineer,
Yes.
because there was a lot of discussion about
Staff is okay with them getting the permit that they need or that they want, because it's just an enforcement issue for us. They're acting as an ETV, and they're really an ETV, and they got a sightseeing permit because that's what they were given. So we would support if they have 2 ETVs to have 2 ETV permits.
If they had one of each.
See, so Extreme wants to trade, Hell on Wheels wants to trade.
Nashville Ultimate Party.
If anybody's keeping count, what I have calculated, we got 10 sightseeing permit additional requests, and we have 29 entertainment vehicle requests for ads.
For the record, mine wasn't on the sheet, but I mentioned it before the meeting that I would swap.
Also, I didn't know we were swapping this meeting.
Oh, see, here's a can of worms.
So there you go.
Yeah, I know. Here's a can of worms.
Maybe we'll swap when we do weekends only.
I just want what I already had.
Right.
I ain't swapping nothing.
Yeah. See, he's different.
I wasn't given anything.
The problem is once you start.
But that's a request for more.
That's why I requested my 2. That's what I had. I wanted it. Just because you gave away sightseeing vehicles to a million other people, took away from me. It's not my fault. I trade too. I'll wait.
So-
I'm useful.
Ms. Westlake?
Yeah.
You had some questions.
Oh, I mean, yeah, well.
As we were beginning to
Yeah, so that we just-
deliberate.
Yeah, just like whether we really had to act on that today was one of, if we were going to do that, or if there was if there was another reason to do it. And I guess my other question is this issue of a potential of a Friday or Saturday permit. I mean, we certainly couldn't do that today. Does that wait till next year if we had a conversation about
Or it could be
that?
a work session.
Like, could we do a work session, look at what that would look like? And if we thought it was a possibility, right, or we thought it was a good idea, would it be possible outside of this annual hearing and this renewal to grant additional weekend-only permits because we decided it was a good idea? And so I'm just trying to figure out what's, yeah.
So the weekend only thing, hang on just 1 second, I'm trying to find the right code section.
Because I think we can't make that decision today.
No.
Don't want to.
Not today, but we could have a special
Generally, and I'm
session,
just-
put it to
sorry,
a
I'm
public
trying to find
hearing
the
and
right
see it,
code
do it in
section.
August.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of.
Oh, sorry. I'm still looking. Hang on. Give me a sec. Okay, operating area. Do we operating hours?
You know, I mean, these are pretty big decisions that affect people's businesses and affect people's lives, and I think it's hard to do.
There's an operating area provision in Chapter 677. Which includes hours of operation, yes. Entertainment transportation vehicles shall operate upon the streets within the metropolitan area on routes or zones and within hours of operation established by the MTLC or its staff. So you could establish hours of operation of just weekends, but I'm not sure that contemplates establishing hours of operation that are different from some permit holders as to another.
It'd be an interesting research question. Or a new rule.
I'd rather have more sightseeing and traffic, the travel pattern, traffic, part of Nashville.
Yeah.
My Mondays are packed. Some people are already know.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't negate your Mondays. It just adds.
Correct. Request.
He got midweek permits on sightseeing. We prefer that.
Right.
To a weekend permit.
Yes, sir.
Right. And
I mean, we increase the
Sorry.
Yes. No.
I think what we have at hand, though, what we have to do today is the 91 permits, which we have tackled 13 of those.
13 companies, it might have been more permits.
Right. 13 companies. Right.
Requesting routes outside the city, all sorts of stuff. What do we do with our vehicles? What am I supposed to do? If I can't request it now,
Supposed to respect that it's not time for you to ask questions.
this route, can I do that? What do I do? You gave away my permits, some people didn't have vehicles.
I mean, without permits,
They didn't have vehicles?
not mine. So, permit. Right. But at this point, vehicle or no vehicle, the permit is what's key, not the vehicle. So, because there were people who had vehicles that didn't get a permit, they still got the vehicle and nowhere to use it, and vice versa. You have vehicles and don't have a permit and are not supposed to be using them. So one doesn't work without the other. I mean, they both have to be together. Understand your point. You're supposed to have them before you get the permit, but one doesn't work without the other. Because there are people who applied with vehicles and still didn't get a permit. But I personally think what we need to tackle first is just renewing
Is that a motion?
all the licenses. Yes.
So there's a motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any additional discussion? So can you repeat the motion? We're renewing. Repeat the motion.
Right, so I would like to make a motion that we renew the remaining permits outside of the 13. The existing permits outside of the 13 that we, 13 companies that we have already renewed.
Which would put us at a total of 9.
Satisfies the state, right?
Put us at 91.
Right, that would put us at 91, correct.
We should comply with the state, right?
I second it.
Is there any additional discussion?
So can you take it as sightseeing and run it as an ET?
No, that's not what we're doing.
Let's not have a.
Not yet.
This is board deliberation time, not audience talking time.
Thank you. Yes. I call the question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Oh, no.
That was the question.
On the question.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Trying to move it along.
Sorry.
Now on the original motion.
Now on the original motion.
All in favor?
All in favor. See, you should have
Aye.
been here.
No, Ms. Westlake.
Now the motion passes unanimously. So all 91 permits were renewed today.
Yes.
Separately, there has been discussion about a work session or a separate meeting to discuss different types of licenses, changing sightseeing for ETVs and weekend only permits. And someone could make a motion to hold a work session. Someone could task NDOT with scheduling a work session. Is that correct?
Yeah, I like the latter.
I was going to say the commission only acts by motion. So if this is something you want to direct NDOT to facilitate for you, you should make a motion.
So
And they may be agreeable to doing it regardless, but I won't speak for them.
Yeah. So I will make a motion that will ask our attorneys to help do the research on what's possible. Sorry. And NDOT to facilitate a work session where that research can be reported, to consider some of the other proposals that have come out of today's meeting, including trading one kind of permit for another outside of this annual meeting, and the possibility of developing a more limited permit for specific hours that might make sense.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. I believe that concludes the portion of the. Whoa.
There were additional permits
Requested, so that's got to be voted on.
So to the extent there are no additional permits available to give, because we're at 91, we need.
If that's your decision that you don't intend to give any more permits above the 91, then you all need to make that in the form of a motion.
Your turn, Gary.
I'll take the knife here. I make a motion that we approve no more entertainment vehicle permits.
Above the 91.
Yeah, we've already done that, though. Yeah, no more, yeah. Not 92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing there's no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
We need one more thing on this. ET fees to be paid by a date has to be, y'all have to tell us what that date is. Generally, it's been 15 days after this meeting the last couple of years. So we propose June 3rd to be the deadline for all ETV fees to be paid to the
office.
I make a motion that June 3rd be the deadline for all ETV payments to Mr. Rooker's office.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I may have, want to extend that. I mean, we have several people here wanting to change, and they haven't been granted that authority today. And they may need more than a couple of weeks to contemplate whether they want to pay both if they don't want both. So I don't see a really big problem in extending that pay date for another week or maybe even 2 more weeks.
Yeah, but if they've made the request, they know what the change in the funds are.
Second.
So if I've got a sightseeing and I'm saying I want to change it to an ETV, I realize that's an extra $2,500.
Yeah, I think
Why would I
that
make a
you could,
request for something I can't afford?
I think you could set a deadline for existing permit renewal dues owed. And then like at your work session, you could talk about if you do allow people to swap, whether they could then pay the difference by some other deadline.
For the 91 is the 91. Just that's the date.
That's what they wanted, and that's what they got. You know who I'm talking about.
Is it?
That's off the record.
So do you want to make that?
Was there any, yes, we want to make a motion to, do you want to amend the motion, or do you want to let the motion stay? Because we have a motion and a second for June 3rd, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's completely up
And now we have
to
discussion. Do you
commission.
want to amend it, you want to leave it? Okay.
Based on that, they're going to pay what they got approved in the first 91 anyway.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Now we can move on to booting services. That's what's next on mine.
Yes, sir.
It's a public hearing for a new company application from Solarin Risk Management. Yes.
Yes, sir. Just real quick, everybody, if you're planning on coming back in the building is closed. So if you leave, you cannot come back in. See Lisa, that right there. Yes, sir. Booting service public hearing for the new company application. All their paperwork is in. The application is in order. So,
Could I make a motion? We take another 5-minute recess.
I'll second it.
I mean, I think my brain is not working well.
Too much sugar. Man, I ain't had this much sugar in a long time.
Are we ready to get going again? Yes.
Sure.
Where are we?
Are we here? We're on the booting services. Yeah. You guys ready? All right, 3, 2, 1. We are resuming the May 16th meeting of the Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Transportation Licensing Commission meeting. We are moving on in our agenda to a public hearing for a new company application from Solarian Risk Management to offer new booting services within Davidson County. This is something that the commission's talked about a little bit. We've had a tremendous number of complaints around booting, as you might imagine, particularly from a fellow who's sitting right behind you, who has given us a lot of information to review. And I think maybe some of his complaints and other constituents' complaints have led to changes in what and who and how companies boot cars or tow cars in Middle Tennessee. And I was wondering, Ms. Costonis, if you might be able to give us a synopsis of the legislation that is pending or is working its way through the state legislature today.
I will try to. My laptop battery has died and my personal battery is getting low as well. But so there was another piece of state legislation that actually, thank you, Mr. Schlaffer, so good. So HB 1731, as you can see, it has passed and been signed by both the Speaker of the House and the Speaker of the Senate. So it has been put on the governor's desk for signature as of today, it looks like, actually. And so that that piece of legislation basically changes how booting is allowed to happen, and basically requires that from as soon as the governor signs that forward, the only way booting will be allowed to happen is by employees of a lot owner. So if you're proposing like a third party booting business, I think we probably might want to defer this, because assuming the governor signs that law, basically what you're asking for would not be permitted by the state. You may want to think about like merging with a lot owner or something like that.
And so that covers existing companies that are permitted?
Yeah, it puts basically a whole industry out of business.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Unless they give a lot.
I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, is that if the lot owners and the booting companies kind of merge with each other, then they could become effectively lot owner employees that are allowed to do booting. But
so would we still permit and regulate them, or did it take it away?
so we don't really know that, which is why we would prefer this to be deferred. So basically, what the state law says is that it says that municipalities can pass an ordinance kind of like adopting a regulatory framework under that state law. And we do believe that to like preempt what we have now. So basically existing chapter 681, once the governor signs this, is really not going to have any substance anymore. So what we are certainly talking about is doing a new ordinance as directed by the state law. And that would allow us to, again, regulate, but it would have to be within the framework that the state set. And that framework is that they don't want third-party businesses to be doing booting on lots owned by other people.
But who are we? regulating. We'll be regulating the lot owners.
I'm not sure that you'll be regulating them at all. I'm not sure you will be.
That's fine with me. I vote for that. I make the motion.
But theoretically, I guess I'm a parking lot owner. I could have an employee on my staff boot cars that are parked illegally, provided there's a 15-minute grace period, the boot's removed within 30 minutes, or whatever happens.
So you can't do that until we pass this ordinance, until council passes this ordinance. You could, but the restrictions are really stringent. You have the text open? Not the summary, but the actual text. Like, I think it's, maybe it's amendment, is it one of the amendments that contains the meat of it?
Wouldn't it fall under the same guidelines as tow truck owners have to be able to tow vehicles off of private property with the owner's permission?
No, we don't need to. I'm sorry, say again.
I said, wouldn't it kind of fall under the same category or ownership as we give tow trucks to actually be able to tow vehicles off of private property and they have to bring in a signed affidavit saying that the owner gives them permission to do so?
So that's an interesting question from a policy perspective. I mean, it's always made sense for you all. The original entity that existed that you all are the successor entity to was the Board of Taxis and Wreckers or something like that. And so tow trucks have always been what we call a passenger vehicle for hire. So it's always made sense that you regulate the passenger vehicle for hire of a tow truck. And a tow truck does operate like in a third party way, like we've been describing that this state is no longer wanting booters to be able to do. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. So basically the new state regulations, I mean, so, okay, let me go back in history. Historically, when y'all started regulating booting, it was because of a council member ordinance. It was not an administration ordinance or a departmental ordinance. Like no one asked for the TLC to be given that responsibility. It was thrust upon you by council. So, technically it's not like an other passenger vehicle for hire. I mean, they use vehicles in the course of the business and they interact with the public, so it has a lot of the same elements. So it kind of made sense for you all to regulate that, and maybe it made more sense for you all to regulate that when they did operate in that third party way like tow trucks do. In terms of Michael's question, I think I would prefer to answer that after the meeting, if that's okay, just in terms of what lot owners can do under the new state law, because I think that's
later, right?
But yeah, so like I think my belief is that lot owners can only boot subject to like kind of high thresholds, or after long periods of time. Is it?
Can we defer this conversation?
I was just
Yes, that's what I'm recommending. I'm recommending a deferral.
It's late.
Based on changing statute, I would vote that we defer consideration of this building permit.
Until,
Is there a second?
until the governor passes.
Second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Do we need to put a date, a time stamp on the deferral?
You can do an indefinite deferral.
Okay.
Question. When you're referencing employee, I'm assuming that would mean as a direct hire by the business or by the lot owner.
I can't really interpret the new state law for you, but I would recommend that you meet with an attorney and ask them for their advice on what that means for your business.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. I love hearing about all the transportation vehicles.
You're the only one.
All right.
She's listening with a business here, though.
Next on our agenda this evening, pedal vehicles. Consideration of applications for existing companies, Pro Pedicab requesting 3 additional permits, and Rock and Roll Rides requesting 9 additional permits following the annual hearing held in September 2023. The decision was deferred until 2 months after the Connect Downtown study was received by the TLC, which is what put this item on our agenda today.
Yes, sir, Chair. Both companies' applications are in order. Everything looks good with that. Staff recommendation would be to not recommend any additional permits based upon the slow-moving vehicles downtown.
Could you tell us how many existing permits these companies have? Is it in?
Yes, sir, we can.
It's nothing like it used to be.
6.
So Pro Pedicab's operating 2 permits currently, Rock and Roll Ride with 1 permit.
But the total number of permits, can you do the math?
But other than them,
Well, it did that. This is diminished. Like
40 minus 3, 36.
how many total though?
Plus 9, 48?
A lot.
Looks like 48.
I was going to say 50, but TD just get you the exact number. I can't see that far.
We have 50 already permitted pedal.
I was going to say around 50.
It looks
but
like 48.
It looks like maybe 48.
Okay.
That many pedal taverns?
Not 12 more.
We're talking pedal taverns here, right?
Chair, if I may, this category includes both pedal carriages and pedicabs. So some companies are pedal carriage companies, some companies are pedal cab companies. There's a difference, but they're under the same ordinance.
Yeah, the pedal cabs are.
So what are these two?
These are both pedicab companies.
They're the pedicab. Like you get in
They're
and
the bicycles.
yes, sir. Bicycles at the
Okay, right. Yeah.
provide
I
transportation.
thought there was one company with a larger number of permits.
Looks like 18.
18 is the largest one, Nashville bike cab.
Okay, and they are not asking for any additional ones.
They're not here today.
Okay.
We had a bunch of those companies go under.
Yeah.
And then we had one that had over like almost 20 that surrendered them.
Right.
And they went out of business even after they surrendered.
Did we hear from these companies when we deferred it?
Yes, sir. I believe public hearing was held, September of 2023.
Okay.
I'm sure representatives of both companies are here
I
today.
think there's one representative in the back for sure. See her raising her hand.
Because I remember one company that only had one current permit, and that's Rock and Roll Rides. And he or she, I can't remember, wants 9.
That's her.
Oh, could you come up a minute? Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
it is.
I'm not there. It's late. I'm getting a little wobbly.
Oh, the other one's also here.
That's fine, yeah, I don't.
We had several people show up today to speak, and we realized that
Long
you guys
day.
have been.
Yeah, it's, okay.
As we are different, though, from entertainment vehicles, we had our meeting already, so.
Can you turn on the mic and introduce yourself?
Yes.
Sorry. My name's Chelsea Lovett, and I'm the owner-operator of Rock and Roll Rides, the company with one permit. And I was one of the 2 original companies reestablished in 2019. And I've been working on a pedicab since 2011, started in New Orleans. They still maintain a structure where they have 3 companies with the same amount of permits for each company in a very concentrated area with traffic issues, and that was an issue from the get-go. So I think they've maintained that sort of balance since then. So yeah, I have a speech prepared. I can go all about that, or I know that we've already spoken. I know you guys have heard from a lot of people. I know that we were delayed for a traffic study. And so what was found with the traffic study about pedicabs and causing problems?
Well, it's the same issue we've talked about. They didn't look at everything separately. Tell me about you. You're must be an owner operator.
Sole proprietor.
That part I remember. And
yeah.
You had a video, as I think. Remember.
I showed you, PowerPoint video, all that.
Okay,
and,
talk about your business plan about going from 1 to 10.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
have.
jump.
So I have basically the other company. I was the first 6-seater in Nashville, and I bought my own bike basically to work music festivals, and then was told I had to establish a company in 2019. And so I play music, and the whole premise is to give people an experience, and that's why we call it Rock and Roll Rides. Since then, I've been operating on the streets in the front line, seeing the growth and development of the city since 2019. And I have people that own their own bikes, essentially, that would fall under the company, and they would be mechanically equipped. You know, it would be basically 3 6-seaters and 6 3-seaters that would be mainly event-based, because we mainly operate during Titans games, events at Nissan Stadium. You know, we often are called people movers because we help the flow of people exiting events.
You're actually transporting people from A to B.
Yes.
Sort of a taxi, kind of.
Yes.
Okay. Explain to me again, you said there were already some people who own them? I mean...
well, it would fall under the ownership of the business, but people that want to bring in bikes.
That's what
I have
I'm
7
asking.
smaller bikes that I can put down here.
Currently?
Yes.
Okay, where are they? I mean...
I have a storage unit, and then we were delayed months and months and never knew. So this guy has multiple bikes in Texas.
Okay.
You know, I've missed out an entire football season because of this entertainment study or this traffic study. And one question I just wanted to ask was, you know, since all of these buses and entertainment vehicles appeared, is there any kind of correlation or parallel with the traffic being a problem? Because pedicabs have been operating here since 2016, and there was not a problem with traffic. I moved here in 2008. The company I worked for when I moved to New Orleans in 2011, they asked if there were other cities we should put bikes in, and if we had suggestions.
So you already have the operating equipment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have
I was told we couldn't apply for this unless we had our vehicles, and we had to show pictures. We've done all this.
And I'm looking at them here. Are they all EVs?
EV.
Electric assist?
Oh, yes.
Because I think at one point, I think we made a rule, and that's been a long time ago.
Right. No, we
they had to be
Yes.
EV.
I've been on, when I first started here in 2015, they opened the company, but I was on the hill, I think on 5th, and had 2 large men in the back, and it was physically impossible for me to get up the hill, you know, with all my weight. And I was the one that actually insisted we get motors, because this job has led me to work in Paris and London. I have a lot of friends working the Olympics. But the first time I saw a pedicab with a motor was in Paris, because they have to keep up with the traffic along the river.
Sure. Right.
And so anyway, that's when they got established here. So
I rode one last week in a foreign country that was not electric, and
it
was also a cobblestone street. Man, I'm never doing that again.
I worked in central London. Was it there?
No.
That's cobblestones are rough. It's rough.
Which it's got nothing to do with this. So you will have to hire staff, right?
I'm working with someone that has all of that pretty much.
Okay. Who are you working? I mean, is it a partner or?
If this happens, then we would partner. Yes.
Okay. Are you currently an LLC? I'm sorry that I haven't.
I'm sole proprietor currently.
You're sole proprietor.
I have a business license from 2019 to now. I've operated very just I've tried to make a low footprint in Nashville. I'm a woman-run business. I'm the only sole woman-run business in Nashville, and I deserve an opportunity to have more permits.
Well, I agree with you, but going from 1 to 9, as you can get, that's a pretty.
As I said,
jump.
our usual bikes are the I guess not just weekend bikes. If y'all are going to allow permits like that or look into that, I was seeing the smaller bikes, the 7 3-seaters. Those would be event-based. So we would have those come in for CMAs or football games. You know, it's a seasonal job as it is because in the winter it's really hard to operate. So we have to really make our money this way. So
Can we, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, please.
I was going to ask, can we, we've already discussed all this, can we make them provisional? Some of them provisional, say for special event only? I mean, you're saying you're not going to be operating 10 pedicabs.
Well, the other company has 18 permits, and they don't operate all 18 permits.
Okay, that's
they only. I rarely see more than 6 of their bikes out at once. When there's an event, they have more out, but they have the option to. And diversity must stand. I've had one. I'm the oldest company, and I've had one permit the whole time. And because I'm aware of the traffic issues, and I've seen how the city has gone from, you know, I've worked on Bourbon Street. I worked in New Orleans, and we have surpassed Bourbon Street and the ridiculousness of it. So,
amen. Yeah, we're not.
So, and one thing I wanted to point out too, just to distinguish pedicabs from all these other vehicles, because we've been a green, low footprint business that gives people transportation. And I wanted to point out, you know, on March 8th, a young man stumbled off of Broadway, was drunk, lost, didn't have a phone. His body was found in the river weeks later. I can't count the times I have been on that same street and have picked up kids that were drunk, disoriented, couldn't find their friends, didn't know where they were, couldn't get home. And that is part of a pedicab's job. And this is why we certainly, I thought, you know, if there were more pedicabs here, someone would have seen that kid, you know. And what I truly think is that part of our job that gets overlooked, we're not just a party bus carrying drunk people around. We're there to kind of be this different, eye-level, distinguishable, approachable vehicle that can give people a safe ride home in the midst of this insanity downtown. What's a kid going to do when they don't have a phone to get an Uber? Or, you know, I've taken so many kids. I have literally gotten an Uber for kids on my phone, and then they, you know, paid for the pedicab ride with cash, or I just was, you know, they were too drunk to talk, you know, so you just are a nice person and help people. But that's what I see my business plan as. I'm here to support local business and give free ads to local business on my cabs if I were to have more. My insurance is also astronomical because of all these, you know, tractors and pedal taverns, which we are different from pedal taverns. We are not the same as a pedal tavern.
Chair, could I ask if we hear from the other applicant? Is that appropriate?
And Craig and I have worked together for years, so we're all supporting each other here.
Is the other applicant
Craig
here?
is here, yeah.
He's coming up.
Oh, okay. All right.
Good luck.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember hearing her the first time. You're good. I don't remember. Thank you. Okay. So if he gets...
Craig, can you introduce yourself?
I can. I'm Craig Davis from Memphis, of Pro Pedicab at your leisure.
You're currently operating, right?
Correct.
Here, not in Memphis. Okay. With 2 permits, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and you want 3 additional ones?
Yes, sir.
So is there anything different you got to say than what she said? I mean, if you just ditto, that's fine.
Yeah, I know you guys are looking for short and sweet, probably. I understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to have 3 more permits. If I can't get them this year, I'd like to get them next year. So I'd, want to stay. I think Chelsea and I both want to be on everybody's good side here, and we've been in compliance. And I think that we do contribute good things to the city in many ways. And Chelsea's points about, it might sound dramatic about the young man falling in the river, but we do scrape people off the street a lot of the time at night when the people on the segways may not be out because it's late. They're not incentivized to be out there that late. But also, it was refreshing to look at the Downtown Connect traffic study and actually have it in hand and see the results and look at what's potentially the vision for moving forward into the future. And it makes me excited as a pedicab driver because I can see how we could fit in and expand to numbers that might seem crazy right now. But the micromobility like that being high in the hierarchy of things that they're emphasizing, I think pedicabs are a perfect fit for that. So we may not be in a position right now to make a decision to add 12 new permits right now between the two of us, but I think we could maybe add at least a few more right now, and then looking forward into the future, maybe figuring out a way to integrate pedicabs into the network that they're trying to build in a way that's more planned out and less sporadic of us just riding around trying to pick up rides or booking rides ahead of time with individuals, but setting it up and trying to network with the different
Well, as
things
I
that they're
said, the
trying to
mayor
do.
supports micromobility. I'm not positive this is what he included, but I would include it.
Yeah, well,
but you're right.
We can put, I'm just trying to say,
I
maybe we
understand,
could
yeah.
include it, maybe not right now.
12 is a big jump, though.
But there's a company with 18 already.
And what you're saying, you said 7 of yours are only going to be...
7 would be event-based, which
So,
would mean...
and there would only be the 3-seaters, too.
Right, and they're smaller 3-seaters.
So they don't take up nearly as much space. I only have
But there's not a separate license for event-based.
Well, just in terms of letting you know that we would not be posing normal traffic issues.
But that's your business model. We don't have authority to regulate and say you can only do it on a special event.
Yeah, so that's not something we've ever done before.
Right,
I think it's kind of akin to the research question that Ms. Westlake set to us. I mean, yes, there is ability of the commission to set routes and zones and operating hours for pedicabs and pedal carriages as well. But we've always done that as one size fits all, not as
right.
Sure.
Some of you can have this kind of permit and some of you can have that kind.
My other question too is, have you asked any of the party buses, do they get asked what their business plan is when they get additional permits? Or
No,
other companies, do the new companies that get established?
Yeah, they got to they're financially sound to do it.
Yeah, and insurance
Sure.
requirements and that kind of stuff.
Well, the other thing with us is that insurance is incredibly expensive for us because we're looped in with entertainment vehicles, and it's in my best interest to have more than one bike.
Sure.
It's been
Yeah,
very
5
hard
is
to
really
maintain and overhead.
where you actually get a benefit financially.
Do you have the other 3 bikes? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I do not. I have someone who does have them who would, give me the 3, and I could set up a payment plan with them so I could get them going.
Is this rules-based or in ordinance?
Which part?
The whole pedicab thing, is it?
It is in an ordinance.
So to do what I'm talking about, we might have to get an ordinance change.
I'm going to let Ms. Haber speak to that because her computer is still working.
Okay.
So
you're asking about the provisional.
Right, could we change the rules to say, yes, you can have, so say 5, but you can have 4 more on Titans weekends? Aren't there,
they used to do that.
you may know about, aren't there specific designations of special events and that kind of thing? I mean, I know.
The police set up special designations for citywide events on how they manage traffic.
Okay. Right,
But I don't know that, there's the small plan and the large plan that talks about how they move people in and out of downtown.
Okay,
And
so that's
other special plans.
that might be one of the things we would look at. So is it ordinance or rules?
So there is a code section. Ms. Haber just pulled it up, and I messed up her microphone. It's 675-410, and it talks about operating area, and it's similar to the other ones where it talks about both operating hours and operating routes and zones. So you do have like the authority to set that for pedicabs and pedal carriages, but again, we've never done that as a separate thing. What you might be thinking about, Mr. Rogers, is I think sometimes when a special event closes a portion of downtown for like a ticketed event that's not just anybody can come, then they can hire vendors within the area of that footprint, and they might hire pedicabs to shuttle people around within the event, for example, but that wouldn't be...
The event promoter, you mean?
Yeah, the event promoter would contract with them. So I don't think that has anything to do with like...
But for us to operate in the city,
Yeah,
we'd
you
have
wouldn't
to
be
have...
able to, you would only have the opportunity if they asked you to do it. You wouldn't be able to just do it.
Right, but we could, in order to form alliances like that, say with the Titans, and we had our special event pedicabs for just the Titans games.
So again, it would have to be a special event as recognized in, I want to say it's chapter 262 of the Metropolitan Code.
There is, yeah.
Like these are huge events, like CMA. So not like.
Just back in the old days when the company that you referenced with 20 pedicabs that was here before was here, they used to bring in actually other pedicabs from New Orleans and other places for those big events on CMAs, and they would issue temporary permits for CMAs because that was a big week, obviously.
Yeah, I think we got rid of those.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe we
I think
could do
he's
it.
talking about the drivers, right? Like they'd get temporary driver permits, and the bikes would be there existing.
They would
the
actually
permits.
bring bikes up.
They'd bring temporary bikes. Okay, I see.
Extra bikes.
Okay.
Either way, I stand by the fact that for one, pedicabs, has everyone here ridden on a pedicab before?
Yeah.
So have you ridden a 6-seater? Have you ridden my 6-seater that's,
Never been sung to on a pedicab.
it's
I'll leave you a card.
Rock and Roll Rides it's a local favorite, but it's called the VIP. It's San Diego 6-seater. And anyway, we give tours. We could solve all the traffic problems. Pedicab could do everything, you know. If we had more pedicabs, we could be tours. I give tours all the time, you know, and everyone who lives downtown's happy on the weekends. So
we're not super slow anymore either. We got.
I was going to ask what's your average speed? I mean, I know.
Say between 12 and 20, something like that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What I can do.
We're not
on a bike.
allowed on faster than 40 per mile bridge, or we can't go on.
Yeah,
roads
we're not
more
doing
than
40 out
35.
there.
Yeah.
Can you go across Green Veterans Boulevard? It's 35.
We're
supposed
we're
to
only
go across
allowed
Woodland.
on Woodlands
And Spring
We
and
are allowed,
Jefferson.
we created an alliance with the officers who work for the events at Nissan Stadium to where it's pedestrians only.
Do you want to come tell us who you are?
This is Daniel. Yeah,
I'm Daniel Clendenin. I've worked, this is my 10th year. This week is my
Can you
10th
come
year
in to talk to the mic?
I work longer in the city more than anyone
You gotta
else.
speak in the
More
microphone.
hours.
Speak in the microphone.
So can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, sorry. My name's Daniel Clendenin. I've worked in the city for 10 years, pedicabbing.
Who are you with?
Rock and Roll Rides.
Okay.
I've worked with all the companies, including Nashville Pedicab. I started it with them. I was the only rider during COVID and helped maintain, define the structures and standards that we define in the city to uphold y'all's, what you expect of us, and helped create an alliance with the officers that work around us and create allies with them, especially at the Nissan Stadium where we have events to the point to where when Woodland Bridge is closed off to pedestrians only, they now have an alliance with us where they can turn their back on us and allotted us to help take those pedestrians on Woodland Bridge, so where it's
us and pedestrians. So we go up and down Woodland Bridge and help take those pedestrians. And we have a line backed up ready for us.
Yeah.
And
You got us. That's okay.
Let me ask you a question. NDOT was recommending deferral. Is that correct?
No.
No? What was it?
They're against it.
I'm sorry. Were they recommending a denial?
NDOT.
NDOT recommended a denial. And have you guys had a lot of conversations with anybody at NDOT?
No, and what I also wanted to know, what I noticed earlier with her is that one mention was that one of the buses was asking about what the, I think that you said that the video or the camera, that you can only see, you can't tell what type of vehicle it is. So you can just see that it's a slow moving thing.
The traffic study that
Study.
that our third party consultant provided,
Right.
the computer model that looks at traffic patterns, right? Can't discern between, to my knowledge, a pedicab, a pedal tavern, a party bus. They're all slow. And
Can you pass pedal taverns?
Absolutely. I could show you
Yeah.
multiple videos that I have
That's
since
okay.
I've been
Don't worry
working.
about it. I just need a yes or no.
Yes,
Because I
and-
can't on a bicycle.
Yes, and
yeah.
they take up the bike lane, the pedal taverns do.
Well, you
And,
better not
and
be in the bike lane.
I have multiple videos of that, of them holding up traffic and the bike lane, and we're
Deal
always
with that,
classified
Mr.
with them.
So, Mr. Rucker, I'm just curious if they've not met with NDOT recently and think that there's a big need. How did NDOT come to the conclusion?
It's a capacity issue of just capacity of how much can downtown take. It's just a capacity.
If you're going to
issue.
allow these buses, then how
Okay.
can you say?
We're trying to help you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
hang
you.
in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Could your business model work with 6?
It's better than one.
That's true. And you want 5, correct?
Yes,
I mean, you want a total
additional.
of 5. You
Yes,
want
sir.
3 more. Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we give Rock and Roll Rides additional 5 permits. And I'm sorry, your business is
Pro Pedicab.
Pro Pedicab. I'm sorry, and the 3 that he's requesting. So, well,
He'll get them.
you'll get them. We can have this. Can we make it dependent on the staff?
Make a finding of public convenience and necessity.
Oh.
A prerequisite before you can
Okay.
add more.
Do we have to find public necessity for a specific number?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I
It to be a total number. A total number.
a total.
Are there any permits that are unused right now? That have,
No, sir. There are no permits.
There aren't
that we know of that are not being.
so how many permits are currently issued?
I know of one.
But these are pedicabs.
They're all in
The other guy's
pedal
got
carriages
18.
and the pedal.
So let's look at
They're
the
all in
document
the.
again.
Anything that has a pedal on it.
Do you know how many there currently are?
Currently, one company,
There it is.
they're right now.
48.
Has 18.
18, 20, 24.
What if we take?
No.
27.
Let's take.
Those are all pedicabs.
No, sir, no.
Okay.
There
Pedal
are-
Tavern has 13.
There are 21 pedicabs right now.
Right now.
24. That's
No, I'm sorry,
37,
20, 22.
40, 49.
22, he says.
49, but that is not, that's both.
Right.
49 is
So-
just a pedal,
Okay.
pedal carriages
22,
and
let's say
pedicabs.
30.
So we're not treating them separately?
No, sir, they're in the same, they're both in
Oh.
the same ordinance.
Okay. Well, we're not.
22.
But we distinguish some
Yeah, we're not going to get any more.
sightseeing from.
I think there are
Right, thank you.
23
Thank
issued.
Yeah, okay. I'll make a motion that we find a public need and necessity for a total of 28 pedicabs
Just
in pedal taverns.
No.
I can't do that?
There's already 49.
Oh, 48.
So you've got to do, you got,
No,
you got, if you want to add, you got to go to 59. Is that right?
no. For pedicabs.
Who's
there are-
good at math?
It's one.
I thought we did this last time where we separated it because it's so different.
So Rock and Roll has 1. Pro has 2. That's 3. 18 is 21.
Jungle
And then,
Gym has 2.
Jungle Gym, that's 23. So that it looks like there's 23 bikes.
There's 23 pedicabs and one of Jungle Gym's, he is not operating right now.
Miss
He's just
Costanza,
But if
using
he's
one.
got a license, we're counting on it.
Miss Costanza.
Yeah. Okay. Can I just say to add 8 No, I can't do that.
I'll call on Ms. Costonis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Costonis.
Run out of juice.
Sorry about that, Commissioner Rogers.
Yeah, I'll just around, I guess.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm on your team.
This one's still working.
I know.
Yes, it does.
I didn't
Okay,
realize-
so I was
I
just
thought
going
they
to make a recommendation that you all maybe give a reason for why you see a public convenience and necessity for this type of transportation, whereas you have seen the downtown area is congested and saturated with regard to other types of
Thank you, Diana.
transportation.
Because of all the reasons they've said, this is not, I didn't realize they were all in one category. These are not pedal taverns, okay? There aren't people, going around the block, partying or whatever they're doing. I put the pedal taverns in the same category as the ETVs. quite
Thank
frankly.
you.
I say we're micro-mobility.
Yeah, but I guess legally they're not. And I guess I can say it. I'm not voting for any more pedal taverns. Maybe I'm not. Yeah, I would think you agree. These, I think, are different. I mean, I'm not sure they are micro-mobility, but I don't know what else to call them.
I don't.
Well,
think-
we can't
I
do
don't believe that our traffic study classified them any differently.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't.
And that's what I'd be really curious to hear from NDOT on, or maybe from Beth, either our traffic engineer or third party, is how they look at them and how, do they add a congestion? Philosophically, I like the idea of point-to-point transportation. I really think there'll be a need, and this is just me personally, to get across the river to go to a Titans game, as an example. But we don't have a permit that does just that right now.
Yeah.
But pedicabs do that.
Right,
We
yeah.
all work that, and
That's a
we are
practical-
there for that.
Practical.
Right. That's when it's viable. That's when your business is viable. Kind of like the party bus's business isn't viable on a Monday night in January.
Sure. Exactly.
And I think we can take that into account. So did we figure out what the total number is? I'm going to add 8.
49, yeah, to do that.
Okay. I found the need for 8 more pedicabs and pedal taverns, but I have no intention of voting for any more pedal taverns. Can I make a motion to that?
I think you just need to add it.
Just tell me what motion I should make.
Maybe I'll just try to talk really loud.
I think you're adding bias.
There is 2 separate definitions within the chapter of pedicab and pedal carriage. And so I think, yes, they are all under the same chapter, but I think you can distinguish which companies, well, once you make your findings separately, and then after you've made your finding, you decide which companies are fit, able, and willing to, follow the ordinance and do everything they're supposed to do. So if you happen to make that finding that it is the pedicab rather than the pedal carriage companies that are fit, willing, and able, and so forth, then I think you can do that.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to do.
So
I think that's just shared that the issue is too many microphones are on at the same time.
Oh.
Should we turn our microphones off?
if that, yeah, so if that is the case, I think that in terms of looking at, sort of public convenience and necessity, or vice versa, whatever it is that we talk about that, from my perspective, a pedicab, whether it meets the actual definition of micromobility or not, is something that can move at roughly the speed of traffic and is getting people from point to point. And I think that really distinguishes it from a pedal tavern that does not do that. And so I think from that perspective, it is reasonable and honestly greener than many things. I like the idea that they could replace an Uber, frankly, to get people someplace downtown, and could probably move in traffic as quickly, or at least as quickly as an Uber does, and possibly not stop in the middle of the street the way Ubers do. So from that perspective, I would argue that for public convenience and necessity, an addition of 8 permits for pedal cabs versus pedal carriages or whatever they are, makes sense. So I would second your motion.
Okay.
I was going to say that we can also move out of the way
We kind of really,
a lot
yes.
quicker.
Just real quick. Can you come and introduce yourself?
Sorry, yeah.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Casper. I'm a Nashville native.
Casper, who are you with today?
I'm representing myself, Heavy Pedal. I'm a Nashville-based.
But you're not on the agenda.
No,
today.
Nashville-based.
So relative to what's on the agenda today, to their request, do you have anything to add to this topic?
I'm putting my applications this week for permits, and I would like 3. I have 3 operated cabs that are up to code.
We can't.
You've missed the deadline.
Yeah.
We can't hear that
Oh,
today.
they told me yesterday was I could.
For August. For
Yeah,
August.
okay, so there'll be another one.
Yeah.
Another one.
Okay.
Yep. Excuse me.
This is it. Thank you.
Well,
Okay.
And I.
Casper. Well, sorry about that. I didn't know.
Sure.
No problem.
It's in his best interest for you guys to approve more permits here today, I guess. So that's.
Not necessarily.
We only have.
Just real quick, one more thing to iterate is that we are agile. We're built to get out of the way quicker and
We
more
got you.
safely.
We heard that from
Just
you.
want to say, the safety. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you introduce yourself?
You're on.
You're on.
We're on.
Okay, hey. My name is Alec Martin. I've been in Nashville for 30
here
years.
to talk about these
I'm representing Rock and Roll Rides. I'm just speaking on public need and convenience, necessity. It's a supply and demand, and as the supply for people needing rides in like a very short, distinct period of time is there, then that's when more cabs come out as well. So we're not really operating when there's no need for them. But while we wait for the prime hours to operate. So
I call the question.
Yep.
I made the motion. Can I call the question?
So
The motion hadn't been seconded.
there hasn't.
It's just like, yeah.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye. All right, I make a motion that we give an addition.
That was the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
On the original motion. You can vote.
I can't vote. I need to call for. Yes. I'll call for a vote on the original question.
We care.
Sorry about that. Carol, you should.
It's late for all.
Yeah. So, call for the question on the original question. No. I need call for the vote on the original question. All in favor?
Aye. Okay. It is getting late. All right. I make another motion that we award 5 additional permits to Rock and Roll Rides and 3, it ain't done yet, 3 additional permits to, I'm sorry, I forgot. Pro-Can. Oh, it is late. Okay. That's my motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We hope that you guys get a chance to take a ride and that you're going to be.
I'm gonna look for you.
Hey, well,
But I'm not riding on
230
cobblestones.
pounds. I'm gonna look for you.
we got strong motors.
All right. Moving on to the agenda. Taxi cabs. Consideration of applications for existing company. Tennessee National Cab LLC requesting 20 additional permits, and a new company, Regal Taxi LLC, requesting 22 new permits. Following the annual hearing held in February 2024, the decision was deferred until 2 months after the Connect Downtown study was received by the TLC, which puts it on the agenda this evening. Are there any representatives here this evening from Tennessee National Cab or Regal Taxi?
The Regal Taxi chair has requested a continuance until June. Their attorney contacted our office this week and said he had to be out of town, so we can continue that one to June.
And your Tennessee National Cab?
It's good to see more cabs back in business.
Thank you. I'm curious, does NDOT staff have a recommendation on that?
NDOT staff's recommendation would be to deny the 20 additional permits. The same reason there. We have a total of 520 cabs as of right now that operate in Davidson County, and for capacity issues, NDOT believes that's enough, that we don't need any more cabs.
Can you remind us of where we were at our height with taxi cabs?
Oh, it was 1,000. It was over 1,000. TD might have that information, but it was over 1,000 at one point in time until the Ubers and Lyfts.
Yeah, prior to Uber and Lyft, I've seen minutes where it was 1,300.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Thank you.
13 to 15.
So relative to public need and necessity for taxi cabs, and really Tennessee National Cab LLC's request for 20 additional permits. Yes, we'd love to hear from you. Can you tell us your name, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Don Vilset.
Okay.
And you're with? And who do you represent?
Tennessee National Cab.
Are you the owner?
Yeah.
We'd love to hear more about your application.
The company started Brentwood in 2012, and it's moved to Nashville 2016, and I took over 2017, and I've been managing it since then. And when I took it over, it was not going very well until 2 years ago. I had the opportunity to fill the permit, and since then, and Joab has been calling me to try to switch to my company, and I didn't have any more permits, so the only option I have is to ask TLC for more permit. So that's what I did. And basically these drivers are not new drivers. They're already on the street. They're just switching from different company to my company.
How many current permits do you have?
20.
Now?
Yes.
And you're wanting 20 more?
Yes. According to the list of the new drivers I have that apply for to switch to me.
Okay, I don't quite understand. You're saying you're taking cars or drivers from another company?
No, I'm not taking drivers from the other company. The drivers from other company call me.
What? No, that's not what I mean. Okay. I mean, is the other company reducing the number of cabs they have on the street?
I don't know.
They don't have to.
Right, they don't have to. That's the thing.
They just want to quit their job and come work for
work.
a
Okay,
company.
I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, where the other companies would not be giving up permits to move.
Okay, that's why. He's just hiring their staff away. Okay.
And it's something happening all the time. Drivers switching from companies to other companies. So it's been happening all the time.
Yeah, I remember that. We need Billy Field. One question I would have, and this, I'm sure y'all have a better idea, is if we add taxi cabs, are they creating additional traffic, or are they replacing an Uber or a Lyft? But that implies there's some kind of additional demand, right? I mean,
only for his company.
Well, but I don't think a taxi creates its own demand, does it? I mean,
again.
I mean, if there's going to be a growth in demand for this kind of transit, it's going to be filled, presumably, either by Uber and Lyft or additional taxis.
But
Does
it's
that
not
make
a
sense?
growth. It's a linear move.
No.
It's just 20 moving from here to coming over here.
But
you're going to
backfills.
leave that other, if they backfill.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, that's an employment issue, not a permit issue. So you understand what I'm trying to get at? I mean, if there's a growth in demand for whatever this service is the growth, I mean, the additional taxis are not going to create growth. Does that make sense? They're going to respond to whatever the extra demand is, the additional demand. And if it's not taxis, it will be Uber and Lyft.
Or they'll just take market share.
That's what.
Right.
That's what
Everybody goes down a little bit.
Right. And so do we want to increase taxis and take market share from Uber and Lyft, who went up on the hill and got out from under our regulation? I mean,
or take market share just from other taxis.
Well, that,
I mean, that's,
you're right.
Every now and again, there's a period where I'll walk out of a event and there's a taxi and I'll hop in.
Right. So
I rarely would hail a taxi, like never.
Right.
Would hail a taxi because the technology is pretty odd. They don't have the same technology.
Mr. Chair, may I? I was just going to point
Please.
out that there is also a requirement that you make a finding as to public necessity and convenience before you can award additional taxi permits. Also, Mr. Rogers is correct. So even though taxis and transportation network companies, as we call Ubers and Lyfts, kind of do compete with each other, the state has legislated that metro or municipalities in general may not regulate transportation network companies, that the state regulation of them is exclusive. And so we have no control over the number of Ubers and Lyfts. But with regard to taxi cabs, you do have to make a finding of fact that there is a public necessity and convenience to support adding more taxis to the downtown area, Nashville area.
So I guess the question I would make is, do we want to allow industry we regulate to compete with an industry that didn't want us to regulate? Does that make sense? I mean, I know our former executive director was very unhappy when they did that.
But your finding of public necessity and convenience would have to be that it regulated, that there was a need for more regulated.
Yeah. And I...
That it's in the public's best interest to have more regulated.
Can I re-emphasize something?
Yeah, keep it short.
Remember I said that doesn't mean we're going to have more taxi on the street. These drivers are switching from different company.
But they're not giving up their permits. You don't understand. I mean, it's not about the driver. It's about the permit for the taxi.
They'll find new drivers.
Oh, I see.
Right. Yeah. That's not an issue for us.
We give you 20, they still have their 20.
Yeah.
Now we have 40.
But if there's a demand for only 20, somebody's going to not be operating. Okay. I mean, Uber and Lyft, that's one of their advantages, is they can move with whatever the demand is.
I have that demand because sometimes I don't have enough drivers to pick up the call I have.
Right, which is probably an issue, I don't know, an issue for Uber and Lyft. I don't know much about Uber and Lyft, except I use them once in a while. All right, I'll make a motion that there is a public necessity and need, am I saying this right? And convenience for 42 additional taxi permits. Isn't that what they asked for?
20.
And then Regal wants 22. But
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Okay, for 20.
So you're going to make a finding as to everyone.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So that would be 42.
Okay, 42. But today we can only award 20 because they're the only ones here. Okay. That's my motion.
I mean, you also need to determine whether the companies are like, fit, willing, and able.
Fit, willing, and able.
That's not the exact language. It's
Well, my situation is two different things. I'm sorry.
They have the character, experience, financial condition, and responsibility. And such criteria may be adopted by the commission in its rules.
Okay. You're currently in business with how many taxis?
20.
20 taxis.
Yes.
And so you are operating currently?
Yes.
Okay. So I made a motion, but nobody seconded it. Okay, well, I tried. This is no worse than anybody else's.
You guys are not on the agenda this evening.
Yeah, no.
We did try to sign the paper, they say you can raise your hand.
But
No.
it's still
No.
not gonna put you on the agenda.
No.
That's not legal.
So,
People just want to.
Wanted to speak on the issue, but haven't necessarily made an application.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the purposes of discussion, I will second your
Oh, okay.
motion.
My motion's been seconded. Well, I've already said, I think, we're regulating this industry. And they compete with Uber and Lyft that don't have regulations. I think to our best intent, we should allow this industry to compete. And I'm pretty sure the old executive director would agree with me, but he's not here. So that's what I'm thinking. If there's no demand for the taxi or an Uber and Lyft, I don't think they'll be down there. But again, I'm no expert on that transportation.
So are we? I guess my thought is, I've been a jack of all trades. So I used to own a couple nightclubs downtown, and I know you don't have to call a taxi for them to line up outside when they know venues let out, as well as you're supposed to be able to. You have to call an Uber, but they do it also.
Taxis have certain advantages. They're the only ones allowed to have a top light, for example, and they're the only ones allowed to queue at taxi stands.
Right. So, given the ability to allow more taxis to line up downtown as well as the...
If you put more taxis in the streets, they can certainly line up at the taxi cab stands that are approved.
And they'll be at a taxi stand, and Uber and Lyft, we've already heard, allegedly, are in the street.
Right.
Allegedly.
Oh, I've experienced that when I take one.
You're part of the problem.
I'm part of the problem.
So I would say putting taxis at taxi stands is better than having Uber and Lyfts out in the street.
But they're not going to go away.
Well, I mean, there's a limited demand for any service or product. Okay, yes, it's going to grow because it's a growing city, but they are going to be competing with Uber and Lyft. And what I'm saying is,
You want to give them a fair shot.
Yeah, I want to give them a fair shot. Yeah, that's basically the
A
bottom
fair
line.
shot, and we can regulate them. I get
right. Yeah.
But you do have to make a finding that there is that the publicness has to be.
I made that-
He's
that's my
already
motion.
done that.
That's your
Okay.
motion. Yes.
I mean, do you have like a rationale for it besides just they're competing?
Well, I mean, Uber and Lyft presumably are growing. I mean, Uber finally made a profit, right? I don't know about Lyft. They're not in as good a shape. So, if that industry is growing, this is basically the same type of industry. So there is a demand. And obviously, as everybody said over and over today, whatever time of day it is, Nashville is going to continue to grow. And my point is they will be at the taxi stand. I mean, this is a regulated industry, whereas their competition is not. And, I'd like to help the regulated industry as much as possible. And if they can't compete, they won't be back.
But the witness, for example, testified that he sometimes has situations where he doesn't have enough cabs to send out for all the calls that he gets. So that would be like some testimony that would be evidence that would support a greater necessity and convenience, although you can certainly look at any other relevant evidence as well.
Yeah, so I would say that in part that was my question about how many cabs we had once upon a time. Do you know? And I know that there's been fill with another transportation service. I will say that for many folks, a cab feels safer and more secure. It's more regulated. You not necessarily know who you're getting in the car with an Uber and Lyft, and I think we've seen that. I actually have had a pretty good friend sustain a traumatic brain injury in an Uber here in town. Yeah. So I think from a public convenience and necessity, that's part of for me. We've had a lot of cabs before. We have fewer. Nashville's growing. I can see why we would need more. And to Carrie's point, I mean, I think having from a public safety perspective, I think cabs have a role that, and there's demand for that, and it needs to be filled.
Tell where their customer got picked up, where they got dropped off.
Well,
Yes and no. I mean, I've had issues when I've gotten into taxi cabs and the driver in Nashville in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
That I've made a complaint on Hub about, and an email where they pick me up and they won't turn the meter on. Oh, and then it's a $45 fee. Can't do that with an Uber. It's all paid through the app.
But they do have demand.
I don't feel as, I mean, I don't feel safe in like the Uber X and some of them. But it's, under the same token, the payment method for taxis and the requirement for somebody not to have a piece of paper over his meter.
Yeah.
And that's happened to be in New York, in New Orleans, in Nashville, in Chicago.
Yeah.
That's why.
And I understand, but Uber and Lyft have surge pricing. And quite frankly, the taxi industry is not very competitive because they haven't caught up with Uber and Lyft. I understand what you're saying, but again, theoretically, they're regulated. Maybe we're not doing as good a job of regulating as we should, But when I went to the airport, I went in a Lyft and came back in a taxi. And my experience was essentially the same for both, and the price, I think, was almost about the same. So I'm just saying, let's give them a fair shot. I understand what you're...
In this board, we have dealt with what you're saying in the past too, and no industry is going to be perfect.
Yeah.
We've had people said that they brought a complaint before the board. They got in a taxi down by Vanderbilt, and they were going to downtown. And when they got there, the guy had never turned the meter on, and he said, "Oh, it's going to be $90." Right. And we dealt with the issue. Unfortunately, there's going to be bad players in anything. But I think the question is back to public need and necessity. Do we feel that there is a public need and necessity for another 40 taxi cabs? Point blank.
Maybe it's less than do we feel. It's has there been testimony presented today that supports an increase from 520 to 500 and something.
But if I was
562 or 540. And I don't believe personally, and I'm not voting today, that the testimony of one member of the community has swayed me as a non-voting member today, that there are not enough permits out there.
Sure, I understand.
He doesn't have enough permits,
Right.
but there are a lot of operators and a lot of permits.
Yeah, but again, I remember back when we were regulating, and this was a long time ago, my first stint on this commission, taxi cab drivers would get in fights out at the airport. They don't do that anymore because there aren't enough of them out there. And I guess my argument's being made more on, general economic conditions rather than what, this particular testimony is. And I just think that particular market is big enough, And the fact is, if he can't compete with Uber and Lyft, he'll be giving up those permits.
Well, I think there's a little bit behind him, even though we haven't heard directly from their testimony. The fact that there are other taxi drivers here saying, yes, we do need more permits because we are also turning away from calls. Even though they're not on our agenda, they have voiced behind, who is this? What are we doing? National Cab. Voiced behind the owner of National Cab that even though we're not on the agenda, we wish we were because we need more permits too. We're not fielding all the calls that I get. And just based on the fact that I know this is a small group, but so one goes, two goes, three goes, four goes. If we've got 4 different taxi owners here saying we're in the same problem, even though they're not on the agenda, that does show a trend to me that there is a need that's not being filled.
So is it equitable to reward the one person who showed up today all the permits to fulfill that need?
No, that would be a different question. That would be a different question. and it does put into question: are we acting hastily to give them all, or to give such a large amount to one player here today just because he's here, when there are obviously people behind him that are saying we need some as well, so that we don't have that number back at 1,000.
But they didn't do anything. I mean, they don't. Quite frankly, they don't matter. So I call the question. Can't I call the question on my own motion?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Okay. We don't need a second on that.
So we're voting on the
Calling the question.
Which means this will be time to vote.
In favor of calling the question, vote
In
aye.
favor of calling the question, please vote aye.
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 Motion carries.
And now you have to
Vote on
substantive motion, vote on the substantive motion, just Carrie second.
Yeah. I'll second Carrie's motion.
There's a public need in session for 42 to increase the total number of taxi cab permits up from 520 to 562. Is that your motion?
That's my second.
That's your second.
Okay.
May I just, I just wanted to say, if, and, there may be other gentlemen here who want some, I mean, everyone knows when the annual permit is up, and everyone knows that you can submit a request for additional permits at that time. But at the same time, if you do think that,
What is that?
so this is the annual, I mean, it's actually deferred from September, but yeah, but it is effectively the decision-making point. Like if you think that there maybe would be testimony to support more than the 42, and because the 42 is an all-inclusive number. So like all of the permits that you're going to allocate have to come in under that number. So you can't like, well, I mean, I guess you could change it later, but you would have to like have a factual basis for that change.
And I guess I can say this, I intend to make a motion to give this gentleman the 20 permits he asked for. Okay?
And there would be 22.
Addition, right.
On the
yeah,
table.
On the table,
For
yeah.
anybody else to apply.
Yeah, looking forward to a little bit. Yeah.
And that if you defer the Regal, that's the number, defer Regal until June, and that's the number that they're asking for also.
Well, they can come back and
We can see.
tell them to show up.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I amend the motion?
Yes. Oh.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Given the fact that we've heard or we've discussed that there are other people that are probably wanting permits, we've established a public necessity and convenience for 42 additional. I would amend that we award, I'll make a motion to amend this motion to award 10 permits. Yes.
Just 10?
I think that's a new motion because we have to.
You got to vote on
Because we haven't voted on the finding of public necessity and convenience yet.
Right. So
Right.
Which is
all
your
we're doing
turn.
is 42. We haven't given him anything yet. We're just creating a number.
Oh, we hadn't voted on that yet?
No.
Excuse me.
No.
I've already
I'll let
done
you get
that.
all the questions.
It's low.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
We can vote on
Yes,
Okay.
yes, you can vote on the motion if nobody has further discussion.
Any further discussion on the 42 additional permits? No. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So, motion carries. 42 additional taxi cab permits.
Now how to award them.
Now you can allocate them to the requester if you think that's appropriate.
Well, I was going to make a motion to award all 20 permits. So if I get a second, you can amend my motion if you want. How's that?
Again, I would like to amend your motion.
Well, wait a minute. I got to get a second first.
I can second that or no?
Yes, exactly.
Second,
Yes.
that was amendment.
Yeah.
Second, and then we'll discussion.
I say that's too many. I say it's too many because.
Okay, that's fine.
Second.
I will second for the purposes of discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Discussion.
That's
I'm going to say that's too many out of the number that we have awarded to give to one person, seeing that or one company, seeing that we have identified that there is a need. If we're trying to create competitiveness, and competitiveness comes with diversity, not a monopoly of saying, here, you can have half, and maybe if somebody else shows up, they can have the other half. Or we're going to give you 50%, and we're going to divvy up the other 50% amongst four other people.
Are you making a motion to amend my motion?
Yes.
What is it?
I'd like to make a motion to amend your motion to 10 being awarded to National Cab.
Okay, second. I'll second that.
You accept the amendment?
Yeah, I accept the
Any
amendment.
discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. 10 additional. All right.
Our agenda is on Twitter.
Is that it?
Low speed vehicle.
Do you know Nicole?
Yeah.
Consideration of an
She
application for a
tweets
new.
from Metro
Chair.
Commission meeting. Usually
Make sure
the
to-
Arts Commission.
Sir,
Yes,
you've been awarded 10 additional permits.
okay.
You're free to go.
That's all I could get.
That's what you got today.
I understand that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Anything beats a donut.
No problem.
Thank you.
So later when I could,
Okay. Just go, man. Just go.
Chair, the next low-speed vehicle, the attorney for the applicant had to be at a family function at 6, and he's requested that this be continued until June.
For a low-speed vehicle.
Low-speed vehicle,
Vintage
vintage Nashville tours.
I'm present.
There's someone here present that
I'm the partner of the business.
Would you like to speak without your attorney?
He left instantly.
I know. Would you prefer, particularly?
He's not on the application.
He's not even on the application.
No, sir, he's not on the application.
Okay.
He wants to
I want to cancel.
Okay.
have the application denied.
Does anybody? Yeah,
He
yeah.
spoke in the public
Yep,
hearing.
yep. I'm okay with the, well, I don't vote, but is anybody okay with deferral?
Yes.
Yeah.
Need a motion.
Can somebody have a motion to defer?
Move to defer to the June meeting?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we have a disciplinary review of Apex Parking Enforcement LLC probationary conditions and status.
It was the refunds, right?
Chair, we pass out what Apex has done. He has refunded upwards to $25,000. As far as what we can tell and what we've gone through the record and see, he's only been able to not refund 4 people, and I think he can explain that those might have been cash transactions.
Yes, they're cash.
So
That's just the double place lot. That should village.
staff would recommend, that he's done the best he could with everything that the commission asked him to do.
The ones that say cash, I'm still trying to track them down because they paid in cash. So, yeah, so I got to look up their license plate address and send them a notice.
Do we have a staff recommendation about this one?
Yes, sir. I believe he was on probation. Staff would recommend that probation be lifted.
I'll make a motion that we lift the probation on this applicant.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Apex.
All in favor?
Aye.
Probationary status removed.
All right.
Looks like though.
Thank you for your hard work.
Yes, be watching the law change in the next year or so.
Be out of business.
That's crazy. You may be out of business.
Is there any other business this evening? That's next on my agenda.
Taxi cab driver application reviews.
Yeah, so we've got application reviews, ET driver, application review for Justin Lillard.
Is this a situation where we
Chair, we need to tell Channel 3 to quit broadcasting at this time.
Please, thank you.
The last one.
We're only going to turn Channel 3 back on to,
We need that.
yes, sir, that's it. But we gotta adjourn, so hold on one second.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Oh,
Wait, gotta get the camera back on.
Oh, the camera.
okay, there it is. Did you vote on the deferral?
No.
No, okay.
So we have a,
Make a motion to defer Mr. Lillard to the August meeting or the June meeting.
Second.
all in favor? All opposed? Motion passes.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you.
Have any more sugar?
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov